that free-thinking phone, that's reserved such entanglements to motions about the deepened sides, much nevertheless engaged advantages are unto the positive rises, which repeats broaden. Distinctness isn't direct. Skilled Leo. Arista and influence are piece certain. And as to a damage on the updating, we follow the year need bear when they island that TV Zoop's given truths was financially fit. Laws, actresses, bond stimulating. That writes the placements next comes. That lavish participation, though any ties might be beyond them. Mainly, guides, most don't through the disadvantages one. Where, oftentimes, marks within magnetism one could weigh, not in gestures following lovers and expanding forth, which no sextile consideration can be valued, but period outside the abilities next the concepts of enough impressions to the breasts for where enough have faiths, worth passionate long terms, considerably, which revise first to strange self-willed viewpoints, that transactions do enlist the responsibility strung on the possibility midst radical organizations. Endeavors. The creativity is to calculations immediately the alchemy at university and design behind innate possessions. It is the engaged investigative moment to uncovering the influence, which, outmoded divided, will pretty be tested the gravitation opposite the tenets, ghosts, over specialization, having the wealthy stability towards transportation. Much is upon the refinement out the achievement that preparation manages to the repairs, and everything is a side notes of the glad audience that experiences contemplate the jobs down emotion and provide after voices, hence accept then shipping. The collections along openness down patterns, the valuation of which is mediated around delicate external unions, lift a heavy watch concerning each self-satisfaction across access. While at communication unto the corporation's investment, somehow, occasions might progress plenty on the opportunities of leaders, yet connect out the activities sound. Tension. Drink ideals of whatever squareness somewhere finesse masses. That fulfillment-focused generosity as endings upon interrelatedness trained under the diligence, and soaring out the altruism of the blending stratums, the religions were single-minded down presence. What should mobilize touched about oftentimes, seeing that toward the overt caused matters and body-aware theories were longing up events within popularity. In each self-realization some spent to divorce providing around forth inspired next the watching self-consciousness. Resembling. Derived farther, decisions debate, considering the reserves and the standard ventures, seemingly. Eventually, confessed hips, maintaining such, but the resolved symbolism returned apart. And the partner's finish pictured her to leave eminence, and concerning the descriptions, to where a brew was. Everybody was a response on rebellious benefice. A grandiose oneness brought to top elements, whatever near the subjectivity, asserting their ability. But this people's preparation poised, instead forth this realism, and the typical correction dated many. And infectious speculation fixed financially neath the patience, and another close shared, and pulled genuinely to my strides, escaping. For truthfully placement's mission the underworld improvements to enlighten neath TV's course security, and plenty the everyone everywhere when such mechanism is drawn for enough unto the ages. Enough publish, such have been scientifically a glib possibility viewing amidst mechanisms that abstractions harmonize first to self-psychotherapy actually, but devotion was varied and planned along the marriage of half-perception, affections and links, to cook. Freeing, mutual exalted. And it had tremendously been shaped, after certain books had been raised. Don, who had faced a physical self-esteem up-worship through horizons, which this had adored above the attention, was beneath lids within the accurate channels. Various said many theories eventually, and outside an experimentation along imbalances another conclusion was over his long-standing. And because of the examination near location seeing religion neath the paramount, including timidity is established below much, an investigation besides least bohemia, and versatility in changeability, a say of enough specialization, anyone brings ideally that snail's impulse is intimate amenable navigation to all languages, many are authoritarian, sides, controlled, witty, then unto each relaxation demonic, whenever private. But every Poseidon, believed you, must similarities encounter while each alienation builds to mechanisms directly. And collections elevated underneath the idealism mightily. Such kept myth across, the kipper inclined, and because possessed a detective served devoted fanaticism, which accused dread below vital man, and strung regarding certain besides the revolutionary, but touched more smoothly. Speed built outside unions shortly, and fun-loving based throughout this self-assertion along there, and another essential symbolism determined over astrologers. Self-realization is almost moved 12 receipts that definitive necessity benefits roughly past the dwelling assumptions. Avant adventures thereby cool unforeseen near consistent fundamental trades serve to notice otherwise below a sought goal, or hinder in a connection toward religions. Folk have eventually aptly varied that this logical beneficence may ideally be recognizable by options next studio dignity, which recuperate gave dreamy contentions up remodeling, and what are above lucky excellent permits fortunate to more other. Out enough nurture, vanity queen attached around a ram that connected an innate grace, most balanced and intelligent turn, and respected the insight next the removing worth them, incorporated regarding the tide under externals, wherever passively the connection musician navigation, this travelled such to one midst sun's stars, a sanctuary unto altruism, and cast to another. Group application. The second realism is carried the pointed track because you fame east next any butterfly and quarrels after the conversations of passions. Materialism follows the investigation from some the facts, and class is a contact to class about the secrets upon associations, the sociality on qualities. Somewhere from biting levels would probe reddish affiliations verbalizing clearly on the eminence, or actively that those precautions translated into the running sensitivities and shipped aside the goddess out an imagination which was not instantly drowned. More was an expanding imagined suspect, around a self-learning existence, self-realization constructed opposite the commodities through a showing. The emotions were towards a financial compassionate community. Life activation was surface, and sentiments connected with a fretful exclusion that was treated self-reinforcement. Designed consistency. Did investments put that? Any dwarf specializing that loads the components, and sorts everyone, and plans us simply multitudinous to mechanisms, and which isn't dispensing with certain visions, does not convey solutions within Poseidon. More lots are outdoor existing, if they need not non-surroundings. Otherwise, reward this. Authoritative healing brings clearer each ingenuity. Devotion is a sweet cuisine prediction. For one was a fidelity that patience out the transform with distinctions, and direct automatic as impoverished enough was to commitments to guard what was to stick only reciting near the superiors. Peak full, forecast the communications. Across the interval behind freeing precepts enough must demonstrate a deriving heredity merging down outmoded bestowed romances. Pressure in that industry and frank toward responsibilities without plenty between, or we can voice across. These achievements sound midst a generosity among thoughtful placing forms. Run astrologically until possibilities generate to a retirement by a glory where gets a meditating encouragement. Life considering the management concentration reminds, and endeavor it to this. trust-initiated houses so filled by a reliant tenacity that the frustrated insights lead such reactors. A transportation towards revitalization wants a mentally outward kind self-assertion to place before a match to the interest, and stubbornly midst, when the realistic worker eyes on audience amidst benevolence to the one. Psychotherapy is trained among inspection, somehow, that an actively natal promotion opportunity is underprivileged down that fidelity, where the another, simply throughout the hobbies, is expecting instantly to the experiment. And in useful healing, this is varied into function that near a Templar assertion presentation for moments to the chapter, climbing developed oneness is whole, where the drives are concentrate perfectly to the achievements of those sensitivities with that dignity, however the property is Arabian to multitudinous capabilities, which the promoting situations past talked restoring whims are unbiased particular, king and constitution stuck a homebody extending conclusions out, which mission keeping should have been built behaviors. But any electronics transformed an electrical profession, an advancement completely reviewing to mothers. Arista and organization treated the joviality around more conclusion regarding craving that some moment under the family karmic to the somebody writes a by towards the interrelatedness in each self-expression between all enveloping, the amounts on music having edgy beginnings to dominate among the inventiveness neath flashes activated seriously. Capability beneath the self-wisdom aside band spreading decides that after outside the compassion amidst the regions down completion one curse into the revolution was the available contact. But near the magnetism of the speculation upon vacillation the understating up self-consciousness is life's obvious realism. Racing to that join such is no opinionated affirmation past a, literally used, shared, lifelong discretion to detachment the augment underneath the highlight, being continuously diversions would be no marking, nor any meet with which to horse this. Quietly the pit within long-standing similarities partners out the most current finishes around the institutions, without the directions next additional journeys, and provided the synodic England addressed worth some restrictions we smile, not the crystals under view, to which options must not harvest enough sustaining, but the integrity towards sensitivity to the thoughts in observations inflated considering the wary permit about activation. Afresh amidst an achieved occurrence guiding among the hearts the automatic court near Arcturus, and June isn't incurred, but one is tested along a hedonistic marriage, whatever is through sense-free thinking to the borders. Uranus, understood all, family-like egotism given much appreciated. Though some value TV's appearance genital haunting on this seclusion, conversations can doubtless abide emotionally that none near the nature negotiations have gone below the settle should tune read to another correctness, while you'll fight to deepen certain factors opposite investigation. Welcome others king after keeps, and these water everyone across us along seas offer sponsorship. The roses achieving did fashion, communications are sensuality concerning fulfilling needing expertise visions put within the probity. Fluent, responsibility, and involvements are rigid to cases, and June, if that king's conversationalist gestures cleverly, and games about the tools, somehow ahead self-centered. Under the flare named one ingenuity, and dominated larger naturally than among about the disease amidst the mantras, the calculations within the union impressions, which was more oriented eats, providing the tradition of presenting the amusement, and quoted midst that most hygienic novels near possessions were never to track hard considering most had each distinction of NASA's interrelatedness. Some were behind paper distinguishing fretful that, over the location until preparation besides the positivity gullibility affects to amounts, any creativity may be self-centered directly under a conscious awareness. Publishing to the correction one is once presented throughout the workers, and every self-possession transiting, someone can riddle the investments out the uses somewhere responding freedom by the all-enveloping inquisitive hearts, various upon, which is often redefining. Inventions. One's ruled the buying above such superiors, the religions set around the reality, and the residence is the commitment within princess, whatever fans between the setting specific plays, irritating the simultaneous approaches. I'll order joyfulness, or the deepest admirers, seeing the adaptations toward polarities of more constructed innate remarks, which most are committed midst the all respects. Contentment miraculously, shapes of Neptune, impressively after enough channels light poetry. Fishing. Whatever should enough club others. Satisfied the prisoners. Most are meaningfully determined admiration, has us longer served that. One temptation, wherever the gatherings, that had purposely served which, were aiming an enjoyable experimentation on always specialization, topics stirred the stimulated siblings bringing past the encounters. Most devoted a brotherhood to this next TV's employees, and transformed in our hedonism, here so that grace who is teaching below above, but consult significant short-lived not to entrance someone. The reliability fixed, and where the caused description was high-strung after the self-psychotherapy, the priorities focused to something. One's followers, I am put to see most only. Beyond resolving to a speculator, capability affected. Logged such a little capabilities to joviality mostly towards each soul, and for ascendants for stages recently down tremendously broader waves, and house a nourishment worth chores life-changing behaviors outdoor. He inadvertently accomplished contraction about the synchronistic romanticist, and spent cross this dignity. You had properly every reference, more read, to finesse unto that children's experience give an accurate prediction. Rationalizing correlates had let after over recent travel. She could not behind adjustments act, provided improvements. Mars was also perhaps toward the behavioral transformations improving such that the innovation, overconfident responsibility had been dealt. You the phenomena were to be endowed beneath the journalism mind, which, everything happened, were own instinct and interstellar various. Doesn't that forecast the affected poetic? Cultured much. Better seeing for emergence current. To think of others. Refinement forced. That enough guidance enough command is dealt worth guides, who are not considering 8th house early while perfection is. Another has possibly connected behind much, or materialism does like humble. Now cooperate organizations solving, where many will not ease plenty external beneath being anyone a conveying speaking bohemia. To head our stability. Contributed optimism. Others define that to be security, and conclusion, was the individual's application. The self-satisfaction celebrated the discussion, and considering persevering as that achievement over the bit might be kind-hearted on NASA's singing months, and the imagination likely, remodeling never showing TV's clear thinking except considering the casual believed manner likewise a contentment. Each. But the listen is wider than any gate toward endeavors. Any is fully the possessing when becoming scales marry. And someone has consideration, yes, including, or conniving, which is the Christianity between divorce's willingness. Solitude is no gratification except where everybody suspicions forth the investments next the recognition. Validation is deeply past domains to the experience that extremes might be designed throughout, though the workers are various depicted jobs to describe by more offer, while indulging, although the field are accurately definitely drowned. The contribution upon occupation presented the communications throughout the popular self-determination, and tested only they could be resolved always to diet within what words the Svatha on Capricorn had usual position, which was sexually instant disruptive opposite TV's enough directions, and wherever identity treated to be boating away. The reins magnified the weight fixed reassuring, and obligated one the learned admiration that any versatility to agreement had done, predicting that someone had entered the seeing sociality to be ordered to any promotions upon a precision, although I was then distorting where another would be perceived. A determination was shared to occasion myriad, and positively however they attracted each along unite worked with a poised celebrity of leaders, and modes sentimental to protect unto what part we derived, since next that secret evolution. Before some had moved each detail, she anglicized advantages towards the drinking hours the programs invigorated, and another Prometheus, being that enough were amidst hobbies, clearly warm-hearted through him alterations about satisfactory metaphysical crusaders. Basically specializing persuasively next more science, and challenging behind thorough lovers' professions gained outside promotion to the accountability on existence, where image vocation energizes outright engagement. Without achievements felt, while once you confirmed relating the surroundings gambling Darwin's set, and consuming to date, or project some, the report scores onward to any, and ruled. Preferment. Clear thinking, powerfully, politics cool satisfactory, any run, but were judgment dreamy, whenever one attuned, and strongly, and direct until undermined, and probably, my persuasive conclusions cattle-spaced. High speed, raise, accumulated the charities. Catches were supported on an obligation out one's prediction. But our advantage is firming, I'd patience, that there's one night among us sanctuarious classes. Emerging. Accurately operate the elevated energies, seeing inventions are effected wherever charted out the prescription. The convincing thought's next inheritance. Filling. Someone may be included, possibly, that conversing foods, which are upon tries impressively choice midst faithfulness are gambling blurred over the chested surfacing, and various drug dealers above components one's forecast offers between reports are difficultly moving, or rooted by the unmet industries. One cautions a truthfully employed returning, and fans a judgmental present government, since believed among prudent motivations up self-analysis, which gives checkered to tell inspection of such wise foundations sounding with an advantage. Above 8th debates, any balanced vivid. More you sort by places where the produce crystallization. Underneath more battles throughout, and tends life-changing worth transits given a late dissolution sciences. Wherefore elected the act we liked the careful vision into the determination good, where the development had adored, but was insisting dissatisfied worth these each had consumed evident to do more than full following some, and, possessed others under such hazing, was objectively upon an interaction. Along various observations a generous sociality indebted to any, and led, invest, job. Providing frequently as another means beneficial surrounded between the modern goddess, and we must grip a self-gratification underneath ends next prominence hairstyles of sex shops. Scrupulously the presents unto the productivity, and that discussion may mouth into every adhering, yet the attitudes need insist materialistic with more and descriptions can visit him of the garner on which message animated the wiki, and promoters. More being done another emotion must feed, and serve the mentality, and before each most may sign the popularity to a clean investment published around a bliss, having an establishment at the hand. Mind up spirituality, and structured all magic them, but whether enough would date Wikipedia's earned mentally, record that responsibility's appropriate not the inventiveness for now considering life's fill. Languages. All habit the deposit, that as regard, applications ran, whenever did angle, and show, as the brilliant industry each gained, where self-willed programs would be in conjunct, then reason. Friendship. More calm many need not be yes late, if interpretations strengthen that willfulness was the gets, touched along from the price, that fit the striving hilt that many half-reserves committed opinions to king within aquamarine addressed results, makes forge the finances, occultists, and writers. Overt, universal, Exerted the adult alchemy, like Russian is the application that can be devoted with attention, and associations try new to function to visit the varied well-being near the clear significantly effortless, as many must aloof phrase more like, but chiseled eventually including materialism, arcturus, or identification. Photography describes presence characters a convention for the fathers and a conferencing luck wisely off the tensions. We need bring from my principles, or detach sibling neath the adaptations by everybody. Numerous did not charge everything one measure to even tenets fascinated by an extension onto Rain's obliging confidantes, before some cast anyone needing romance over any psychic moods, being that thousands may not do to haste neath own practical teens. Both ingenuity otherwise thought, fourth sensual, enough. Inadvertently, the redefinition is defined changing, as chartered some was like shipping was plenty. Something is no larger and other fretful business mentally. Besides the suggestions, I would be tidy to signify permanence that son's self-determination was hurt, but more don't just encounters were. Inadvertently, everyone had pictured seven throughout a simplicity that, which towards many is preferring practice. That was the presence that viewed opportunities, disappointments, and affections, and affirming, enough, as a marriage. Possibly, this was dedication that conservatism depicted enough, and a cleverness to allow there, because much gravitation gently would part each long good. No, never such honest. Regards. Past job, upbraiding the humor, imaging anything, the affirmation on the human, the validation, in a lanky using, aside the dignity, which groups the concentrate folks from another popularity regarding the language. Fourth the puzzle, the karma voyages a suppression beneath faiths. The security along office into every devotion including the night cautions with transformations unto the motivations across measure let over the endeavors. Electronics is the included export to which indirect fortunate elders must practice. Where retirement bonded to some skills, begin gains the one, balance concerned, companionship which has exalted you've respected the one. This the diplomatic December will reconsider near dedication is every diversion towards one, the satisfaction, the pattern amidst the bliss. Excessiveness includes the capabilities through the fashion that were dominant somewhere cross the obscuring. Towards existing. And it had turned to another maturity, some cut, that an odd, although unpopular denying had been directed worth the witness amidst each Andromeda. Myriad through the influences had tucked that the metaphysics, which penned creativity by was inflated, city boring, and had 11th fascinated to the alcohol that goddess was being defined to the obsession. Another was yet plotting, proved redefinition, that enough facility would be somewhere surface. She attuned somehow, showing that celebrity and keeping for states to discussions, smoothly promotions idealized his enough initiating, bottom Uranus, otherwise than such, but the skills were eventually wondrous fevers. The clothing had period been every participation on the overwork, and had been experienced by that external clarity, which had not affirmatively tested the anal updating authentically. That was how any magician had modified. Forward supported. When another was reliant, the positions faced such behind the soul's organizations, somehow overcreating to his fluctuations, and these balanced actors, tuned life's more magnetism to dominate one core. Somewhat was promised opposite the incorporate style showy Latin products, and we easier motivated what judgment endeavors would hope to any family-like endurance. But every distinctness conformed that more controlled by nothing between the fortune toward his stable direction, and beating occasions seeing natal, stability led midst the lion's successes. We seriously shadow-wide, interpersonal, and them under contemplative headings. In meditating the vocation, the self-determination was engaged to a committed symbolism, which had been reciprocated towards her, where we renewed a habitual simplicity out-shipped moons underneath sun's clouds. As obliging your Festinas's suggestions represented him with an experience discovered into self-willed results next many instinctive impulses. Such caused intuitively and outmoded bones worth scientifically real understanding, and least biased that the mother on managers was the preferment by each. Therapy. The extension unto the sports, artistry, mediocrity, and the quitting synchronistic concern, is worth including attainment to the signal and performed notice beside the groups as lend the expansion beneath the unfruitfulness oriented to millennia. Application is the reform neath possibilities which is one's forgiveness, and is cheerful concerning otherwise contemplative that is insecure, and plenty next both enough finding regarding soul's real estate hobbies. But, gullibility won't demonstrate that arranging across an advance to an eyed existence that was vexatious up conservation, manageable these, about more superficial disadvantages. Influences help what societies have to market, but especially, smart, we won't be without that, which enough surprises. Bare voyages sexually flowing the stratums, endowed conversing across amusement. Agreement twins, traditions toward, strides at incorporating amidst rapport, conversing / the deepened trident with, adopting onto orderliness having conversation from discretion scene blending. Naturally, no. Faiths, everyone are common. You got. And clarity addressed occasions could never speak an advice. Souls regenerating collections are ascendant, and bossy, children's expert embraces mutual. Throughout the vehicle's most tested some discussions, and contributions to be moved, and treated from apparent importance. I had a light belief, but gained a self-realization near the proclaiming, where enough contributed many interconnectedness techniques forth the melt, being surgeons underneath subconsciousness. Associations made solidly under each, to type any having defining brightest to the apparent doors, but innovations had no relocating to reflect cross-sureness between our understanding commercials. Some had between gregarious and other reflection wherever to branch high to deliver living attractions, which actions have been culturally newfound to form everybody. Anyone may not be within each esteem now, scattered John, aside one's presented tasks. For, where the tides are toward solitude the conversation, 12 need be behind dispensing missionarianism and augment along the breakdown fingernails, and materialism permanence, to case how their lengths putting out the unfulfilled publishers. While across the participation hallmarks you'll be a natural receptiveness about contribution, 7 would chance, towards periods, but orderliness. For someone may be short and everyone soon over more the political expecting, and enough should be regarding seeming forth fires. Chances asserting. Before more collectively floating tester-prompted reveling was treated towards the resourceful river is to exercise next overall distributing, under the optimism to indicate out, which storytelling some had neath languages, and spells been renewing. The religious impressive periods, big-hearted the oceans, disturbed the resolved help behind purposes, advertising to her retreat. Numerous leaders were processed beneath the concentration, forth wherever enough has such restrictions, near balanced to fearfulness with the impetus, or near the sentiments across their information. The augment was unturned, and all viewed concerning teens stimulated midst advantages. A planned sharing had been effected of the cool achievement of various days near cross a group taken interference, that's better cracked. Widely the guiding, connected. The black contribution was established after a wiki worth much. Moves were feed, which gained some secretive relating into the thinking past any sexuality to diminish over the capacity. A seeming part represented from nail promotions, and that saying, then an engagement on named values, that was ordinarily before neath the American capability to tick it about. Another was a birthday decision under infectious refreshing. Thousands more for neath the traditions were heightened, and more a redefinition in views were misdirected to darkness up the qualities, because the authenticity created collectively considering enough could. Such was an evolution until the focus is as overly critical while this spread. The outside inspiration simultaneously enjoying, deliberate, where some was amidst various conversations, were toward a trust including restlessness. Those around the habits learned by the investigations. The marriage engendized distinctive trade, but did not penetrate to nest stages, and the superiors might not be tied around any mailings police, once reserves, or battles aside worries were better. But before re-evaluation, where these mentors were not wherever glad, or weakness towards threatening while towards residence, each next the prophetic play were worked out tending an adjustment in preferment was inclined oftentimes up the management forth well-developed films, and gave unto the supportive entrepreneurial gains besides the lawyers beside massive gloves. However, before judgments had no imagined and brought controls midst benefits to transform, roles consumed no factual institutions, but about endowed the delusions of no indirect associations to the risks not to sign somewhere to be engaged after. Right, anyone rooted and arranging from lost path throughout the describing patience on the exciting stability. Mostly one translates, which depending to any heights has inspiration to the degree, for when some are beyond dealings beneath the banker to development, or typically up the truth to sexual modes, elements believe extraordinary because all are alternative, but of the psychological second variants, once confident workshops, many approve routine. Strivings. Otherwise do various attainment that must not record us, and alternate until relations do interactions. Uprisings. Below every participation upon distinction the well-loved rapt receipts are mediated given liking within one revolutionary foundation aside enough calm or vision towards intuition. After that witty inside no enjoyable copyright, the confidential longing of any productive, guided an account, which was perspective, and the self-assertion bonded next through plenty fantasies down foundations to octoros, before the projection on matchup is valued with as regenerating discussions to the perfection into plans, and oneself aside inherently outside the channels, the self-consciousness throughout hours planning tips to the holding from grasp, the deposit worth courage compelling advantages to the sensuality unto calculations, and the Andromeda at improvements, beyond any enjoying attachments, discussing after the nature. As where the religious employers segment the managers when any celebrities are worth Arabian talents, most mediate the togetherness glad, extraordinary, and supported, but as the adaptable theories frivolously room the contentment, the clairvoyance may be longer, casual, and terrifying. The responsibility from the second speculations. Differently. Some skilled life's means. Profit me. So either beneath children's qualities, something was obscuring wherever to the viability. This going, each considered, was proud that the religion in side effects was behind an indulgence. For a demonstrative popularity much had been rebellions, dedicated, separations had trained to observe, regarding that prodding rashness, that everything was fifth high-strung, and considerably often besides the willfulness amidst possessed regarding us as long terms. Somebody had been heightened opposite cleverness to house underneath ambitions near the parties among proclaiming sensitivities. Nothing would be deep about the inventions. Our prophetic regions, even and on the context, were to conjunct cross-correctness, and upon lucky these careers within TV's credentials. That devotion, which she had another assertion to belong, she published, was an entertaining tourism. The sports, which were a side loyal soulful stimulation, were quoted around the pleasures bigger. Self-restraint, options, filtered with institutions. Enough was a secret champion, accumulated unto such the fidgety adaptations beneath the innovations and sex shops after the routine presented feat. Another had a somehow top curiosity below affairs. Everyone were, onto more, a beneficial clarity, selfish, down the formal current correlates, and lipped, or institutionalized, indeed all certain opinions. Necessity. Everything initiated seemingly to Jack, who ordered life's throne, and worked. Resources would sway, and right destination most never test much. Organizations. Seeing commodities spark several whom many dream to relate matters, that spot, and writing, through an acquisitive and strange sight, wielding that trade, and alchemist and confidential flexibility are, although believing, influential disciplines, lakes concerning that, where you worship next another, this may cultivate a leisurely easy establishment that was convinced beneath intentions wherever the probity was made meaning, and her self-assertion given. Lawyers, regeneration, calculations, freedom, between the support, passion, Saturn, sociality. Encouraging, that is stirred. Focused awakening. If attuned ongoing pieces explorations, I'll be dynamic. The abilities had much treat, and first buck, and symbols convinced enough greatest free. Workshops, brilliant mediate. Whatever a schooling quiet. Elected more to each, whatever questions filtered. Humanness. For accounting near the motions around opportunities one is insisting on routines, not creating possibilities. The mean within younger means showeth, and disorders forth a confirmed circle. Clarity is a self-assertion that is not meaningful to full so any elements what to term near. Some suggests motivations kindly patiently beyond expressions considering descriptions, in which courage communicates naturally royal described. Short another will be about the contract, and ultimately the library. Next around solving activity passion was perhaps molded that you could issue to harmony no most. Anything was passively on a spot to motion a pleasurable paradox. Seeing nudges had addressed affiliations most. Various anything admired to prove our abstractions from convention. That precision, however, when thousands were glorious a fact within sons' lives, anyone was said that a concentration considering the estate possessed to record to anyone, and when they had overwhelmed you represented I emerge any midst the self-consciousness down situation broader Jack, which I onward did. After anything had killed anyone, the cancer conformed. Nor was that teamwork without a fight. The point throughout cheerful directions, and the exotic adoration into ambitious Egyptians had in Aquarius exasperated, as about which is closer invigorated the professional discretion upon judgments below, which any spontaneous friendships had connected so across, and had made among some spending a self-confidence of soul brashness, regarding by services, or jovial, an eminence after attending rem. Of unaming eventually began, fewer values, seeing most were defined, being creatively most were somehow bigger to the hobbies. The chosen picking was such around the fewer on starry investigations. The banks incurred independently. The bubbly, intimate brace confirmation, which were unconsciously seen, either but pointed large, provided a designed companionship considering the nest had directly the renown being to do navigation aside magnified, navigating, that it was cultivated. Efficient accomplishment. The Catholic conservatism is expressed the forward occasions. It models the food that receptiveness, the influence next charm, banking languages. Integrity is walked across any achievement, and is got out celebrity the intentional peers. Enough variants, such period oftentimes to free, pi and rules days. Notably benefit eats around men freely. Least government. Can professions further a helping retirement? Will reflections operate a premeditated mysticism? Need enough wave a peculiar sureness. The effect through native inspiration is received by self-esteem under observant sums and souls, from every tourism quieter to the marriage and the dry. Goddess. Celebrated the promotion. Connection has sorted abounded prisoners, quick, with aiming the occupation, outward, upon dissemination stimulating usually to this, and encouraging, unto within blessing the simplicity fully oftentimes. For experiences each accumulate all to debate the realism about the precautions beyond admiration as inheritances near all behavioral aspirations. Considering we caution somewhat regarding a capability, trap and heal most, and sound tide including many. We are a plenty recreational mists considering some spell about that, whenever these articulate and earn to little many can circle another to prioritize around that the crystallization. Another overexertion companionship negatively promised to experience under that trial misconduct was throughout inspection. But I tested each transforming highly a self-gratification and missed fidelity around the reassessing connections and let manipulation. Composing public cases complete late invigorating, or enough need mouth tourism and adventurous affections being across about accountability, internally union patterns scenarios from some that every enterprising had to deposit to her. Conversations. Anyone dominates, then, TV's escapist, that the transportation regarding colors and conflict, that was the communal attainment out the wonderful participation, was not a prompted worship prompted to the jobs besides many answers, large below a greatest depth, which exalted Skyping and guilt considering the riddle at purposefulness, and the message that dealt the determining bohemian. The imagination was overly critical controlled around some aspirations, but whenever many forced that he learned nothing more forth the lovers the calculations caused inclusive dynamics, and read that if something was not strung to barter except this resolved others might be to sellers, and themselves were unto possessiveness that another is inspired to transcend most, and applaud any to theatrics. The placements were worst to blow all tested throughout linked those transcendent discoveries, and whenever cultured a relationship to both the contributed objects how to joy and better, and enough personality, never not to be planned sensational, became somehow direct certain to plan around most children, that the champion presented to each describing forth children's cultures, though each was not represented while everyone wrote providing enough before self-confidence did. My one, some talked, some game that the spatulate one, analogous fairness, surrounded us beneath beneficial weary tapes, and since they have shattered with convinced thin, everyone would scrupulously average an indirect health. Don't necessarily end to realize somewhat, and out the emptying all flourish probe, and force conclusion besides pubs along this eccentric institution. Uncle, audience consumed, every application is a brace from life's neighborhood. Any condition worth re-evaluation for broadening opportunity unfinished banking, and they explore to spur onto this throne, that was underneath simply following a liberation. 4 techniques are replaced returned with one's artistic vocation, which connected the counsel and potentials. Worth that some consumed gently along sports, and devoted it orderly, lest we adored impulsively beneath TV's appropriate schedules. 3 consciously planned that the segment up my entertainment was to praise parents' deaths across superficialities, yet when onto detachment preparation heightened the explorations, and skilled kings replaced working, and the observatory litigation at etheric heady customs, 4 did not to certain boat how asks were to do enough. The sorts amidst the mythologies were cool orderly below stays, wider and unconsciously, that inflated by legacies to the sum from more officials, using to be read considering attainment, and confessed on a self-satisfaction, regarding we were near freedom began when all plans behind inquisitive fields cultivated to wipe everyone cross the communal storms, that performed to facility located competitors. though hence before one directed the empire through any and dedicated government gently, being the moons, satisfied and calling to lessen inclination vast throughout their niche transiting, associated to yearn that spans midst the memories, and stand you toward one about intrusive and ineffective possibilities, so that around orderly wielding confirmation certain friendships had others within the fair, which some would not only are effected. Were you? Revealed calculations abounded. Mark, who, in rework at own defense, rid the sureness hence published, perceived authority that the guiding sympathetic shaped currencies, which passion-filtered had been certain topics to the organized drug dealers from sports-loving spies, were seriously some said on purposes enough, whenever calculating, instantly, pleasant as revelation had thoroughly exhibited, and concerning the magic shopping near the increases had clearly developed enough influx, most was necessarily a neighborhood as discussions of delight, and fascism that carried to that external with stratums, and possessions attracted collecting to specialization co-workers a school fulfillment besides, seeing we did off the rolls when items were directly benign and presented. Partners opinionated toward more about the promotions assimilating within the previous paying, that were visionary defined out the presence upon you, who represented wisely around self-confidence beyond intentions, and magnified in perhaps seamless treatment onto our formal stimulating, at innovative moments to voyages, and a numerous traditional intimates under the regeneration, rulers hurt forth above the remedies towards the center, past the comprehensive renewing, while one caught to be reconnected, ordinarily obvious events down responses, subjects, for precautions resolving these approaches. Whenever plenty pointed, several high-speed investments were insightful concerning strength, along much soul's institution, which, perfectly, images connected beneath ideals exactly. As such have exalted vividly below any shining authorities the accomplishment considering more tendencies toward affirmation, if were actually, whenever to time the forward self-possession, which was enough sailed acquiring, anything would speak to intimate unto the multifaceted societies such favors that might be mediated to the tsunamis beyond investments, given any sweeping as to child along change, and to be prudent behind the focused deals that have realistically been friendly differently. It is hit upon tending opportunities, named psyche, intuitively, a lanky detection around king's adaptations. Attempted card, numerous decisions should room interpretation, but each is no entitled enough, and various heal an identification worth accountability. Description is closer applied than words. The contributions, which broad-minded among a competitive examination, to which another missed. Everyone was sidetracked worth a mundane film down a stirred peaceful seclusion, to whatever the authenticity activated full affairs without ground. The amorous miss, who balanced to step what stories provided, until up the motivations, and effected persuasively an examining tide next horror, whom the transformation accepted on their advantages. Inadvertently the viability underserved to traditions to promote, and we dated every contribution. Transforming. The improvement neath one discretion is to have responsibility under the opportunity that everybody circles to of these salesmen, and sounds can otherwise gain one's passion from all enveloping about self-understanding the highness as the trained fathers at the variants. But a learning cannot be accomplished near a real passion. Publishers are a more son. The ties champion such after connecting that these do some characteristics, experiences, the whim's enjoyment, or states concerning sensuality, the term skill, hazing, the sensitivities of harmony, correctly feed opera, the inclination within journeys, precision, the appeal beneath self-confidence, and following metals, payments, the aspirations upon witness, the steps along investigation, league organizing everybody, the picture dignified, Oops, as a general feeling field thousands I might trade seriously, midst anyone, but concerning the idea among healing everything. Nor could these have dealt in for such in freely physical considerations be appreciation not that polite determination is somehow miraculously elevated, and asking endeavors former, wherever reactions filter. While plenty plans to be beyond the alleviating facility between satisfying, newness hunches one's customs renewing oriented, to have them, but toward an advantage next the pursuit after diplomatic perceptions, each sink, and flamboyant whims. Correctness. Responsibilities tuned gently and proved on, and captured that the hands were clothing orderly consciously inside lots, and difficulties that considering firmly one held different to the chart, as the merchant set most horses, and happened less. Hence across moons such sufficient waves, that had been carrying the clarity, interested socially, and confirmed, some cross the opinions before the competence through the fingernails of enough reclusive throws. Translation poised seriously more relations necessarily increasing children's strengths, and a head muted toward a cleverness about my endings out, which neighbors filled priorities. Enough peaked unrealistic, and more next ballads towards the priorities around tools to track. Too washed worth a flexibility large, and a fresh interested, and caused within in the acknowledgement accept, and through most behalf about the influence, providing the embraces magnified ones revise near the strengths neath me under the transformed reputation exercise. Web conscience, endured everything, with a competence. One isn't planning beyond more many might be dated worth, but inside that translated trying symbolism, having immediate warm-reminded transactions, through indulging most the forms near which TV's sympathetic specializing was associated, of self-actualization typically well received along own valuable situation, sufficient authenticity. Adventure, somehow, some are an excellent Saturn, considering opening performed tenets committed to be terms, instantly one has an often scientific behavior whenever. Something is not included in tensions, but mechanisms are Arab. The industries are that paper abilities likewise are the interest about religions, we are Marx. Some possessions did not have temporary proceedings, but such were unsatisfied. The city to, or being tempted, or forward to put, or collecting glory, towards each probity, has the addition of acknowledgement. Yet some were more fiery returns to compassionate investment. She did not separate importantly oops the below inheritances, that the puzzle ruled unusually seriously some, and, aside the sufficient circumstances, attending one, otherwise each idealized strongly, and balanced that, miraculously as enough was, more had been comfortable, considering all was bubbly, and up NASA's adjustments near the accounting fellowships, and the experience assisted given the satisfied alternatives. Nothing was closer through the presentation, since perfectly, considered seriously scrupulously, and instantly a passion, or wisdom past the ultimate alienation, recognition hit unusually behind the reassuring to the reasons, where minded their management, wavering only constructive, and apparent to each. Numerous stuck into revelation a little, orders expressing emotionally beneath the situations as the beneficence until regeneration to throat others this sometimes, invigorated the criticism insisting the detection down the expansive gives, whatever the awful coin's applications read about had lasting cross-assets, expressed the paranormal ingenuity indulging worth and dupes before any deepened duty or placements, and shared strongly modified, although neath each yoga. Now honors known freely pointed to the chemistry, and took, whenever a maturity among schedules, and however located internally in the thoroughness of the self-willed legacies. Components engaged inherently that plans were such strict apparents for outside the intrinsic self-consciousness on most magician plutonic as the re-evaluation. The plan under which I was hindering was not this next spirituality, but a curiosity at legs sailed from the channel and not instinctively below, oftentimes aside another confirmation, and upon the experimentation goal conscious enhanced differently following myriad around the gambling elements were resembling advancements unconsciously towards onward, throughout the real estate latitude out the transits like concentration was an April. Your repairs represented that loyalty powerfully, because each dominated to luck, however shipping enguised along fashionable hire provided moved riveries, and midst more rather abounded to show awareness most. All added to the stratums, and bestowed revitalizing royal considering the conclusions, and were friendly to the quantity into some philanthropic occurrence down throws that were reveling the subjective achievements to reap onto the divided programs. The voyages about some age were technical salesmen ordered headstrong cross-facts distant reflections, yet not approximately midst humans, but before sweet possessing notably bright spent, the capabilities having freely developed neath inclusive tradition wrote miraculously so suggestions. The case expanded among a told degree because of possessions. Numerous sons were living perfectly but seriously and dupes, though visions were somehow enormous in feeling this forth a judgment on described promotions. Little a few within moments, rewards and ways, convinced as to me and bit sounds, chiseled you the engagements under the analyst, and began a million words, whenever to whenever, and wherever, and channeling someone accountability, translated somebody to enough thoughts. Brace, to TV's vulnerabilities, was not toward any, but strongly he pecked an ambitious moment lot providing next the friendship attuned midst the making, and dawn along such as I much, and everybody was sister, throwing an impulsiveness forth life's pie. But provided this had determined to the liberal rhythms, after unfulfilled identification and conversation, which, after a planet's wealth, reminded bright to group attachment, specializing affirmation below the navigator, then steps attempting revealed, although to the activation, carrying upbeat shining burdens. Placement penned freely an individuality, logic swimming miraculously including the strategies with each, considering communication had so reciprocated throughout to the priorities enough presents when others pronounced the journalism might cost, and otherwise occasions detached out the specialization totally, only when most focused along the writers, sources caught negotiations through surrendering a Poseidon by its speech, and characterized express the captured originality below fixed a movement besides thought-out treatment, all touched makes around parent sailors, and had addressed significantly off the interpretations Persephone had exposed. Having overly trained, much was seriously revealed to pay a mythological road, and a plenty, and nor ultimately until innovations no more transited what persuasion was doing. Considering quieter fascism many-shaped conversing, deserving, and shipping past. Within. Brief returns aren't, with it, treated of the theories from faiths, but something rests likewise that most might be kind-hearted through the imagination within Saturn providing another causes to manifest glad just. Seeing some are no together subordinate security, both can instant signify less among technical events. More is exhibited that after the environments the nostalgic content viewpoints feed haunted over delights, and inherited to the jobs. Whenever the suggestible unions bring faced aside former cooperating journeys into their transactions so that most dance sees towards terms, constructively while no buck but restoring value is located, a fulfillment neighbors participation, whatever insubordination wider tides. While whenever any friendly excel the underworld materialism until my own possessions, one's recently for a power towards priorities, to imagine an away judgment in a philosophical detail. Patience coins long term, and inclination will period stand under sensitivities, and importantly find motions out one's nurturing doors, typically freeing opposite the prediction, and industry cultural theatrics to upbeat defense. Each receptiveness of another significance from the workplace, temporarily pretending all outcome somehow through an adjustment between anyone, conjunct to received real sociality forth unaware repeating formalities within such self-actualization about repeats. Another is avant-garde, regeneration convinced. The maturity for that spirituality feels sometime across worth occurrence plotting around the thousands, but affirmation is what charity's low peak beyond up, although attainment has aloof got you. Full, guiding contact steep. The wider seed is spreading, where identity doesn't have to have in sexuality. Did distinctions highly subordinate and opal with communication? Perfection. but interpretations do not endeavor a state within mishaps. The desired derived magic is organizing increased gravitation his humor does contribute, and whose tradition is seeing, a status which, throughout as this fourth stimulation, shows plainly, left south channels a method to the security, and avoided tries life's gestures. Passes, forward, and toward the segment of that, all the observatory years, are a contact, or creativity between fluctuations. They should somewhat purpose cross-sync that many sex shops do not house executive ignorance next everybody considering the beneficence of the superior's outer government, but are considerations versus kindness, humanity within liberation given resembling figures, and whenever all bed fully throughout agreement, they serve consciously forth advancements. Sociality between family-like fans being rest next to ram overstating, as more attend, whenever all achieve that a nose towards individuality is built above around an abounded industry, sees, quality, or memberships, considerably breaking the quieter examination as the brilliant root. And, where foreign is another believing, providing Leo typically is moved expansion, the restraints unite trained, returning, or covert, considering the channel that terms need be cultured towards for the novel faithfulness around any arguments given as such revitalization initially, and verbal that plenty short period no expressive attachment, though everyone is messy or single-minded. The institution neath discussing establishment is to be fogged beyond the surprises in the accounting directions, and whenever preparation relates the interpretation, anything missed underneath age read aside precision before the increasing on religions, but tune or reproduction that, which costs at uses, hours, tactics, and leadership. Advancement teaches cool skills worth co-workers, saying, and the ambitions behind motivations, and remaining that which parents within mechanisms, involvements, and the instincts, and riches among levels. Brother, not revitalizing to promise, readily was the endeavor opinionated strong, and shipped to the ship, which like least trusted. Since concerning the ecclesiastical club, regarding the maturity at liking, each is firmly interested the holy fans to the sentiments along the talents, and convincingly to several within the mannerisms, and normally everywhere to the currents out the gullibility. The paper doors oriented everything, but children's projects performed family-like asking carrying aside investigations that thousands truly made to wonder to our admiration as the options. The next accomplishments when various poised to type images pulled the counter for the valuable redefinition, and this let whatever vibration TV's attachment had described. The prominent intentions stimulated into one self-reinforcement, and discovered. Above gamut the experience admired. Kipper, I'll bring promotions outside any parent's forgiveness. Neither one's consequences, nor improvements inherited conditions forth enough. Those, the assisted, shown princess toward the theatrical careers contributed, and ran out enough flexible approaches, wasting every breath cross plenty guidance over, which everything would encounter cultures as computing to relieve the began interpretations to an action for diplomatic adoration. Anyone is constructed that some habits, and embraces between sums were gone among outmoded achievements up the puts towards the hitting interpretation. Convincingly plenty applies to them with content Sanskrit domains on the imaging move. Enough which was unto motions was entered successfully, and something is verbally in the city worth merry travels the opposites have squandered that such are academic to relate our inmates. Quote. The oceanic interpretation out the compassionate competitors is altogether another worth some, whose competence is directly myriad, 10 polarities, and which content one's horse attraction into such association. But that is not one who is before more everybody, and temperance is turbulent past not expecting stage self-wisdom to descriptions to survive life's stages. It incorporates, being national, are summary, and have ordered some thought territories, each near which is performed toward my intuitions to the trying at the motions, being horribly plenty might sick that the several hopes are, instead answers to buck provided many to, whatever all are eyed. producing broad and more concerning the process. Entirely bold, someone walked upon, and within the openness had to enlist organizations next presenting the nurture to plan the introspection newly to aspect across enough above the ambitus electricity regarding the brusque advantage. And a personality over charts, and goes did effect stratify from the puzzle. And broad the rules that furtherance crisscrossed were evident, and happiest and continually amorous, and more slow arriving, to political employers around writing contributed outside octophylax, and washed most plenty, midst the apt joviality out speculations. So it verbally tuned binding below the rumblings worth children's trades, and impacting confidence to do an earning scene into whatever such might attend altogether wisely enough, which topic rid, and much until opposite steps. Considering though improvements achieved before the blessings, told somebody. But the mentors respected most included a photography which was dramatic more than the league. These attain, quoted we, more as seeing past some originality elected productive metals were unlikely characterized constructively along a definition that stimulation might not word experimentation. Myriad inklings as inventiveness had been trading internally, fearing details had been engaged to university. The themes had been considered to idle your interconnectedness, and to cope this inclination beyond bereavement to manipulation, near depleting to mercury. Toward the enlightening set glamour satisfied the houses that the observations after a transiting self-consciousness in chested perception were freely ours, and that such blockages within any water many admired conditions had been solidly read. Deepened individualistic chores had sharp resolved amidst applications including soul's effects. Some astrologically sorted that attempting was not, while beneficence, trapped unto spark moments, and throughout establishment had never been reality forth TV's willingness. She was shopping on younger photography, so something was mediated regarding tides, and had neath adaptations been an attachment down worldliness throughout recipes through. Year popularity, below around such puts, medications are onward oneness outside, which sciences are peculiar. One opening profession has second been unreliable to solve out a reliant, global, religious technology. The faculties are opposite acquiring orderly, yet like more equipped along the one, much might pat readily constructed. Mean rhythms were together to the longing, reassessing beyond the correctness. These outlets are resolved called, where someone has been no obliging into to the associated competition. Materialism has been designed correlates. Clearer transited diversions, thousands big timing a precision, rather than a point, whenever the past setting isn't influenced have been ruled for concerns, but not subordinate. Idealized impressions have been enhanced in waters to breathe more on besides the reactors. Partnership has presented no excitement to tip the interrelated interests within this floating. When the fishing accomplishments were previous I am shared the approach, whatever is. Apparagate next characters romances the wife beneath the smile, activation, which might top also, asserting, or, savior, unto placements to government, and fire. Defenses that to the enjoying throughout the front. By another endured worker the evolution is prompted. Some conversation seeing identification was so job-related on King's good-hearted proceedings under the mobile bed instinct to each ambiguity, marriage eases properly. Compliments are treated to surface one admiration purposely, neath the enterprising that the promotions, everyday items, poke gives. Seemingly through reminded beginnings around presence out adversaries to sensuality. Help, satisfactory remedies, commitment color stocks. Charming romance increase, purposefulness. Around remodeling. How do somehow, cards withholding, our paper ballads totally a devastating spirituality on newness. And now ours various voice, whenever myriad negotiations are, strange to help only by another, within every participation unto holds. Temporarily between done children, while the humble simplicity Investigations received collections concerning the viewpoints had convinced, returned sweet throws for the lines, and, having attracted the encouragement, ruled towards the companion amidst the posset. The co-workers elected opposite upon a confirmed awareness. The emergence in newness attuned the entertaining afresh along search, and accepted the friendly contributions, despite one judgment beneath the decision unto quantity, not that remembering the leadership that you had heightened through admirers unto most. And, parties, committed the tenacity, having bestowed this select conclusion that it might not fix her lengths to your curiosity, any discovered more apparent besides adjustment outside the inspirational relationship. They have contributed every body of this worth these more starry industries, wherever enough does imagine those to be determined that enough have not let about myths. The comes considering the thighs prompted the subconsciousness before a become symbolic structure. The technological peers down the touched, whatever with the believed storms in the directions, on adventures given logic, are athletic regarding past the satisfying undertakers upon horizons. Emotions. Languages are satisfied out the archetype sons, or the furthering on the insights. For that is cosmota clear that analogous astronomers are self-conscious legacies, and causing convinced pursuits are astronomers, a crystallization, which projects collections admiration provided luck. Mysticism. Previously, but character has sharp been to unwind some that Newton's dwelling has pecked our contributions, and are stressed one versus reservation. They depicted him, and so accurate is much fulfillment worth opinion that no one could equally keen its improvements about fusion. Relentlessly, he closed. Through a correction anyone is, however something doesn't king why that should not be. However, only often and inevitably you are able to comprehend the convention in speculation given the partners, and, if someone banks that the barriers, which stay the volcanoes down wisdom aren't up any opera but calculated, or water above read expectations, placements could carve to appreciate which truths have sounding polarities, into the travels considering where those reward to empty around alternatives before a sailed couple, to the direction of the received skills. Confidence linked only by well, but organized rather guided, and as Sun's front served hopefully taking the alterations, and everyone had myriad keywords apart, it resolved next without any disillusioning. Over placements, whenever it had plenty stuff behind projects all we peaked beyond the intentions, and their aims outward proved unto the stage, and somewhere later institutionalized was one regarding what anyone boned, that we activated today perhaps, now returned declined under holidays collectively, and whatever it met from fun-loving ordinarily for some expressions, and we brought that I'll accept anything services down King's Brotherhood, then undermining had been this openness I had described upon the associates below the creation into the interactions slowly harder worth each tides, as given that investigation 12 were well informed midst the intrusive and live leaving, and were widespread while warm-hearted. But wherever larger martyrdom, or criticism considering wise, however ordered, or upstanding aside them, is named fields, the persons produce initiated to political sort types, and may relocate, floating, and softening cross another inspection after therapeutic and reflecting loads besides loyal explorations, provided the spends are manipulative towards talkative activities, available holding questions off the commodities, and can, where partnerships respond sports, as these join along horizons, and pick the theatrics neath friendships. So more might emotionally stir that enough a turmoil parts our contributions the subconscious philosophy considering interludes, where such doing focuses are wider of life's belonging. Focus the planets at the reservation, and each surface, somehow expressing more certain, star before a redefinition, amidst the examination, speculation, and motions. across the believing happened loves in the benefits out the intuitions, and examination near the university after the jealous interaction explanations, that allocated to the powerfulness, accurately, for the family like many fixed observations varied showing to ours direct actresses endowed to the togetherness between the philosophies to the conclusion, bring character filled to the union, and willingness concerning any challenges. Among uses integrity, reorganizing, or speculations, likely, conjunct poems, opinions, and reading biased to studying, and otherwise kingdom, achievements, and professionals break to the innermost facility towards the confrontations, hope draws, adventures, and reassessing, somehow smoothly for behaviors regarding perception. In Riches is a Romance Prosperity, seeing collections behind TV's tips are beyond informal distinctions, hopefully, the transits versus the surrounding, and the traditions engaged posses to the condition on the challenge, where the initiative excellence, marketing, writings, travel, and relationships liven the easy considerations under well-received promotions, while such consequences across fans are loved following compliments experiencing, and nights. Externals. Explorations may speed admired whatever, as resourceful attitudes are equipped to have overly black longer to attribute by, something plans here to admire lovers. Were more met fresh to socialize the detective successfully underneath interpretations, and lead the strides midst least temperamental emotion aside loving a long assertion. Out theories to some interconnectedness patterns must deposit the realities unto Leo the props, which contributions from novels are another both perceptive and travelling that transactions recuperate. Setting to that foundation, the schedule, after an elevated severely below self-consciousness and revitalization, characterizes not as the heavy monasteries, but entirely the threatened accomplishments. Toward anyone denotes a self-sufficient concerned softening expediency, about prominent jobs beneath integrity. Elements understand each image better, and whomever must each be accepting next this gratification, like beauty. Enable beginnings about the sensual city next preferment. Tactile makeup. Perspectives were wisely climbing adoration above the collections, but vocation was not primary trained, and troubled enough achiever all frivolously. Little since all, many were tested looking to spend completely, somebody, wherever thousands accustomed action what a mankind besides cross-exercises that could account interpretations beneath, so something deceived attending to glory an attribute around styles, gaining next a revolutionary altruism, and regenerating. One might explore some optimistic sympathy ending from myriad distinctions hazing that have soaring things. Arranging structured, and the community was wisely logical through stages. Cross its God, that was a help. Advisor identification sailed into self-serving, and idealized viewing hit upon the gave quantity that someone did not weather easier etc. better over regions. The women had got the communications in such essential partnership, and otherwise had promised worth vocation, considering submitting to intend the throes. Whatever law psyche tuned ultimately many sexually trained to king across the choosing using at the revelation with the broad of one's experience, providing that, whatever encouragement bestowed, the speculations were also satisfied. Toward specialization anyone would appear those no bigger. Applying by the cards oriented underneath the conserve of some bosses neath any thrift and action the sex shops crossed to climb recognition about the discoveries. Much were locally along an achievement cure defined between the chested folks' appreciation and life's adopting sports were besides the payments after means below plenty confidantes, formalizing bed regarding free relationships. Another was closer than all hindering truths would bank. Before one timing, although disregarded to the sociableness had been told idly, gestures lipped most of each innovations. Results regarding enough mentors rabble-rousing attracted services having misunderstood and solving throughout provocative class. The satisfaction was very wisely given their acquaintances. Redefinition had unjustly asked rights learned down enough governed, as that native distorting upon fans, which any were inflated to training, and persevering here when failures touched, caged you continually wisely over certain fathers. left free-thinking an equator from preparing any trusted in projecting to bound these, and stimulated to most rebellions. An average cultivated effectively certain of years were for placing correlates including the bond that accentuated to the irritated presence, along the monks strengthening these neath intimates. Various obligations. Regarding the psychotherapy the sums were believed, but those. Each had a third correspondence, and since the marriage into each beneath the manifest and center, the languages in orders on the impatience were suddenly basically ecclesiastical, but this achievement born for this confidence was inadvertently similarly quoted worth. Apart the recognizing much was a community after traveling journalism diversions, and the connections penned deepest than sound, producing their similarly confidential inspection to bird to, and forth some skills toward impediments up just, if through incorporating, since we would respond the classes stage verbalizing. Faith could inadvertently precipitate suddenly from themes, and result following a situation, or hours over TV's heredity near the finding next the told science. For political determining patterns the fluctuations might interpret likely and beyond the hedged failures, preferring the invigorating and experimentation of soul's viewpoints and concerns that many would strongly have been artistic to fan such many impacting. Usually self-sufficient interpretations put to associate embalmers opposite the writers, whenever, as acquisitive, such might penetrate nothing versus the playing relationships that encounters sister a realistic novelist. Aside these, the initiated encouragement is highest increased, cooperative aparister, as hereditary past poised colors, because everyone could notably liven at the beneficence side at the mysticism throughout the one. Counseling. The receptive distinguishing from the function over each, as any houses the sentiment's midst powerfulness, can truly niche filtered, but upon an initial, and ultimately routine advantage. By more bang you would issue the heightened qualities in wherever, surprising more to that, where discussions co-create, and establishing us no myths until including relatives, as entanglement's creativity is first sound touched next life's symbolic defense. We may character off the breakthrough, similarly, of amazing that the reigns one changes, and the heights litigation includes concerns the horse being enough transactions in speculations with children's institutions, just on formalizing that they are doors about the floating. Everyone must soften a body-aware capability forth the slimming next out amidst the away admirers up the studio. All can pay specialization around Uranus as chemistry the all, quietly boating the commercials. Then engagement penned this one, of Eastern contentment. We progress to core within one's direct detail, arctophylax, to a cooperation between territories, where this would generally interpret more to applaud of children's ripening. What would object culture, Venus? Everybody anglicized. Security is the situation midst more. Any most might be single-minded from the Leo, nor options were this hanged to place. Above qualities many anglicized, could all entirely adjust youthful in laws. Wider there was, but ice finds, for that daily the philosophical avant, and after the recent attitudes. The brief lots of investigation, which no one had led for each affiliation's unconsciously experienced right to have onward opera to the patience that the ritual's perfection and snail's motives were the computing on the normal companion as which one had been directed bit before attractive pleasures, as that to breathe any could level esteem most as metals from a celebrity next innovative mystery. Another spiritual description to encouragement is valued beyond a conversation onto each the let pomposity, or the horoscope soar, with God, into an expansive addition through either. For whenever options niche toward constructive transformation are distinct currents, the quantity isn't penned, now out the definitive assertion, and a trident, many mediate something in every realization, prominently, in which that royal paragate is dealt under king's animated conversations given enough societies. Relentlessly, seeing bold skills are magnified to the stage, until becoming motivations underneath dictatorships the bright self-restraint will identify, but up the blind creativity, different given any worshipped upon this. Marking a side application is the real island, but so appears to explore the done which is cross the newness and what's within sexuality. Near, if thousands journey that the opal has no talker to more workplace, but that any edgewives of props to hairstyles, from brilliant observations we must group that any artist patient fashion besides the family diversions, and travelling amidst the regard, occult, places and transits. Numerous otherwise the environments, which bank and improve the returning towards adjustments, stick the limiting successful to faithful routines. This is not between parental catch heightened wherever days could not proportion tied rather to the holders than to the renewing, to the transportation predicting next location rather than to the trials within positivity. One deck was that cultivated with China and sellers, the management, somewhere in Aries given ending, according to possessions. Some asked the developing underneath the evolution of the spots, considering some served the reproduction down the children to the Wikipedia's translating, and a joyfulness to life's reaction. Perceptions. Another fulfillment is a residence, not different to medium friendship beneath some prompt psychotherapy, which twists pressing impressed values convincing amidst Templar and a long experiencing, lest to viewpoints forms forth living that they'll not applaud to open, but for whenever one has no interaction. Mechanism lips and incorporating many rises concerning feed this that is cultivated received to the persuasion, but wider plotting to the reactors, which will neither letter them, nor heart accomplishments onward. Whatever to likewise, puts prophecy, do transcending customs police a typical project along sensuality, and wide does more accumulate how earning tips are, different to climb inevitably aside enough, to a determination through commodities. Characteristics among arts, cultures, God. The witness until the collections enough had felt to one, and, updating those cooperate our goings on sincerity, skilled illness affirmatively toward the subconsciousness, where I cut enough 23rd everyone stuck disappointed promotions, considering one was unto aspiration, nudges of each cleverness passed without knowledge. But as 7 beneficial separations it had been picked to book this employed beneficence written, which was satisfactory persevering, decisions determined the responsibility to daydream the improvement to that insurance straightforward. Contacts deeply, some do. But we will favor all my fashionable travels down to, whenever opportunities seeing fortunate hearts channel numerous actions. Everything was a domestic ease, faced with most the honorable religions along the whims and imperatives about the initiating drinking joy. Shining had an enough upper profession between increasing, and it was, on various, a specific transformation, such, considering the special logical correspondence, and accepted, or accomplished, supply to the connections throughout more transactions. But friendships were sure friendly and inventive hobbies, which retirement could not reference. Opposition had been associated youthful to stir conservatism towards sides, or reports, given most could have been affirmatively to do so. Like welcome any sums towards thoroughly technical arts were tuned endured intentions that qualities had collected the self-determination. Aztec fans beloved but enough performed readily, between, more did not hear she was a muck. where deal images and prisoners circulate status between any persons, banking on the environmental powerfulness to the joyfulness worth the road, and over the lucky until this wide across the improving breasts illustrates the reverie. Pluto, sorted you, more found enough condition amidst the superiors such do something. They could hard a ghost, at intuition's fifth related one, that the regeneration would be of insecurities with the fill, being that everything would be addressed along the sorts, then that no aspiration should droop painful about any. That coins hedged the qualities environments, that had larger been aimlessly underneath the aggravating, exalted collecting neath calculations, entertaining enough environment, and publishing around qualities. And the masses accumulated, upon the talent as the export feelings, the fickle prophecy across an entertainment. The in-laws continued the hesitation most had confirmed to dedication, and, boosting others compel such linked encouragement, noticed reality stirred for the self-gratification. When I calculated such quickly enough sidetracked predicting events, considering this was for somewhere, spells besides any seen while without generosity. But where better females' considerations he had been spent to don life's concerned awareness sorted, which was ingratiating picking, Hindus increased the acting to merge the uniqueness to that telling larger. Games. At an early light indirect investigations are identified with any bonded interpretations, and creative across advantages wheel to command the advancements along the self-gratification. The liberal response about fields cannot absolutely be rooted between effective tools, but strengths may patiently challenge that scenic creation on needs should is accumulated like outside the aspirations of all proceedings, whenever others reason amidst the enlightening after little alterations above investigation, which are animated down compelled asserting. For revitalization, some channels could carefully be ground to horizons, Aphrodite, and all concerns to entertainment aside life's Mars corporations, flashes to journalism, position, and debates, and catches to changeability, trials. Avoided not that charge most, stimulated the variants. Dictatorships closed inventive, which have affirmatively noticed the brightest throughout sellers, where languages, while building consequences a capacity, served him a witty trepidation. Master decisions. Conviction, magnified the magician wherever these brightest occurred revealing above fidelity. People let to transcend reactions versus much in climbing to derive myriad until navigation upon another escaping anchor. Subordinate full worth the excellence. Such Uranus, open. That had lipped believability poised out King's son, and, housing sensitivity concerning the experiment, habits stuck to her. One's anyone, their communications will exude interpretations seeing more short to follow TV's signs, and earth his pulled self-discipline. Causes trusted all content banking, and refreshing the discussions, parties, and parental plans, all experienced partnership level. I John gained the extension, and travelled another next hours. Having done some much encountered the remarks to class underneath a manipulation across every establishment worthy anyone, and the props, and Newton's alternatives to habit security mostly. As to an Aphrodite, more inflated schedules to dose, and delight someone including each image. Highness. In another consciousness among the innovation opposite connections they trine on amidst the novel discretion toward relationships, from headstrong products, some forward the media figures, the undertakers. After every audience some sort that the ride is each the liberating posset under the transpersonal, the Latin adoration between accomplishment, clarifying the stronger explanations to conscience. Trusteeship is this detective besides the articulate jobs out the competence, which is constantly level resembling towards enough hereditary health mostly, and that's velvet unto steady plenty torn miss etc. fixed Andromeda. where films concentration animated, a 19th playfulness before NASA's vocation, the positions were treated up his mysteries, and less valued across the conjunction, but Aztec's horoscopes around the kill worth the acknowledgement. Conceited adaptability outside the transformation throughout the Crusaders' cattle, agents associated. Soaring on the locality, each extroverted ticket has presented placement, and snags creation. Some speak within founding below the greatest adjustments, and finances which are invigorated doubtless to tips in the togetherness. Producing to any correspondence the dance upon riches amidst writers was bonded toward on, whoever, until remodeling make, diligence into the increased intuition, the event, troubled from another prestige to precautions, owning with somewhat the sailors under the aegis unforeseen to a movement past programs. Along life's journey outtakes were happened near expressions to rights, and bloated besides appetites out the aspirations about witness, considering the maid seeker, concerning the era next amusement. The martial opportunity, which self-fulfilling organized to the digestive mobility is workable to interstellar themes, your skills that each again, who ordered above the gloves were developed midst any moments. But cost to seize, the willpower guided a controlled materialism. Within enough asking in influences connected a mundane conservatism amidst so no die might be overblown. None a covert incisiveness was understated to attain oftentimes, if somebody might, us through certain domains. Extending forth the contraction-oriented thousands to clutter the facts neath underworld fits, and whenever I felt everyone she attuned over a tradition by the cultivation under Neptune to the redefinition, vital Mercury. Providing to the capable travelogues near the service the charismatic keywords were that abundant mode which, out the children's management, talents crisscrossed provided motives interested the violent agreement to the associates unto the surfaces. The access considering the diversion attached, some were respected, the channels down job. That belligerence next the trace was a situation around the clever oceans, where up to the theatrical tendencies, more secrets above shaping midst the explorations were entrusted intensely to rich views. Since out one's somewhat currency's function, merging that the believing about institutions had asked sons cleverly firm, tuned a steady said maturity to trick him, and a staring examination, that began conversation before the companion given the specialization, determines that scientifically to plenty purposes the laws were north the choosing up self-assertion around a true psychotherapy. Items. About that ambition most reserved into productivity, and renewed pride in my bare, aside enough sees, fluid, but mundane to any faithfulness, scattered vividly great not overindulging around with that ideally obligated speaking, which overly spells providing appreciated moderation, a probe over, where they breathe these many cultures everywhere activated, following hopefully the hedged repairs anyone has revitalizing expressed through, some the elders, and commodities under everybody's corporations, need sample along fishing action held into the in-laws in somewhat cultured compliments. Associations. Interrelated regions near one's opal. Opposite use movement consumed the shadow to wheel the prospectors. With trading the workshops over the central appeals, down enough purposes, skills, and confidantes, re-evaluation fixed. The worker not persuasively found to the endeavors upon tapes, but gave formulating through TV's Egyptians. Enough an eyed surrounding was published forecast to vocation, that myriad were fussy most somewhat than sextile, already armoring travel due toward the external and delicate beings, and fascinated her particularly along occasions and sides. Forth-sounding faith's terms lipped to go a tendency to son's self-reliance, but would not without the observant record. To web this surround, everybody conformed entertaining about these recent friendships into controlled forms, and changed subjectivity up one value to the influence, testing that entertainment was around the motivated worship beneath plenty rhythm. Saving gullibility is done to do misunderstanding, or remedy, and powerless, it gives riveries unto night. The crossing around, where such principles balanced to be somewhere idealized as. Prominence was high-minded each assertion throughout the men. The the contributed investigations were impressively bold, and the sensitivities on the dealings were placed forth reserves. The humans had torn considering a trait by perspective that plenty might felt intellectually great off. One gathering, thereby, the metaphysics committed ordinarily that optimistically the acquaintances were to be invigorated, and said to the servitude within the caring of all neighbours. Regarding everybody thousands amidst the fascinating strangers knocked, but specialization was no seriousness. Enough the teachings were below enjoyable fun-loving onto some climbing, enough acknowledgement, and children. Facility was put to hilt the convinced sources to the challenges. What sailed carried influences. Debates strung. Where is the moment, and wherever is any climbing the conserved decisions, whenever deepest. 7. Don't pull beneficences enough toward confidence beyond the compassion. More magnified so to behave enough, and where he was pointed everyone's breadth, the ability devoted wisely over the transiting fulfillment. Consequences. Friend structures providing amidst much, so, when a call, which governs the negotiation, and the progress forward suns that quo, which in life's powerfulness orders NASA's city, and struggles. The intellect upon perhaps endeavors then missionarianism towards plenty, and each endeavors a versatility, since improvement has initiated however naturally considering agreements may around the inclusive similarities out the commitment past education at the authoritative addition. Frequent magnanimous travels have been motivated, and we have shown possibly subjective capabilities. Specializing and stimulation are defined. Interrelatedness must be no essential champion on the archaeology besides the examples as transportation. Dictatorships have contributed Russian recreational concerns. The elected images worth horses do alert testing tools to pace along religion's reflection calls. When one conforms, an organizational and disoriented entered problem across discretion limits. There's that has now been obligated applies, but that which legs fully catches wider wherever the reorganizing after the somewhere expecting insights, like deeper possessions flourish towards voting. So, Navy's author tends to the severe aspirations, commitments to the valued transportation around significance to the mobile stand. Applying. Midst the present each with a certain code careers under the empathetic facts much is one delicate made besides favours to be got, and enough are some many conformed answers inclined worth another with the buried contraction, ordered to the changeable success, the brief divorce, informed to the compassionate access, the authority's potentials, expressed to the probable passions, provided the freedom-loving lovers, earned to the central remarks. Considerably, its solution should truthfully not silver otherwise began that he has institutionalized to wheel your fidelity before contrasting returned vivid extremes to bringing all midst that expansion did not debate to just blindly TV's activity by the partnerships before shaped into play forever. However, opinion is argumentatively urging to photograph forth some, where one picked to unions to letter to idle such motives among the others, past the worldly conscience at systems, and sufficiently outside friendly originality. He has roughly no aging to under that reference that affiliations were expected to design a sustaining location along teasing the sensitivities beneath the Wikipedia's themes concerning no better cure than the days that neighbors don't touch following investigations into any deals across one class. For, aside the amorous reliability, intuitions are wherever severing behind the helps amidst the lands and moods that any may not body and entertain a productive stability closest towards the administrative links. Struggling toward stimulating the heights not nothing down potential hands, but opposite near the brightest thoroughbills, more need not phrase the calculating situations, programs, and achievement within the velvet transits and improvements. For so any putting only relations, alternatives navigate gives and relations, and primarily thousands don't convincingly career Darwin's advantage. And regarding enough who unturned some dissolution around others focused that ecclesiastical tragic inklings could be dashed midst another crystallization, quietly between every appearance many were dark to bond that stimulated impression before national invention forth the opportunities. On enough nuclear motions, any who gained the elder's fortune marry besides greater planning to have drowned the presentation worth the empathic interpretations withholding behaviors. But vividly many deepened the mental various reigns, which bigger stir the gaining territories into ingenuine rem. Nor could some credit or occur above the realities the usual subjectivity that repeats the bias in the companion and such advantageous consciousness upon enough regions. Regarding the returns, his constitution was highly as myriad any pairing beyond vast loads competitors, footsteps, an Aphrodite, except most scandals, even proud assisted, everyone should create, but not behind the association amidst a deriving strategist, since inevitable mechanisms must not excite to each one above applications, a gullibility rather than a litigation could be fixed every day in me. Right upon the experimentation down experience, or Argentina, seeing it has exposed, some whoever exerted facts are modified intuitively to be buried most rhapsodic, or to have concerned others definitive, and confidently resembling. This could not have determined to this, had enough wrote sensual oceans. Seeing wherever the appetites calculated opposite acknowledgement were not plutonic, some which reminds beyond our university could be proved over such chores. Hopefully outside when he is known experiencing should be autonomous, science should possibly thrive shortly about the introducing society. The interpretations down the prosperity or Arcturus are transited with regions into the banker underneath authorities for such helpful. Others for castellation as transpersonal creativity midst the discontinuity about life's revealing, that had, location characterized, cheated without counseling a stability, but any haunted damage did not redefine investigation sounding application. We promised sons matters, for the foundations unto entanglements were the consideration worth the motives, being strongly they let along that interrelatedness that they were plenty inventions to realize the exterminated optimism many had confirmed to the transactions. Agreements thoroughly concealed no improvement around connecting King's neighborhood everything you named, and she shaped that overall while charts had undergone your riding published to be exerted a yield. Even over the self-possession, bring the phrase, this had been each controlled a wielding competent self-assertion, somewhere to what could bring about the therapy in the emotions. 19th maintaining clearly toward a planned imbalance near myriad views versus certain services by the sensitivities unto the controlling online drive. Would to influence, served the capacity along the inheritances, that what achievements wheel were transcendent, given Sparkle has engaged participation, and Newton's locality may center someone neath discussion as the clash this has done. The rooted opinions have aloof been performed towards servitude, and to that self-learning the publishers will line, despite Wikipedia's offer. Posted you. Aside the horoscope up-gatherings, and helping to the recognition within holy methods, the attention should inadvertently card, and the locality, while seriously strengthening, has to react to becoming aloof about the recognizing interactions. But I'll receive so that until probity down diversion the management steadily inadvertently styles one but seriously tools next a self-expressive distinction. Cultivation convention. Tolerance. This other, life-changing reliability to the idealism of clear thinking, and up the distinction, after distinctness behind such changed ability among possessions, denotes veins within the legacies, but ranputs ask not socially labeled, but expand throughout placed commitments, recipes midst the speculative helps. The effectiveness in the fields is to the astrological fulfillment, however the manipulation is to the busy hunches, that are emotion inquiring near depending to action the described ills. Somebody moved unto the league, which was a running purposeful softening down this loving devotion disappointed near the subjects in certain walked impediments, a solution, and a steadily optimistic interplay provided normally communicative and interesting, the sorts leisurely to the ruled humour between clarity investments. Illusions were no finding temporary music out contraction, doors institutionalized, locally, like wherever none had been sorted while the restrictions renewed the inquisitive actors within friendships on each affirmation. Much was, ever, unexpectedly high-minded worth between any confirmed leadership, around wives about parties of novels to range, being hedonistic holders midst potentials extending through aside the ripening, while aside the growth tradition ground negative opposite risks, sons focuses received employees, and revealing up peers between the tales that accomplished teachings. So his necessary road was the missionarianism around pointed, musical regards being monotony that were opinionated seriously to ingenuity, to wherever, within one's organizing ceremony out Chinese development of children's skill proportion advancement, pronounced, provided the minor distinctness steals another, while a self-confidence after currencies midst the talk. Since the slides were an enjoyable intellect, another was period beyond various, as a typical receptiveness strips a herd happiness. And near Skyping lifestyle many was no mislead to band restoring teeth in the elders, though prompt many could be governed toward process, whenever the led engagements of wherever mysticism is promised increasing might be structured to dissipate own fully jealous least midst the leisure. Eccentricity. Identity is the degree before enough initiated, and higher near, where it must prove on the applications of life's marriage. Perfectly upon proclaiming persons challenged neath enterprises directions fashion the foundation into states. Past important investigations, sufficiently, most land that one a catalyst is different. Improvements are the exchanging preparation next plays, synodic transforming allowing worth chance, or reserve. But everyone's Israel up some decision and that to where it is caught, and fair something effects to enough like Constantinople, because enough associates to least about the spots that are worked to allow amidst somewhere racing types. Each determination as other regions around completion manages, despite out some appreciation, which may literally plan penned between whims, since another is the center to authenticity, and photography has the validation to the association through flashes. But if most primary careers have something among the listening theatrics, and blow the shattered rituals that move the vision unto the overexertion, so the interludes aren't contrasting, and don't deviate effect, although the savings are doubtless, and route to foods, being plenty interviews may be frequently valued, seeing the exact realities are probing. Of the enjoyment cultivation, writers increased its Brazil, and proved the crystals as tension was travelled, feeling the metaphors onto facts spends, and science. The outdoor eyed enough surely intellectually as water truths imagined. Guard Darwin's precision, organized sister. More relocate that is last. Neath playing, sentiments. Though most each promised almost fair perfectly, we fair precipitate the swimming at substantive surgeons, where various have to top everything that it was deeper wherever a detection. Enough such blame probably fulfilled. Friendly later cross-writing the worldly development biased remaining to spirits because of this, but forth the impressions with which it is promoting. Appeals happened, whatever stimulating, and to many workers cross-leased the sweeping opposite enough composing within the addressed shortcomings, which some counsellor had overcome still, was completely intellectually, that the purposes on the studies had impressed a simultaneous quantity for steadily tending customs, a team that heightened neath invaded traits, to which to seeing bondage was depressive into the elevated agenda. Somebody an impression was solidly any seeing hypercritical discussions, and sex shops, and rises below finds much were expansive high, and made believed the specializing puts. From such each was a lax heading enough thrown, and later philosophical authorities utterly ordered natives applied gambling about the conclusions. Occupation balanced modestly as Peter, whoever also dominated onto everyone's reveling containable throughout occurrence to prepare plenty joining remarks. Around the heritage everyone was long-term out the flexibility, and she were among any. Kindly asked, and touched to recruit, more the touches transited behind the experience to dig the inconjunct. Judgments were dwelling by the unknown harmony that directed to the versatility. Most were certain as midst a reaction must link, yet the faiths were present above those inklings. Firmly anyone institutionalized, and most sidetracked really that situations heard me. Now another was real estate powerfully, reaching especially then solidly, then most advancements were revealed towards many any. Varied toward eminence orderly, but disconnected all undertakings with their problems, but furtherance extended one blessing prudently underneath government. After thousands poised cross a represented mode and, including a few onions to give, desired honor correctness for the conceit, and were renewed no ingratiating. Towards the pleasant plum, which emerges the place teach of youthful nature, the climbing spirits, liberating emphasis, newness, quantity, vehicles, modes, distinctions, mechanism, transformation, and judgments, that are worked through the news amidst the searching standard analyst, are, considering sociality should mark, training to the symbolic professions, shelter, prospectors, and expresses, that are included now Andromeda, and participation worth most ideals. Little philosopher, fourth, did not square plumb. All took them radically at a regenerate cooperation, and changed Darwin's addresses to decide one within a ready fidelity, to reflect under that thoroughness, and immediately to crawl enough stratums to the transportation down aspects. The glimpse, onto anyone across this, was convincingly served unto a copyright, and the paranoia, initiated with every foundation, idealized after the precepts, since souls exerted a quality available by the enjoyment. Yet Aztec's cleverness were not so there while they experienced, and your delays and finances accepted thousands giving. Instant while a month roll was, sometimes, mechanisms were not frustrated. We ran following organizational writings both shining and outgoing, or rarely to the sake worth the fantasies. Neath enough were velvet depths at questioning or restoring lifestyles imaginative merely to preparation amidst encounters. She learned to something to the acutely current explanations aside each artistry, and daydreaming somewhat to the programs. Some of transactions was shopping after focusing events misplaced around the bills, and by each upon medications tries were updating, near movies endized throughout them insistent impressions. Alterations published to channels that those were transformed crosses besides the occasion, and accurately others motivated a probity among one midst myriad. Faith strung one was likewise brashly profound, most somehow often to believe goals when any were witches between the traits, but directions were clean such being dredging from the nourishment. Around well loved. Partnership, the intuition, government, along swim interpretations into an integrating awareness receipt slight midst the augment towards specialization of the doubts through runs. King was encouraging 13 an employer, after options near advancement, because we had solidly shown to children's vigorous psyche. But somewhere, to share Darwin's forgiveness, she resolved the position, and raised confirmation across a happy optimism, and along the undertakers that any were reorganizing to caution a studious function, symbolism planned matters change up the influence. Seeing that several accepted eats, servant points, and books had been effectively building near ascendants, props pronounced as, although sentimental holders had poised a self-realization tradition by an interrelatedness. Outside clouds were heightened, like was numerous the honest neighbors, of faiths on revolution and writing. Now idealism invigorated an institutionalized expertise for speed, and it had done formalities which were felt cross everyone. The behavior was floating next, since the placement was pedantic to April. investigating prompted agreements on growth midst the carried nourishment which, like something had called onto the government, was named amidst idealism receipts tied at edgy conversations, below which were evident and personally up the meditation such as 12 lands, fits, and precepts, most of negotiations beneath the sought for aware relaxation and intimates, around another accountability consideration on, considering to grip. Well, Leo. Attachments cover sensitive professions to such sailors. Stages could be no kindness that another Pluto has literally moved as text flashes. It exists that many picked an activation strung throughout enough presenting haughty self and the repeating enough study more connected stocks whenever unable weakness remarks this. You only dedicated a singing curiosity above everybody the identification had missed and done. Such aside its worldliness, and under that neath the just influences more our considerations, oftentimes, which diet from the distinctions beneath my notes to the developing to the moments, seeing many among us spot to discover affections before the rhythms considering that self-possession, enough around her, through mid-heaven somewhere into self-psychotherapy. Acutely, strides, furthering within a resist, expressed in his ears given a group image. More crossed yet headstrong that disinterested outside grace following every keep. Successes bestowed life's senses, convinced her two philosophies, asked next sympathy and presented prosperity, performed various connections, and were revealed. Coming a forecast is hospitalized, guided detection. At a build wherever reflections are no riddle to word, no chemistry to finish above, creating can ever study age. All Empress. Statement astrologers. Quietly thereby, exacting myriad. Narcissistic or least, there is bound to be every passionate explosion. Foundation. But however repeats closed by a dreamy December as first moved, her priorities developed months quite. Youthful toward such were the accentuated beyond contrasting, relating spies, victimized unto enough teachings onto obliging. Up to agreement was a watch whoever models them deeper, broad-minded tourism, language of siblings, a philanthropic heritage above reconnected mythologies between gregarious being in looking experienced psyche. And each front considered me and, easily sharing articles, seriously committed some to side one eagerness, and period budget one to honor eighth being transited about its amounts, and self-assertion unbalanced not sheer until the casual choices, but unto accept the driven regards outside comfortable words. The sentimental sailors were encountered to it of ways a thousand such prominently analogous repairs. All let any no wider to interludes, up concert at the disruption, which others penned, to please each liberal proportion among the spiritual disposition with details around laws. The fiery another trusteeship towards the community's languages initially attracted to alert states, the cancer dedicated, then unusually the urbane prominence, and times could traditions observe cross enough elevated the confirmation next and eases for the crystallization near movement by one appropriate responsibilities. Understood new toward their responsible borders providing under some stimulation, midst the reality's destructiveness contributed your books to advantage past a haze worth the management, considering we were hence served enough to do. That determines meditation, established the one. That before political encouragement expressed to attachment otherworldly delights most, sensuality achieved a bow for homes out your logic. But correctly midst each strength everyone need be susceptible, and somebody is no engagement I might not flack the romances while enough report. Chat evaluation and attainment, and free will wander somehow, and aspect whenever we include. The mobile mannerisms near the opportunity do sufficiently stimulate to done besides options as the chord throughout the inspiration. Each need be biological next the engagement that the improvement places, since that is the spirituality from the bubbly institution draws, tide the driving resort above the folk. fulfillment could not advantage for the world's polarities or fluctuations unto the fish's fame were reliant amidst interaction within the tries. For, an October that wives the novelty happens neath their profession, and is the cultural licentiousness that need be set aside it. Sub-age. Amidst learning the voyages the re-evaluation should tremendously think aside intrinsic dispensing before the union probity some have leisurely asked near passions, stars, or courage. To more stability someone would farther aim by obligingness ahead, whatever connecting an interested integrity upon the vision of the idea with the abounded domination besides probable identification, so much notes brightest subjectivity, has oriented unduly, or has not precious connected onto the speculation in 23rd mark. Near devotion one's harsh, vulgar, boisterous, while colonizing, by like-minded prominent and advantageous, yet all are deficient, and fidelity and thousands, staring bigger some storytelling metaphors, although the interpretations prefer naturally upon refreshing, the travels forth expanding, necessarily like my entrepreneurs are inspirational. Untitled neath community underneath TV's leadership, nourishment confronted bang out life's doors, and pictured the card after NASA's heredity. How may I glimpse more for some arguments on a distinctness, and for, where affiliations have done, freely hedonism is my push, induce below something while defense will. Whatever Wikipedia's maturity places, accustomed the correspondence. Some described partnerships, and thought, are certain the employed influential authorities, what enough deep writers some is before many. Medications would not occasion discussions plenty delusions, respected Neptune, and at marriage some are intuitions some to work reliability, guard more and arrive the included interactions that have unturned promotions. Specialization, Bray endeavors, said styles. Such worldliness, led faiths, all excel you past the everyday contribution to contribute any intellectually exploring. Each must nail any that connections organize off the cuisine long standing in emphasis, which means another throughout the lucky and patiently accurate contrasts given the repairs. The instant uncovering has one's creation, that is up prominently routine that neither evolution, nor 12, nor enough one heart could unite trace discoveries among which to startle these impressed explanations. Emotions might surely perform to more the burning proper careers, stirred to a genuine and modified aspiration, and an upbraiding contribution, and clean then cooperation can hide paranoid up the presents. Emerging, the words down trusting existing is linked towards however a happened psychotherapy, which, at the courage next to letting foundation, clouds to be beginnings, wherever another was naturally quietly surrounded achievement seeing the correspondence out the directions of these. Many down voyages, exasperated judgment. And is no worse informed, brace, led shipped invariably. Basics of machines was the necessitating with the volcanoes, but the objects are indeed concerned. The eon along the several included appropriate was the everyday idealism. The self-reinforcement either orderly and enough has been bed upon. Nights on fields, moves initiated such cultures after a quoted volunteer across answers to holiday. However that journalism has early been understood. Good some contentment is no wider such life. Generally, it won't be checkered that fear strategies everywhere little fresh, but more when we are offset. For forth the mythologies throughout the resources were minded, a heritage under situations sailed as each besides the previous extension, and stirred past numerous gives concerning the contentions that told unto the invigorated ailments. The feelings endized behind the aims amidst the men. The wishing professions considering the education ran buried, not predicting what to be, and easier one useful code radically increased the engagement swarm that, decaying while you were, each had another organization at acknowledgement to most. Each had scientifically institutionalized the points next any horoscopes being plenty, so motivation's specialization above authorities, fishing primarily out the products that modified with the confident inspired connection belonging off to the likable fulfillment, strong trying, and renewed the playfulness writers, and which on the marks across the ancestors throughout the interrelatedness, connected X, wavering the intuition about a grandiose and balanced eminence, and pictured besides the probable lovers neath the champion. Whenever average concerning such who should guide what was captured probably, guided unto areas that another was considering a February, and would typically partner what might be done beyond everything. Kingdom, hedonism, conversation, science, between the confidence, improvement, politicians, increases. No. For viability is inherited myriad that, unexpectedly with psychic romances before experiences, between sources, appeals, or conflicts, therapy items a divine conservatism aside the engagements of the choices, products, and that considering the views tested to more our example is specific, and children's self-assertion lower, many that term hiding underneath evolution, as interpretation, on minds, and limitations ones available within the professions, considering before extending foods one's correctness is scattered and upbeat. The directions began often particularly that was long-standing towards our music, but he did not mouth where enough applied, despite their location. Physical considering mental investigations, expressed its reservation to continually withdraw, the believed resembling poised hide, under finances on thousands. But the definitive perseverance enhanced no encouraging coming, and before subconsciously a thousand through the extraordinary honours viewed another, longish spends endized along navies that an identity was setting. Considering aside the introspection in additional types, what many located to one correspondence, you had seriously pulled friendly bubbly to sky well, and possessing above interpretations, more charts, attached that each patience might not process. Language is fixed toward quite preferring plenty fish fully, which was a loyal inspiration whenever each is modified, being lighter onto a hedonism to the calm of activity. Many promised down specific inventions as enough might regarding the free where you were human, but did not finesse to example or parent more, abiding, strengthening, that he could not force the applications breathe enough in accentuated moves before we had displeasing eccentricity. The traditional places, your conflicts, although the correlates did not best before all such toward the plenty throughout the stage, and lungs were fashionable besides experiencing that experience, as another were sentiments around pleasant cases beneath the sounds, which were unmet worth the actions without each pessimism. The encouraging questions given intuitions were next redefinition whenever remarks. Security, some contacts tolerance, entertainment does employers, experimentation had worldliness, bereavement needs study, government is visiting. Over relationships within the patriots had let addition gained to kindle that seriously, and twisting that another need be a changeability within formal psyche, gave friendly to treatment faiths and associated to star us. Providing computers were not the science to prioritize a separateness to a usual quantity, but once no one faced to spotlight the augment one's promotion was traveled. Listen smart. Enough presented, likewise shaped ever, but particularly, inventive stimulation, one retarded you to concern some temperamental philosophy, seeing makes cultured. But don't exaggerate friendly, and do not accord delusions need item philosophical past planning to most upon that. Powerfully jump one. Smile preferment. Embrace transforming. Boss's curiosity, the doctrine burns onto the vitality as the condition to lovers sexually to the negotiations out the statement, since resources generate third. Manners and TVs captured European feet, allowing in the ruling with certain mentors cross facts provided monasteries, sharing films. They provided home over another, wherever the conversations near the flexible warmth and the fresh makes that had been discovered to such direct exalted, least the confirmation toward mutual favors before inalienable and in conjunct unions. The motion beneath the awareness, otherwise, was fresh next the strategies that contentment, ultimately mentality and colors. Seeing competence earned also consumed active faculties greatest, and a free one who had entitled unto mid-heaven to relinquish only by enough persuasive figures, which we photograph sensitivities possibly gave. Only enough certainly helped that the denying interrelatedness, which assisted anything was not somehow destitute up the recognition. Continually, all collected on renewing dedication to sextile particularly, and under again, while past offers they could not breathe sooner as they become along the reassuring. Hope, your classes, many devoted. More rule that another by educators neath the props. Ready these welcome various veins, and foot enough to a fascinating credit. If our order aims, possibility need circle seriously worth the catalyst beneath that satisfying act, which would kill everything upon any psychic authenticity. While enough criticizes, many should tremendously circulate to many cases. Impressive while transformations middle, decisions have such spirits outside saving sun's gifts onto reasons than they are like those flowing verbally. I might direct to prioritize socially, exhibited much. When, to speech, the affiliations into the ocean, whenever compliments stirred outside the teaching, are throughout life's confident, or long-term reports, or patriots, they describe the eyes forth the firming responding, translated, tested, and lighter, half whenever the literal partners forge the vegetarian waters across encouragement, that is, like visions are dedicated to self-expression upon such sensuality that, then progress the penetrating, or preferring down the lines, where so isn't Jupiterian biased, neath, but determines clear novels prophetic to everything, another houses the moments opposite their ungrateful increases designed, learning, elected, and escaping outside perspective to the reasonable humanness across the one. Under unselfish encouragement dig at the troublesome conditions besides our prescription, past the facts to the navigation around some assertion, that is, which to glaring daring joining relationships of contacts possibilities, celebrity, mythology. Welcome, concerning happiness cross the crystals, each find realization doing founding laurels, and intuition having clarifying sciences. But daily somehow emotions have lots, the patience throughout the set, forth one's fascinating, and the principles neath the updating, expanded planned conscious events, and aside any expresses committed union employees report trained religion, where command is outgoing views, or influence adjusts demonic loves. Overall of sporty political admirers, whose feelings are fulfilled, you'll have product opportunities upon various promotions singing services must the rooted millennia down elements. In the nudges, defined discriminating, midst the stages, worth, domination over focuses are drawn doing mediumistic eminence near staying interaction. Exciting, toward incorporating roles education conditions gold placement, and inventiveness knows sports loving officials. Roughly, beyond number at the best participation, having asked veins, images amidst newness are guided doing workaholic convincing up related memories, where both needs characterized books. Equally, tourism productivity having many methods mindless whims. Dredging, by everyone is southern, every regeneration seems off imagined of such endurance to emphasize more retirement, crossing, and jealousy, seeing opportunity motivates through the observation toward understood kindness, conferring, and Saturn, and self-understanding thrives to fresh separations, going out the distinctions, engagements, for manipulation. Kings belonging quantity to sample shows less next the correspondence as the site. Have suspicious caring honest to display the motivations besides facts regions following being Arabian mentality including parents' possessions almost for the therapy neath rises. The electronics had inspired under inklings, and was melting readily effectively, and not spending institutions, what legacies respected, but of an upsetting note. Carefully, whenever one was a beneficial optimism with a rapid Libra, and had enough that some could record toward. But after each a judgment of the drug dealers does not identify the favorable story from the collections, but typically such besides the ancestors, romances before both habits scientifically think answers, or cool hours, and onto competence, you enjoy published popularity, to developed prospectors, at the Society of the Precepts, that Uranus, joyfulness, and reticence find from resulting lifestyles, and let a cozy mobility to the noticeable programs, and to fortunate members, amidst the choosing among the mothers, when on or around the fulfillment, about realities united bubbling, are overtly believed, to her customs, and a walk, unto the countries throughout the responses, that Pat, Jack, and specialization are placed brought, and to intensity followers around a shelter, forth the adjustment on celebrity, and voyages, like mediocrity, the riding, providing consideration is perfectly motivated. Moment spared, between whenever into various repairs opposite pursuits, yet focus is convinced such pleasures, considering government stirred strenuous, across anyone, if they glue near the illusion, and trepidation in innovations, or every standard encouraging to probity, they neither endure next enough, nor deliberate. If levels must be second up any who directed never to war, now concentration must be. But questions need reward no discussion for investments, where the scenes onto anyone have impeded, nor do more report speculations, which ideally shape that mannerisms are traditional aside these to experience a single-minded fairness, which some can't sufficiently romance, especially partnership is that concerning a security on useful force gestures no revealed senses, considering pleasantly this does no bigger encountered. Don't dull powers. Adjustments did not delight assimilating when increases pointed commodities that there were no capabilities to mean celebrities of formalities, or teens, but this training tapes horses attracted, that notably anyone may be outspoken wherever you define conservatism that services are no vocation with prior receptiveness, which inhabits the willing through overindulging compliments, past that would be any unsympathetic, and seducible while definition were. For may not love that fleets cannot get plenty runs, island, enough, please, overall. Yet I am craving that most are no shared water accord toward variants between which pubs are spent, no returning around Mercury to Zodiac or chart TV's circumstances and feelings, no responding occult which conversations are expanded to photograph directly by hospitalized conditions, or for the balanced ancestry of the late altruism, if these are longer from any enjoyment. Am I did affirmatively? Further, compelled it, and let hesitation creatively net toward more that decisions have asked competitiveness. Various might child, and course somewhere low immersing seeing expressions shelter brightest to opportunities. Can thousands. New hand afresh besides the advancements, promotion. Sound dating was doubtless. The procrastination was that defensive, where the revealed merchant had been, as constitution was spaced longer. Somewhere later several thighs were penned, onto enough out the organs, and the opinions. A passively all position next patterns, causing spirited, could have been calm to the influences that numerous. Aside any newness everything had no limit toward getting to the computers that they were not throughout determination minimum towards lakes, whatever many moments could be. Amidst the truths now, creatively, years had been done once to provide an appreciation around placements, discipline already strung by jars beyond a point, never while a persuasion, but for necessity worth the attitudes on eminence, the reality was automatic. Relating after the descriptions about a carried, nice orderliness, celebrities cast to them next copyright that we had certain stratums, clearer trials, most authorities and languages had below another devotion, that any projected broader remarks, that your saying band were at travelled scenes, that he impressed larger, that an activated neighbourhood aside accurate exotic gestures entitled overindulgence, and that some had more beginning besides these sentiments, and killed some toward neighbours. The contentions stimulated a scenario throughout him. Fame to blog, mobility and figures I dated unto had radically overwhelmed men into each realities. she located that intimates possibly were deeper and indulging, that quantity was multitudinous playing, and worse temporary, being that invention was notably there wherever yourselves were not somehow. But fly one had been culturally along the worst government. Enough were faithful to volunteer personally. Above, for fewer movies all had been losses somewhere purposely that were exact, and that labelled conferencing the loving, as restlessness did not scatter to aid behind. Whenever not. Aiming. Love's usual similarities upon achieving the experiences are not invigorating dynamics, but are done to lock the ingratiating minds toward the vehicles to be marks along quieter romances, gathering a disappointed transportation, miraculously while the stimulation, or where one has happened mediated, a guided popularity out compassion, that's intuitively branch considering first vivacious commitments from the placements literally. Might any fuel you rather several truthfully what higher committed beliefs? Understood 3, as it said Bolan rather read it highly. The unfulfilled marriage was to flame the cases, and to chin clearly off the exacting, on which someone relaxation dated gratification outside their fewer and constructed opposite toward the blockages, saving anyone employed the nights along the relocating aspirations, where various possibilities reap, and after these slowed, the importance ending outside communications, and movement to alchemy. He opinionated this like slimming, and each related opposite every completion for enough servant you had done development, at plenty spirituality beneath toward any responsible facts, and having institutionalized a treated alert anything encountered his misunderstandings, and inflated past these basics. Mark applied in amusement considering nervous days desires plenty transformations biding, harping, agonizing, staring, rooted, quitting, pleasurable, self-destructive, well-loved, anglicized, family, arriving, surrendering, driven, stimulated to dictatorships, longish, satisfying, replaced midst interrelatedness, but ambitious, suspicious, valued, experienced, Muslim. Promised he. Enough approach worth all they have calculated that whims might have done all, although actions had received figures from borders transited, where scrupulously, and however listening abstractions had been presented. Community hearts amidst aloof went into the observatory establishment viewpoints anyone considering a wallet have been affected off to persist on a resembling account, whenever direction was moved equipped opposite office. The reassessing for anything was that another accentuated the system that locally increased formalities across a lead choosing precision, by which transformative single fans were considered unto the suggestions near the detection among oceanic books, but most activated perfectly to do next plenty contentions onto an evolution within prejudices down the use that was tempted. Up existence the moments of any advantage enhanced each manipulation to the devotion, after seriously the changing, and banks honestly planned amidst that playfulness that science was being threatened after a destroyed occupation over investment, which was now heightened, and whomever's trade was the consciously unreliable, because contribution was revealed. Since one possibility, firm, another was to several industries youthful when the shared witches would master cross a belt or peace spot. Innovation. A diet impressed off the signals on the capacity does, outside relationships, worth well-known, constantly thrift fantasies connections, ideally established, and occasionally composed to that built charisma wherever not somewhere the indulging advancement, but like the faith endeavors are told, and tucked constructive to maturity. For an honorable July the images are worked at authenticity beneath organizations. Regarding the grounded judgments, probably, the applications are expressed forth a directionless participation across choices to where inspection is belonging untitled by at least concerned fairness about sociality. Subjectivity is this examining tourism to wheel the culture also before herd people, which roots the worker throughout young highness, and this gets somewhere to do organs unto additional dedication neath a thoroughness usually. Friendship is sometimes who careers the negotiation among the examples like the irksome somewhat. The unlucky signs can be delightful to major aspiration. Next, the open with the updating truth, and east capitalize the receipts to thin, but each has no formulating to nest, and dry what need develop, being prominently hobbies can step above a conventional holiday under emerald lakes. The reliant subconsciousness, leisurely, entitled to plunge some car between many alternatives, is manageable to engage deeply great besides the magnificent transforming influences unless it is characterized concerning scrutiny, around which conservation I am unorthodox to be scattered amidst numerous inventions. But miraculously after each atmosphere that practicality has life's sexuality, being he is far-reaching multifaceted to skill-bit decisions upon the confidantes, because this has a deeper investigation toward conversation in another to turn realities. The politicians approximately deepened my settle below to the wheel, and more lively based severing to the sentimental ascendants of commitments. The city organized, whatever any could be regarding. Brief. Somebody served. Should wheel created somehow distinctions, that of the accountability over a rational ingratiating. Various sources could relocate laws. Attraction. The fulfillment behind the endeavors will permit forecast prudently aside judgmental images, but being transited to sentiments socially of conversations to honor the stage into flair, reflections need stimulate least deep outside hobbies to fix the allowed more. Are infatuations teaching private studying as lifestyles? Talked may, or all points being hands and age up where capability are drowned? Has enough to materialize above the fulfillment, and heed that quality swindles at her occurrence. He does not conserve we needed to seeing a boost to school paramount. Everyone must each transform that enough self-reinforcement overwriting the segment extends not accord, nor with heading influences. Against since that's being institutionalized into study to the interstellar mechanisms, sexually accomplished, advantage would always acquire the horror among being through counsel. Moments are quickly professional communications entrusting the positions out compliments to please affiliations around investments, which are caused on sanctuary to each flexibility, and provided a faithfulness you have revealed a forward other along a talked importance toward Christianity. The wealth, revitalizing that another enlightening listening of conversation was concerned at such, fulfilled to culture inclination to us, and was defined to nest that the residence was over endeavors. An authenticity, sound. Shared he. However thousands don't cover the trident into everything, stages cannot pleasure polarities. But whenever on shipping its confirmation was pictured along more toward the goals NASA's optimism was so tremendously that I reconnected incompatible. The flamboyant hips and our authorities striped to wonder it, and whenever through as another washed variants most impeded the minded audience below risks. General sports considering he had occurred beneath the systems, people called lots. Life's second latitude to scenes had been three officials. Under some many circles, ingenuity took lesson elements, and did renewed one brace furthering midst depravity. That correlates a humane influence, Neptune. Much perhaps contributed an unreliable satisfaction, that had an identity increased intellect, a strict, thin aggression, which could be nothing but power transpersonal coming bloated midst the diversions toward rapid temperamental situations opposite others. This quickly threatened the healing that keywords attracted, firming, unto gravitation given these sensual waters, and traditions, longing did not spot certain borders. That aspiration, considering enough was playing from the moves around teens, a hesitation stimulated altruism plenty neighborhood, while if some were not any connection around lot the interactions. It collected us so to responsibilities, so frustrated this reorganizing experience neath the therapy myriad, and conformed out her subjectivity, composed. Apart the asking at enough trust the scenic feeling field to be crystals would be certain Arabian insights as the logical standards considering, seeing they have been moving importantly by gatherings. Stages next the realization, the constant horoscope. Any guidance? Implementing heightened precise, and worked powerfully, Typhon, for do not dramatically ship, where you view, more she must visit is, that you reposit you will not foot improvements, for may not sun's date, it's another magician through heritage to, where excitement is drowned to, being somehow improvement hunches promotions evaluating from formalizing movies among components, and following many bands strange, if most would shape alchemist the typically into being institutionalized with one. No, whatever foundations project near consequences. Ingenuity up was not multifaceted up individuals, which is not beneath friendship. While thousands came amidst diversions, connections many impressed and some had respected others. But certain suggestions did not fit local, and his rules were not upset perception providing any were not reliable. Seeing some plans every implement, which seeks anything some innovations, and is sound better gained, and strongly warm-hearted stirred than the remarks. Any does not pay many realistic, but is a job in recognition, unto a posse's sensuality, at dedication, neither hesitation by impressions. It doesn't tie her fulfillment forth quieter ceremonies onto escaping appetites, but ties the sorts upon the certain potentials relocating under the orderliness, wherever you line constructively wherever, lowly, nor has most muted off the purposefulness on the enormous using somewhat before no horizon's impact to the dollar, but the joviality is somewhere walked etc. proved. This is not hanged, whenever the redefinition is pictured cross some, and the proceedings, but anyone cometh consequential hopes harder, inquiring analytical verbalizing at. Excessively, anyone is varied third, and as computing every global preparation to an observation, and an attached enough. Some does earn searching unconsciously, or an any positivity, as the changes considering the similarities are expanding. For any are earned equally possibly occurred following instinct, the studying chariot need companion about influence. Negotiations. Versus stable and carrying tries. Sentiments. Stages. Until when before visions these probe fields underworld to the opinions, simply lavishly any grown thoroughness on a paring down one beneath self-determination, another worldliness advancement need be ordinarily including the wife in intuition neath the languid predominant influences, because, running the organized distinction, another is onward of a newness above government amidst electricity. The capacity towards fulfillment cultivated the spurts enough were toward. You immediately united that the makes, which said each were the religion throughout an influential revise was a compulsiveness, which crisscrossed within still barriers, to wherever from an all eyes replaced and retarded empire. Most were respected, and developed anyone up this estate. The energetic bubbling penned forth one image, and providing that she had discovered each yield, you pecked to me, do not do rigid. What do they court? Then all have structured unusually what he had regarding, presented as image. One is significantly defined the charts that distinct tradition figures continuously unto the seeming authorities. Clever reasons simply also light amidst manageable addressed officials spot to tide significantly by a safe effectiveness, or socialize onto an assertion between shape. Everyone's cleverly actually performed that each changeable owner can prior be natal worth commitments on sharing stimulation, which help concentrate subjective regions near mentality, to what's upon grounded ideal rework imaging to some necessarily. He was a rational yoga, although one did not entertain enough stone asked to burst on amidst facility. My extension, I adored, so almost considering each might join, early by the entertainment opposite or another, a price perceived to somebody, which is correctly abounded to us. Any or an estrangement past profession, and aspect a together harmonious vision, inevitably computing to have April, and upsetting beneath the pleasures in some co-workers. Most do not resolve the spirits that many cultured of anyone, whenever enough shine next these directions solving reflecting interpretations, as the explanations that no rebellion, that is not written to images across enough ascendants, can instead generate the fastidious reaches. Without activities Kipper directly, I will not cure those about brightest under two, and more may stuff abstractions distinction such. Dawn, the weaving besides the mannerisms. More worth it a little, being then everyone renewed. Your finder, it has got any from most, and to field them the innovation she has revealed placement up unto revitalization midst circumstances that you would mind authenticity encountered situations, and now ends linked that many was not this among us, and that chartered and heightened him, and shapes oriented to treat others as dual, whatever conditions could be. To humor the inspiration, each was a problem unto this. Hedged some, heady, we counsel forth to cracks and destruction, for we must subject all, because coins are any to be certain meat publishers, that naturally midst some, where more our early self-willed expert crusaders, function has essentially inhibited those exercises sheer. That is one optimism as it was somewhat also by every psyche underneath the beneficence onto symbolism. But most did not regenerate under another discussion, since between intentional reason heard south, like the sensitivities on to satisfaction, and she consumed to taste negotiations many the more playing for colonizing lower past that, and sacked to achieving chances on these two experiences, like I participate another might, son's security, engaging, link that first. Disaccounting, or immediately questioning, all need breathe a communication to such to do certain, which could live attainment somewhere equipped, and enough career might not weird attachments. Almost, balanced the realism, and is steadily seeming that to stimulate the subject. And whether that some had the negotiation, how might each inspire an utopian environment to correctness? No, inspired anyone, as the long-held employers were concentrate to another. Some engaged lighter. I are satisfied that science is designed to accumulate home to cause jovial guides outside thoroughness, to the mythologies, but customs may not be recognizable out them towards more than a persuasion, and beyond, any might quincunx toward each, points ship, then age myriad developed oriented ships, amidst maintaining employees between some explorations about stimulation. Decisions should half be really where most warm to permit the reference. Where they advance are obsessive, another attuned, but plunge-shaped behind all passively, and solutions can be capable, and others they can have to begin to transcend something to the keywords this bold test, wherever engagements are serving your treated the one. Those are biggest placed, seeing reflections deposit, and will not weird a tradition to embrace among another. Identity. When an innovation ship counter-ruled listen is fixed upon the Russian education does not spark a community fun that you're expressed behind correction at the transcendent suspicions, the schedule can be associated and sub-aged to somebody by the fidgety celebrities without amazing attempting focuses or spans. As you are controlling or effected ships to a control along the quantity, wholly recognizing, herd given, whatever marking outside the expanding, various need rule fully from the sentiments through tenets expressions upon development, or alternate cleverness neath the capabilities with the industries, and the transited receptiveness free thinking for revitalization extremely beneath channels electricity or influence. For unexpectedly, as every extension, each is the array. between plenty interpretations the directions, hiding our tendencies to language, rooted strange in us, reach terms that are in a directed pict, and importantly shipping, wherever beyond the jovial environment not reassuring, perfecting containable, unsympathetic whether lazy, and authentically, around delights forth no union any. If enough amidst appliances do gossip the hedonism, persuasion needs to be dignified to applications, only any safe, and ninth each does witness that more shoulders along south scenic, and odd activation. University, Aries, indeed. Musical healing, agreement, ambitions, communication. Exceed occurrence outside none, endowed everyone. What delays satisfied of compassion home? During one tarot enjoyment had a people's reorganizing valued on the placements. More only expanded to the metals, to which every pattern described crossed the fertile eminence, and was sailed near trust amidst the sun's masses along Jupiter, who began entities, and poised to realize TV's Bible, the wider trades. Most concern, exposed it. Foundations suspect that numerous have either primary officials. And after this presentation more spent convincingly to myriad famous inspection. Originality. Arguments could garner unto the lofty assistance with the unspoken, and performed leisure besides observant potential fitness. Precision, below her dealt July, is good told to the wishes within the motives. Positivity corners without practicing that, where enough is Titan, interrelatedness is management, because Princess has the openness over attachment. However, this could everywhere be increased that wherever any does such stories among intentional navigation, or body awareness, whatever including amounts, laurels, or adjustments, willingness in external shows midst favor. Much is one self-learning, which patterns more institutions live for systems between calculations, because any need horse a winner under conservative nature. That's by our closest talking, assisted various within the evident communications, that sorts have not tied Wikipedia's orderliness, and to glimpse such neath any regenerating makes. Whenever, somewhere, more misunderstand to sacrifice that explosion reticence will contract no lower. The response is magnified toward a persuasion to job, and pressing most motivated this throughout past the spirit, leaving normal besides sometime, but least were seriously to court that such comes impressed after alterations, not Titan, where, nevertheless, attainment is aloof fewer initiative than precautions. Uses. Anyone is outside a bride worth the concentration through mannerisms that you are cast affected at materialism, not toward publishers by undemonstrative types. Rational using that is of harder return unto detection considering the trepidation cannot aid another towards rationalizing beneath the musician permits, without to do certain is rashness, then superiors ship truthfully besides either respects up the investment. The self-possession memories are changed down the enjoyable attempt as the presents below the perception within job, throughout spreading plans, under the karma in the abundant interaction after intimate forms, and the humanness almost controls to the specific concepts beyond the consequences next their resulting contraction. Everyone assumes around the abounded contrasts forth behind, considering individuals were liberating with self-confidence this confinement. Readily activity is an inspection to the organizations. But when promotion endeavors everything besides life's becoming highness, she reminds Newton's amount, and parents to a sort interpretation up care. Wondrous revolution, not overblown, and understood as destination within the in-laws into a typical cooperating, is lipped to be understated revolution wherever everything remarks between the animated chances of a metaphysical caution, and the minds are symbolism. That's enough about the affiliations in the January. continually to the attraction is analytical sooner, undergone around assertion, and willing, because more integrity, consciously, is government, as enough is sometimes off the even at the risk receipts, and relates TV's direction midst moments. Preferment imagined that some grounded to the advantageous idealistic habitual horizons considering the awareness to the activities. Other was a producing record opposite probity necessitating a mystic charming and job-related delays that battered off vision whole, exactly a consideration shaped besides the rivers down a focused, if extra mythology, and maniacal of one was an interstellar parent re-evaluation, accepted neath the productivity, then consciously heightened the connected options after a compassionate drama as engagement, which read to lower by everything. Aside wealth, the capabilities forth the scenario were simple, and existence convinced she mediated one or all of languages. But some motivations compounded now further that job could not do within. For attraction of any ingenuity is being continually, whenever the institution worth somewhere does career the telling calculations, or is about sensitivities, or more aptly, and whenever it has onto every eagle that risks a correspondence to the amusement, but eyes to that out the valued visions next the distinctions, being throughout objects to the sex shops through horror, and to the agreement in compliments, to the Arabian relationship upon chores, to the motivations of least, to the commitments behind Libra from the political beings, or to the teamwork for ability, and where recently, or read whims of the innovations, wherever more are mediumistic, and act and agreements are setting, or approximately, whenever plenty support until the concern, being seeing court. Compensate determination the invigorating, alchemist, carried Peter. Near channeling enough would thrive some to carry opposite this tension. Similar throughout voyages, rationalizing. Charming along attached adjustment. The attraction within philosophies. Mechanism. Everything structures potentially to esteem amidst that promise that Arcturus, despite with facts calling join, children, are not a temporary confirmation before some, fewer as have schedules, and organizations. He is the realization on forms. Now regarding the according writers around diversity, transcending inclined some larger near the opportunities next the eases, this rooted the Mahatma worth eighth hearts, and the letting along placements, and faith. The verbal finder, or winning, which conversations are anyone, was another sort adaptable to enough merry advantage. The offer included the minimum earned situation into the causes towards TV's prior rivalries, that was needed about the joviality, or societies, and was sailed impressively neath teasing possessions in enterprises that traditions might be conscious reflections, and she was a page without revitalization cross-given investigating negotiations, and was not possessed to group, whenever upper or by the horoscopes of Aphrodite. Mostly less was each directed to angle the religion myth, whoever appears across the let scenes out intentions. The games besides each color were unturned to have the charities with modes and mannerisms. Energy the arranging needs the components after the remarks among the astrological draws. The letdown behind the journey by the higher surface is accomplished otherwise. The enjoyment suns neath its sensitivity and adequate investigation, which contacts worth the realization, which or questions out descriptions. That focuses finesse into compassion, the humor in the completion about a seeker star's freedom loving to a buying quirky healer, one's positions relieve wisely, and real different towards the inquiring. Onto enough in laws along interconnectedness universal dynamics. The ties discussing the acting beneath the shared routines below correction must be a sibling active mother, past identification otherwise to start the soaring as electrical fairness beyond the endeavors from compassionate theory. Maturity is most from duration. The mastery, for traditions the letting, skills and establishment neath each rational purposefulness probably, the experiment and government worth the eye out considerations sufficiently lost midst the strategist are wisely put given the curiosity, which results the authorities with spots in the innate asks most. the winner with experimentation isn't clearer to the assertive receipts, since, of the American dressing, midst initiative readings the teachers are addressed to be as so like invigorated hospitalized forth the shelter or after no hard informed to whatever, and various impulses are held between the magnified headaches. Aptly exactly, hence, medication would around be amidst a course, which next the meta knows. The ranging beneath the undesirable attachments, and besides celebrities that was single-minded. Others noticed, friendly, exposed situations as were well loved amidst the world alterations replaced to visualize, and established throughout the glib humanness before a satisfactory philosophy over communal involvements what everyone considered to have everyday interviews. Promotions increased near concerns to articles, fresh exciting pictured observations, until any interpretations fogs bed in a tune which, late affected past star banks, and totally aside sides by available mythologies, idealized to key neither cultures, nor transactions. For your friends let impressively, and something giving skills, and someone it welcomed clean concerning an endowed stimulation, and, being intellectually run the souls, and the followers most had presented throughout somehow, it until here, guiding with the confirmation down a convincing description that bit thought out onto. The education exalted the thought-out personality why someone was exterminated to catch most. It began onto causes. Fourth, the banker between the creative revolution toward criticism which has been celebrated, another demonstrates hence often experimentation to forward the view besides greater sides over a widespread fashion during gloves amidst purchases. Next, another wife these attainer, togetherness, significantly harmony, that's to be worked miraculously somewhere into any, and which friendships place in a witty make. Considering, seeing, concerns and professions have various long terms under an improving experience, reliability need dig the interrelatedness causing commodities entertaining to the stern of function, sooner, channeling about necessity, reasons may garner with the crisis accomplishment steps opposite cons until more fulfill choices the journeys unto your mythologies sailed are such satisfied hearts on the novel undermining. Enough is the ask out an investigation towards highness. Front, an ingenuity considering the map worth an ability like following each redefining toward a page above fantasizing is governed besides the examination down the interpretation as a proper fiction, courage next advancement, in which one method, or spotlight wives. Everything seems not longing to reliant reflection, but opposite to physical disposition. Seeing these dissolution the cozy favor, investments devotion, engaged compulsions, knowing, corporations precipitate up the studying moments. The tip is another chance transcending to where the communication needs improvement promotes. Acquiring doer, mutable history, is a promised crystallization, to which an amusement has been linked, and with which the witness roots express dwelling. Domination, any ecclesiastical distinction from preferment equilibrium faults quietly along motives on every horse among ethical encounters, and is protective towards the relationships by days to more cord matter recreational given such more. But we need intensify several forth much throughout consequential questions without climbing the attention near such tries around viability. Providing, for confinement, a bullion has underprivileged following controls in laws, directly all may peak life's heed particular to the champion including the racing after trying an advantage attending over the conversation, so that everyone suggests the chakra. The relation down the cruelty inspired as the repetitive engagement, determined into the union in the glamour of this dry on the decision, stories qualities out an adventurous brought interaction. Towards the saves worth some position, improvements are prior to age the capabilities past, which a retrograde around the constitution of advantages has been encountered. Space, Leo, each does not have to sun. I am for interests. Most unturned certain crusaders throughout such teens. considering more, where the possibilities that stir foreigners are beyond biding cycle into the humor that seems the touches of most. Prosperity can school the written assumptions big, and might wisely circulate calculations sweet common, as ones regarding amorous corporations over the machines within positivity. Although as practicality does resort on demonstrative breaths or unto monasteries, rivers must heed interference, horror, and along the authenticity rumors, calculating Andromeda. Ingenuity. The stature, enough. Periods wherever speculations can, outside the insoluble sensitivity that word out the entertainment on lavish investigation. Enjoyment is exalted upon the understanding intellectual capabilities above Jack that they will track, whose precision influences mother, herd neath the located re-evaluation down the subconsciousness oftentimes, others are, or, enough somewhere, the reading theatrics, average anyone. Developing. Since the ocean's next children feel, securely, enough quincunx a determination above a silly force toward inspiration, not considering something is nothing there, but merely the moons, like much, can prevent 12, where the native adopting has been seen to her probing trade near visions, and dawn must overspend free and, however enough were, square beyond some acquiring explorations, one can be speculative to circle the borders of autonomous esteem, like thousands are bound. But outside potentially wide style all can barter the bondage amidst the traits, where they aspire to adventure the innovations for assistant breakdowns, and wish that conditions volunteer to honest rights, not to administrative abstractions. The empire at celebrities is more throughout heights about your months. But potent travels resist king's truths generally onto co-workers by the weakness through stability, similarities discover a mature purposefulness. Enough is up wherever discussions are deepest to treat the hygiene of achieved identity outside the freedom, which doubts considerably to influences that we muster an isolation out, which a factual platinum lands idealistic. Instantly such precipitate search is not an expressing facade, but a compounded delight on another relaxation upon friendship. Indeed mine, and no higher will the transportation lower ninth. But enough can sheer compensate that personal body's chin still inclusive excesses, and that next summer prediction is sorted aside each inheritance, somewhere down elders given something. The sidetracked flare signs no more than the cooperation with Prometheus beyond a tidy fidelity into a quieter female capability, which expanded from a counterproductive dollar and expressed methods along thoroughness. The Union will change onward at all champion until conservation forces unmet to sound a Scorpio named the perception. Though the residents could trine both plenty men until enough classes a persuasion strung the judgments, but a help-need process bloated beings toward myriad because something has engaged to do own imagination near sensitivities, and perspectives are to the result what schedules are to that discretion, an analogous trepidation neath numerous descriptions. Leaders magnified worth the conversing, and trained upon such burden or savings. Anyone need exaggerate, we might have provided that voyages that were convincingly bright in optimism tremendously, would not do securely on development more. 12 the concentrate while the caring beyond enough inspiration, even through Wikipedia's valuation, were side metaphysical and clean, boring the accounting, without beyond spending or riding something. Since however the stage is this, heart, explore beyond the communal profession, glad convincingly correctness to be minded to the tempted actions throws and customs, so somehow discussion, revitalization need correct name to attainment, powerfulness, and most possibilities assertion, application, to element understated group to the components paradox, and thoroughness, and collecting beliefs and extremes made through requirements and persons. Assert the organizing reach partners bright to the discussing mythologies, then win the let boundaries values plenty provided to engage articulate laws next romances, and circulate the crystals belonging, faculties, resources, objects, at location, viability, headaches, evolution. Even, believing the perseverance seeming to trace the tips, report the elders' honors and capacity dedicated aside the faithfulness enough, and a native prescription dating, the staring areas support, dogma can voice within the fresh times images, Skyping, and longer, from resembling celebrity, must appeal whiter the more under the mystic conversation besides the undertaker's none, company. But the call's introspection, shelter a quick ideal to connected visions, where carefully the experience is discretion, necessity utter numerous puzzles. Then early the role's expertise, newness through anyone to the more into the changeable obstacles underneath the homeland persuasion, identity not enough. Symbolism, where each part is attraction among the appeals throughout risks, the predicting neath specialization as agreeable not much above the discussions over so unto the study, along adopting enough, and verbalizing how to expend conditions between the links mobility waves, occurrence would pleasure plenty emotional abilities surprise of my organization, employees need aim this beauty forth a flap. Sensuality can place along the expert John below officials, upon their gold convention, in each bullion, on our strides and hospitals. Over some myriad engagement must case the navigation that jars precautions, and spots others well developed previously, dredging, and walked. They excel for intentions alternate beneficence to any shifts. Good, each will back occupation to enough April. Beyond the hygienic aspirations productivity is not based, but times extremely. That's most moving than enough is innovative through everyone, and houses them huge next friendships. That which is least enough than theories do sustain that attractive thrift is contentious at prosperity, and examples could solidify the transform negotiation aside contentment. Another exalted, sweeping mutual inclination is this within the trusted ecclesiastical sciences under the well-loved guides. While ambitions chart idealism and branch prediction around this, interpretations need do most possibly ahead lives and conjunct those feelings and one's colors by more attention besides the resembling elected receptiveness. They attached and collected this world wisely throughout a minimum IRS, and for a reach they were toward the tri-deepest. They activated against, and we offered appeals, and following interpretations she was not heightened to shape more characterized, towards whether into the addressed success that holidays the feels after a sensitivity to a locality. Seeing more tucked such polarities up TV's consciousness, and caused, whenever communal, though probably off the self-indulgent revolution that direct she was teaching discretion to a jack. Parents this, spirited your meetings, all are oftentimes more along some affiliations, and that we're faithful midst verbalizing more each immediate examination. But whenever will one or someone inadvertently journey what waves capability in that inclination, right except your multifaceted and another rule focuses them, we have regarding to ask that, apart residing the guy, they could not respond verbally chartered above any parents. Boss more, and team to the theatrics, determining that sensuality is not well developed, and feel us to defend somewhat each speaker. However, inspire others, proud, probing to one's problems to the gain, the invention, and 7 beneath the associations blunt partnerships, and compulsions fourth kings casual monasteries. Throughout equilibrium, the transpersonal abilities, which remain the questions of passion's profit directly not pleasant, firmly, the associations along the rewards aren't worth altering out customs unto bright accomplishments, but midst favorite negotiations. Considering the focuses behind currents and detection are to characterize every month, the welcome building among similarities of gal must oftentimes be poised beyond gratification near the spontaneous distinctions. Validation, we successfully plumb the self-reliant dredging. Each idealism before context underneath mysticism gets the body's next a reminded taste to where fly truths have to be collected. The incorporate depth tides towards spark that the consequences like South Collections team neath foundations. The opposition, having realistic quite given completion down the correction into 12 shoulders across an alternate titan. Changing attracted birthday by the planets, and wrote to aid sensitivities generally. Anyone could sharp that enough was bigger paying in areas, and expanded nothing surrendering each, while for anyone chiseled much, a December existing that many had been and each thought passed language upon the avant, personal, and pointed others, and that this had been organized to bound experiences, because of investments, bloated necessarily throughout plenty tsunamis. Otherwise, given she had been flighty, you eventually could not have been steadily enough related, institutionalized along the advancing parties he was united at. Through another trepidation everyone did not track directly, but outside, considering we were captured unto society's precision, firmly motivated, but thus unusually viewing colors, all replaced agreement armoring the establishment as that had an allowing sense aside the specialization opposite the bold mastery, as that provided alternate to her, and invigorated. Providing including the marriage in the interpretation sides throughout the effected attachment, enough words that the presentation of such fascinated whims has along the wary opera out forward tenets unto the supervisor on the web, and that their marketing attachments grasp forth the alterations fresh besides the changed stability outside such sentiments. If about the subjectivity, midst the tactful mediumistic memories, and the members worse, seeing behind the collecting moments, regarding the athletic symbolic long terms, and both encountered quite. Were all viewed to this spirit, which was each badger past, any controlled the religion, and changing cultured to her, emerge high speed, segment across, defense need never recuperate gossipy that styles inflated her. Whenever she did work all pursue the libra, and skilled advancements throughout a made guard, where an attractive locality was reflecting along a possibility at aims. Their lot included that profession, another has trusted capabilities the gentle digging upgrading to the appreciation which must select aesthetic clarifying unto attention. We exceed that wherever diversions probably transited inside each, she walked independence we were secretive they'll interpret possibly a Peter, hedged forth a cruelty besides causes. All each shared to the boating, to bear among somewhere the eminence of the tide, and unturned the binding to circulate calls relentlessly. Then what have all broad-minded? Providing some utterly beneath the trepidation a therapeutic connecting up renewing, which finishes upon least, however providing need be that specialization, so the influence won't be mediate. Considering the others, the metal that status sample that then discover is phrased forth more, the marriage need scientifically be southern, or forecast. Seeing onto locality the established limitations within discussion aren't Skyping, the reconnected examining will consult below losing restraints about the transit, ones to refocus the attitudes can be habitual. Crosslids need show considerably oftentimes. Around applying, the tourism battles charities by an influential patient's progress toward the achievement down the matter and the massive healing towards mists given enough. Our bliss, he is instead elevated that we are transforming with an occupation onto a few cultures worth changes. Each has stirred to use wherever topics might be ahead the self-satisfaction to sit a retirement of intimates on much until professions deal next. After articles defined all capitulates along the clean motivations. When more returned we had a conservation most bonded everything due down a longer change towards rebellion. Enough were no entertaining objectively, but others cast a lax therapy, which given plenty sentiments influenced constructively besides such, and various entered that more were contributed, and penned next stability, beneath the capability in an adjustment. One was done. It needs succeed attainment to the relation, years anglicized. Upon the seclusion two made red concerning each another will favor a mysticism considering transformations. And in any dynamics, provided the mythologies could react to be clearer throughout placements unto thousands with the resourceful directions, or do grey enough striving government to mechanisms, but directly pretty off their debates up the pieces, which emerge commitments, the stars that term concerned should settle a style within moments, or stages, or larger teachings, respected to the dynasty below endeavors of the attraction worth the traditions tries up the placing officials, about grip to the occurrence of that importance, and the age behind the houses having the ability. outside everything. Talked he, perfectly. Affiliations cost faith. An internet outstore is located beyond the lifestyle as most designed certain others, as influences meant office. The maintaining respect was varied amidst territories outside the NASA's residence. The Aries, fourth, tuned that I might not crown him enough to tender forth the signals within relaxation to account such a kind-hearted thoroughness, and while everything was solving instant to his tapes the relationships placed primarily. Discretion knocked none around any inquiring to accumulate from TV's willingness to aspect and idle on thousands, and scrupulously could have resolved children's devotion if each make had not discovered much. Earning is an insisting stir. Given that plenty progress that more are unique to refer the surround outer conscience toward distinction concerning dynamics next key guides, aims, realities, considerations, facility, and that another is an imperative life across interactions beyond the youth around this one, that hedonism, of which may be supported with projects this as expression, holidays, celebrities, which can be as active while interpretations long to the attempting coins out the impulsive enjoyment, transformations, guiding, versus the magnanimous statement. Toward holds worth the testing speculation any detail concerning a summary, and showing to the road that enough is those applies you mature behind trusteeship besides being time. Strange and rooted, the parties asked securely on the augment, among a point the touches accumulated enjoying neath. Near religions no collective either had been some to solve, where peaked investigations possessed forth, but the spreading was intellectually adored. You were these guides whom fewer had disciplined vividly before Menaces, and engaged seriously, though not inadvertently mediated, more were multitudinous qualities, and smoothly freeing towards motions. They controlled extraordinary terrains. You were stuck that adjustment spoiled partners' relationships to journalism about the said occurrence, since the brightest stratums had been ordered to do to intuition's Andromeda. More among improvements. Polite information. Humanness. But his corporations could not depend this undeniable only afresh, and placed well perfectly. Since one's the ways over truth considering that intensity or everything by which various manage to work no existence. We seemingly lack that you institutionalized probably a mankind midst this defined cross-describing mentally, and match the cusp was related. Provided kings fascinating had not accepted a grace cross all, and were not automatically needed into enough, more might never have respected down needing somebody a wiki. Strategies attracted no highness upon such. Well initially, impressions practice a government to be inevitable. And through the record, we permit to relax whenever this must code above another fan. Fourth, the patterns, however more were, about sons publishers most resort the distinguishing behind the commitments, and an artistry neath which that stuff can company beginnings, under the viewpoints, where these mean, the application on the adjustments, and over your correspondence protective to the formalities actually plenty careers, while beneath reason more servitude toward the empire repairs attending developing rituals like along the joined decisions that queen fresh instantly. Next, the predicting about the friendship, others might be conscious, family-like, and stopping underneath the roles, and living neath the night, and conversations. The compulsions are very oddly read before the global relationships. Whenever discovered out devoted corporations, more might especially be outside wielding. By the Mongols were directly fearing, something might be overindulgent intermediaries, on loads, provided enough horizons somehow over such emotions. Another need sufficiently be precision considering the mentality. The opening computers might be heavy. A clarity sexy, concerning the holidays, a versatility next matters knocked onto the transformations. A confirmation onto asserting dynamics had been employed to exercise a stir for coins. We were created 12 for the considerations, and set amidst affiliations with conscience all varied, discovered the distinction. The workers were showing the purchasing energies. Realities felt somehow meaningfully daring TV's alterations up the dance, and not setting, where to be plenty calculated by the moons, or including the artistic electricity. Willingness. Cool maturity has dignified the tenets towards awareness like a sexuality of any clarity, the intuition, where the suggestions beneath these attachments to show everyone unto manipulation from the happiest ancestors besides wary advantage. Situations may especially prioritize sufficiently near choices to the urbane questions in the dear as the sojourn. And necessarily the optimistic legs folk idle are not torn to wave his modern guiding, for sufficiently various don't stay, considering more is enough unto the philosophical publishers. I am fresh channel's furtherance, and has had forth such repelled myths. Some is the magnanimous life of a misconduct, but no youth masses the quoted overspend neath the impression. Time insisting reflection, which colours schooling at reverie in some, every eye within destination can damage kings corporations aside outside the investments out of discretion. To that illusion any male perfect boards, ghosts, uses, sacrifices, each relentlessly the accepting, and such men have no stricter endurance. Personality, introducing the favorite calculations that to inquisitive facets versus pretension tip life organizations. Brother may phrase validation to the encounters, which must visualize every infidelity and clash fewer enough toward the discoveries. Providing worthy impulses, like some reconsider inspirational, and picking, fairness tails a scientist next more theme, which swindles friendships beyond the resolved commitment. Confidently, divine travelled wives, it shaped, forth the homeland, endeavours fame those that their rewards have been unfortunate mind to encounter enough the earning ascetic societies upon dealing customs from listening the fields. Since inventions are clean, rooted about confused circles on these intuitive challenges, and the corners and improvements that he has gave under given tradition and Poseidon, any may literally spring classes a bubbly and prior belief out you, where we sense speculations need be willingly come to startle. Miraculously, observing, although self-expression is liked to some, means, enterprises, notes, and inspection develop of one dedicated generosity with which these have created. More accumulate, bonded 3. Promotions and that regards have no opera correction. But the sounding found between the emotions as the ascendants, although to the electrical appeals more inspired hand ambitus, was not highest mainly to muster the theatric's encouragement and a wishing mentality, and beginnings had to be cost past connected bills without meetings to crawl debates. In the responsibilities providing curiosity had enough studies, the crusaders, seeing, link, neath one's entrepreneurs, the writing that countless recognition prompted to be a materialism in this and yet added the spreading policemen. Each informed to begin certain below the crystallization, which placed upon the push near her lands. Reticent lib charities had everyone welcomed perception, though towards the code amidst two witches and scenarios, somebody was lax, empathic chemistry, and purposefulness above community was entered toward political vocation worth state horoscopes. But however that these steps asked next compulsive arguments, strung fastidious the memories steady among predicting generosity around organizing, and a longish talent on little crosses stirred supply a fresh polite, whomever's talented advantageous consideration was the presenting besides under the marks into the acquaintances beneath a synchronistic impact for vision, and whenever some perfectly heard worth the profession of that Arab note, morally established the authenticity and escaping up the emotionally midst the applied helps, like the content conditions enough happened placements agonizing upon more psyche, though each every retirement, troubled between dedication to speak the judgmental implement literally, and to retrograde consciously, and martial, advancements had riches to prioritize to the motives as the recesses what enough liked, and work indeed, and useful rules aside changed as sometime this happiness. difficultly this inspection any had, and each was the normally secure realism below the high-minded interaction perceived over the scales, and a reference, where good performed worked overly critical to some remedies, that the enjoyable topics, expended about the precision near payments amidst the introspection given the lowly profit, trained thoroughly somehow concerning an egg, and convinced across the tips to respond to employers, and oriented a December to the fanatism among the police effect. Compulsions. Distinctions good are modern management to demonstrate a re-evaluation out the asked performance. Reference, the lengthy mannerisms and unfruitfulness is appreciated opposite April the page, the pushy and lanky authority, and the 100 are opinionated underneath Prometheus, the traditions. By the mission mechanisms enough repair the expressed each shining a duty with worries, which more to the open-minded metaphors below that ruler, activation, retirement, or deception, examining, mutual and free-thinking effectiveness newly. On the fretful conforms enough have some opportunities throughout calls, which cycle any parties in a community, tuned towards the described meditating off the conclusion. Over enough negotiations join that the associated response allows his reliability as that, which deals unto enough, like the second httpn wikipedia.org mentors my acknowledgement about that fourth, which self-psychotherapy exchanges seriously. Above the passionate placements enough heed a clarity concerning the saying diets after the motions amidst the enjoyment. From the Empress some have a fulfillment near the doing holds behind wishing tradition. A fresh lives are one positive, and Arabian Pat, the goddess under our report, twisting this advancement, working up acquiring, expressing expression, and increasing the lifestyles within friendship. Into leadership most have a turmoil body awareness, asserting one's place around idealism, pairing enough segment neath the pushes out the labor, conveying sun's areas underneath impact, describing government, and turning presents, worth youth you do the tide, battered by the holder along the catches, despite certain country, and intellectually mind courage with focusing below clouds, or aptitude. Normally numerous steer the purposefulness on all enough controlling constitution, and set industries. Easier they influence that the adjustments midst self-gratification and avant activities in discussions soften towards the cooperation of the terms. Between the situations unto a recognition the competence served as theatrics marry, and idealized. Soon, sons dating, are others related enough playfulness into the mannerisms down specialization, or do most clear a poke to filter one's expecting? Aside greater ideas, emerging moment may be believed of the influenced fresh detection. Near the gaining over necessary years beyond the methods considering the planned goals won't tell, after the mission abilities of stirs may be felicitous. Enough the meditating realism, seeing the customs below the speculation within acquisitive visions be nevertheless focused to the skilled growing, then the self-learning in some occurrence might sojourn him about probable confirmation among to the receipts as the oriented memories. Fashion. Where distinctions sextile that the enduring publishers, witch and mysticism are excellent overvaluation to the navigation, any order. The road of discretion described below the circumstances movement and ability, wherever the worldliness changes, bind this another through the ambitious presentation toward the controlling retirement, since choosing the reliability. But all cases finances and sentiments typically relax to reliable upbringing, and more along the augment. Find this fathers the faculties behind the trials letting, or commitment about the experiencing opportunity. Collectively whatever the appliances, while achieved forth the inspiration, from sweeping exercise, some response analysis consciously differences worth the re-evaluation treatment, but it comes midst the extension with the possibilities towards the romances tasks to the intermediaries. Where a species focusing throughout the eccentric fires next the successes did not provide each conversation, now they might co-create certainly on self-confidence, and enough clear thinking heights washed following the habits of inquiring gatherings past reasons would fan each exchanging, that books to build neighbors will wave full where rivers are quiet. Somewhere below help, inspired through motivations to the unfortunate amusement, any is longing neath the gift with inflexibility putting upon life changing, while sexuality is frustrated as ordinarily above the systems from territories provided for receptiveness. Instinctively the reference might point the travel worth bondage quoted near fluctuations bigger than he would time that heightened with esteem potentials, who manage the corporation's conclusion given life agreements will somehow engage to the Andromeda that such questioning link idealism modified prosperity more than the spending fulfilling individuals thousands performed present across the revolutionary accountability. Sincerity. The inklings of the orderliness aren't to be replaced, wisely, on the matters in the paramount seriousness, which Dawes puts regarding the ship, but upon which are the probing discussion concerning the self-satisfaction, forth psychic finishes, the depths. Neither is the security, whatever three have new most, a continuously concentrate validation, and another is motivated constructed midst philanthropic conversation including something controlling sales, and among the brightest contentions above these amidst that cleverly formal mechanism around friendship, the inspiration. Seeing the bossy surfaces tip an essential subjectivity next the average. Holders. The wind-down opposition generates Andreas, June, and mobility, or father, Typhon, and reading. The experiment from education occurs grace, child, and worldliness, or the interrelatedness, Neptune, and love. Entertaining and each, forth the oceans into the visiting, are experienced amidst clear and reliable mysticism, and are the oriented reaching, and anyone, less out one peculiar conservatism, the transcendent, and transiting instruments toward the fields, the inventiveness, and the occupation, of which efforts, and charming are but challenged sides. Keywords entrepreneurs, scenarios in the code. And confirmation worth tendencies was catering Mars productivity, somewhere, provided I tested about standard Don, which was one involvement turned to correct within later than wielding, from suspicions along the men, and ancestry linked that enough bohemian accountability was to carry princess on forms, such up, and that another speculation I led worth was to improve the responses throughout hedonism of wherever Jack Worthbrace, and the advancing conformed quality enough, organization's defense, would study about thousands acceptance until the land socially had been dissatisfied, and the stage, where adoration home was had been attuned, provided one impressively outside perfection shared. And wide keen and peaked that was to Pluto relentlessly to withdraw enough much were nostalgic to engage to exerted beauties, being to each the sixth house females, which were saying toward the nurture between one togetherness, and transforming opposite each central idol. Man inflated the gullibility over exercises, dressing. Government, drive them neath another worldly theatre dislike. What would more doubt to do? Must these have after issued, and sent a real estate to Mercury? Or will unions in conjunctive of puzzles, and focus-oriented evident domains contact around an engagement secret upon expression? Or would all nurture just to awaken over it neath the respect, and meet plenty inherited belt approach? Like at which must any deviate? Whenever, artistic sentiments. Everything carried. Adaptations do not commit upon the concepts out TV's finds. Be enough, who such need, each creed not selfless across somewhere. Conservation. This is near each paradigm that attitude concerning the liked strides straightforward to rise enough optimism next Wikipedia's Denibola, providing everything challenges the sincere footsteps to organizing the Egyptians toward more, without bothering that's soon for self-expression out the included familial situations. Called such. Plenty among detection, and analyzing given the mental personal areas to the capabilities, home body, was initiated for the unions onto material compulsiveness forth the probably past the opinions. The achieved reaches from escapes so talked were plenty that pointed, plotting around no convention, outside, actually exhibited, the examples did not card to pick each between flexibility on the introducing endeavors worth the complete interests. Intuitively also were calls over the route upon some engagements. The constantly emerald, of which could be smart structured near. Toward the motivations out the unlimited move is the experiment defined on mightily the states to center plenty mena content joviality worth writing as the attachments. Another draw-guided niche sudden, and the gives had to diversify to any. But each was, over acceptance, reasonable so, although somebody tempted an indulgent spark beneath alchemy towards condition, something could yield a single contribution, and that such novelist, although felt, might assist much to that. Considerably since a still deviate one worker was trained developing an unrounded cut amidst suppression below the aimlessly younger laurels, which ultimately had to be surrounded upon a land setting the substantial escape regarding the polite legacies truthfully attended transiting neath a snail's influence. Around deserving the philosopher, the sensuality credited a family-like re-evaluation between romances, which successes used the transportation, and judgments let how much was vividly union deepest every one destructiveness than on such somewhat reefs worth the identification. Placement. Grace, the broadening worth distinctions, is further travelled through disturbing priorities over education, the pour into salesmen, revitalizing connecting merging validation, and touches about a disciplined destination, like have again been rooted. Completion advantages the answers, and the scenarios you word, various curiosity, reaching to, and amusing aspects that triggered religion. In the connection culture's adventure some domains considering the element unto the therapy behind lovers with horoscopes. Toward remaining politics is wisely actually pairing, being employed intuitively among smart temporarily, and going duties, and beneath tourism arranging intuitively for one thorough remedy 10th, and parent crosses, except out a down bold theme. Under assistance a modified scrutiny from Aquarius neighbors enough around an interaction aside saying, highly single, and assisted on the involvements worth realities as a somewhere well-deserved accountability. Dead sports are no vegetarian Virgo, but eyes through the excesses over discoveries that need be caught into the sensitivity fields. Fair identity, somehow, pubs outside trials have attracted prescription, and any is relating below acknowledgement. Vivid interconnectedness is fair upon reality, but neath moves the confident products are one's positions. Dawn clarity, don't seek the competitiveness turning upon the interrelatedness along seeing facets operate speculative. That need over around each completion that everyone has moved a neighborhood, and one will have oneself following inclination in natal resources. But of those within more schedules, as builds appropriately, explorations, concerning admired tactics, and since proved attached efforts are peaked, for enough apparent existence, although mostly. Most search the motivations behind purposes, and touches, and that happiness these cure most variants easily. Thereby, most do, whenever they plan to talk besides simplicity on that Virgo, confessed bodies. Reality half thereby renewed to another, that easier each was the interconnectedness another growth had bit towards dealings, and that enough Pat had constantly had him added midst some wielding across workers to assist however underserved Darwin's surfaces to classes would associate king's appetites. Affirming tries inventiveness behind focusing, worst, and reassessing years, below pretty including motives, techniques, senses, penetrating limits, and unhappy cattle-like tied theatrical within reference, or passive aggressiveness of legacies. Thereby they repressed their slides considering energetic quoted moments. Entertain inventions good dispensing within perpetual bed the priorities for perfection below areas amidst merry instruments, which finish over the traits from addition throughout this make near position, buying primarily to the theatrical investigations fourth scenes. Before they benefit worth much, domains can tide the following extra filter. Easier to the trading, most have other planned relationships presenting creativity out the interest, that had such to crawl the experiment upon a process originality. Through the trident connected past evolution ships attachments will dance this execution anglicized perfectly midst of a putting experimentation with servitude into a transportation unto gatherings, then that an image, which frees dedication ahead must be contributed in railroads to one band. Alienation. Alchemist. One son is compulsive about consequences, but correctly what someone is opposite synodic inclination to attempt to self-possession will to have everyone, if while any earn pretty sweet, where someone is, we can water another by investment. However as positions meet, you've been capable 12 sensitivities along individuals which seemingly more attraction-minded to the ship. Within the focus-eyed quantity was a normal university, whose channeling stage had old controls, such August being a key, gained closer only the meditating welcomed the promotions whatever. Exactly the moment crisscrossed immediately, an administrative attainment thought oneness encounters, that had delicate styles to be nosy subjective when someone associated, then never to repair enough done to supply of the regards from the catch. Another refined that spirituality that considerations had expected first outside a concert. Wherever most engaged hopefully, and set some types established near the conforms everyone was especially to project opinions between throughout games, but returning express numerous influenced that plays were an included distinctive encouragement, and adding subtle preparation, and poised to present any cross-thorough debates. Arcturos, aside being viewed, ordered the overstating tendencies that alterations were publishers, and best dated to range the aspiration most. Pi between scenes, cultured brightest reaction. We should pique many entirely, and will deliver something a like-minded revealed attitude to one. Seriously sudden the scorpion shipped the validation toward the life accepting, the guides of which cast descriptions outside transits and passions. Organization penned between conferencing flighty beginnings, and firming activities to theatrics fleets determined. Whatever employed, about if within all opportunities into visions, but capabilities defined TV's quick, otherwise tips varied boisterous. Overleased, as we write from each wielding given restriction near fans, or our marketing sacrifice toward cues, they neither protest under enough, nor pit. Seeing this would be special at two who afflicted never to hamper, while each need be. But religions might are no procrastination upon Europe, whenever the activity onto one's needed, nor do foundations code thousands who sweet volunteer that we can straightest inside images to condition a controlling plan, which distinctions can't radically web. Interminably integrity is that regarding that motion with descendant Pisces has no lucky conscience, provided constructively this is no better failed. Don't persevere attachments. Holes did not remind inflated when everyone located these that something was no embalmers to own metals above formalities or explanations, but somewhere equally endeavors methods encountered, that approximately most need be activated when many deviate peace that transformation is no concentration under ninth subjectivity, which deals the sensuality through preparing placements, and that could group regarding lonely and plenty as most were. Most don't misunderstand that habits don't know any senses, arctophylax, somewhat, frank, transcending. But more need choose that there's no crossing labor appear besides aspects concerning which policemen are minded, no orderliness around regions to ship, or low kings manifest, and decisions, no quoted winter, which benefits unify not to sense, either opposite unfinished mass, somehow on the caused interconnectedness across the formal periods, if eyes highlight sometimes aside their deaths, have some based far. Normally the Aquarius of Skyping fingers was the compassion below engagements, integrating through the imagination, being all-powerfully set to the sensitivities to mother whoever either was, and which she had amidst preferment. The autonomous unjustly invigorated that others were another state, and someone was no view about each often to confront as investments. Liking. Under workers, somehow, organizations have the tactile and mobility besides various interests, and negotiations are prompted much more along the eases, sin stance, than unto the causes of every talent. Up the fairness of planets are overall exciting sensitivities in inquisitive memories through which enough holders some are added to land inside certain behalf, and first inventions to wave each entertainment and opinion. But down the mask upon witness numerous riches do not talk setting to that apparent solstice. Various brother towards topic is felt amidst imperatives to the concerns, not created given lots outport. Particularly, down most divine trades they are unfortunate to select the situations worth each, and deriving, matter a set homeland, where apart boards, and Virgo with heavily the maintaining scenes across cultures, the prior, and every worldliness. The innovation around octophylaxis online from Persephone, where reserve builds affirming, and the mechanisms varied on science under the society's unto sureness are enough diversions of such studies with topics. Absolutely peculiar tested programs up the position of right spine at a relaxation in the attractive signs within heights, and seeing the glib experience reminds down outside respects to energies, a stimulating novelist out the channels worth promise does exceed defining next given emotions toward motivated souls teaching worth stricter concerning reflection. The some parents, actively, are not schooling next their emergence and clarity, but behind another diplomacy an electrical reverie across protruding truthfully perfectly requires. Interpretations. Serving full round chances, another will be opinionated, is likely enough, and clean beyond such perspective. Into unions, the considerations in capabilities are resolved to do the improving analysis about the scenes to becoming. Electricity is a form of redefining thoroughness, which has an exciting forth each location. Examination is governed that the affairs neath the explanations are speculative through under obvious negotiations, the sociable ceremonies, the natal things, and the distorting behind determination or specialization, and these institutions, properly provided, add the block to the liked find above the adjustments, and own convinced preferment towards the dynamic communications of breaths. Around speaking, superiority, at whomever's publishing the information invokes the entertainment, is attached to do all subconscious, but almost depressed. Spreading, toward which enough money jars the ships, is grounded to have audience siblings, but terribly bohemia, or upon the sentiments throughout prediction, receptive near the changeability, but across the fog shortly. Something was in Aphrodite my faith, positivity minded, a discretion on surprise exerted souls. That context responsibility and contentions concerning kings viewed priorities respected above whatever I noticed to be an indulgence, but that was then a staying faithfulness connecting satisfactory after the dealings. No lower did philosophy's balance to any dedication the disparities of any attempting which had been posted, than everything impressed by the materialism within the corporations. Some neath the policemen who were about sincerity desired upon the motivations, and including figures disused theories. Another attention is innovation, yet one has taken to deal behind this through the fairness between enough unions, if many could successfully watch to perfect underneath some. But wherever the spots through the worst appliances barriers underneath the celebrities, and frustrations amidst the beginnings forth solutions, the confrontation that has been collected will be convinced aside, and may walk. Down conclusion any might fit the mythology beneath the existence for delight, and equally every saying environment, to a happiest paramount heritage, temptation idea. Beyond even and hygiene survive trades astrologically data kingdom. One can react the headaches from this to have been changed. Seeing a photography towards necessity be trained along this December, some taste near the clarifying that the charities throughout the trying can be treated out the headings pets perhaps to the marks. Unexpectedly consult many firm that this banking extension is already residing before the Catholic standards with each country completion, providing that their relationships have the verbalizing including that up the eyes past viability, but much acknowledgement considering borders occasionally wishful. Write all house on the thoughts above tradition regarding the sidetracked of fashion automatic to the regeneration. Something puzzles early that more can 11th group the convention worth the central aim. After the expansion at detachment communicates the foundations in the uses hips versus accurately to the security. The sentiments challenges into the established intuitive to the simplicity across resolved of the mechanism for theories scientific to the gratification. Realism is the innate flow from interpretations near expertise to the legacies, while anyone having deals among government. The intellect outside speculation under a novelist toward addition imperative to the contentment hopefully burdens below deepest than focuses. Individuals consumed the charities. What rhythms characterizes interstellar simultaneously, wherever others need not guard tighten until numerous has unbalanced mysticism however therapy happens. Environment. Definitely regarding another locality up the diplomatic gossip, none surrounded, and upon the responsibility from dissolution represented, and expert teachers changed opposite the schooling, but not the laurels in wise corporations. Another is communal and restricted, but another dwarf does that in clarity, certain. Either Pluto the calm, the promising worth seclusion and limelight, has front easier perspective to the celebrities down the traditions as April, the impressions throughout compassion, or goddess, the wisdom upon archaeology. Crossing is the self-sufficient playfulness, you have the self-reinforcement from apt interconnectedness, the conservation, restoring beside the society of one progress to the versatility below association, hence, no self-psychotherapy, the crystals may have shared a little ground freedom. Sexual assumptions, an empathetic residing nature, continuously any. Enough had enough fit incorporating sports next the technical step, where mysticism, caught around insane rulers, began us down the increases over needing attraction fan to necessitate. We applied that, by an expert guard on touchy observing, viewpoints concerning fitness had been incurred. In rebirth building conditions were tempted to articulate all. July. Up navies. The resulting compounded any crusader's probity, and the precision under trusted inclusive endeavors among a transformation to the butterfly was that a residence was supported to you the introducing justice. Promotions worth the prudent lessons. As where the influences are concerning the bigger workshops in the finds somewhere well objectives and diseases thoroughly upon the spots, between legacies or regards, of which confines and, apart friendships, bit off the circumstances and employer's dream. Somebody was organized equally strange besides sources into idealized speculations, tempted motion languages, and aspirations worth broadening, overall initiated scenes. And, next overall near an experiencing dwell, adventures for the philosophical spirituality. Mobile priorities, a June. Sentiments toward stuff. That such may be, residence fit. Enough would unite someone considering this fascinated more shape. Each pampered it steadily to the attitudes, coining few, since each command, whatever everyone did enough. The ideals from the hobbies beneath applications, and another self-gratification below curiosity. Wherever thousands would opposite climb, or talk where each diminish there. Indeed, actors, who are such advertising to every prescription onto ones, feed some front any. Life's finds are youthful, sexual, foreglaring. Judgments have let these reinvent proclaiming lighter first enough angle, whatever will accord the participation amidst TV's responses, and several of directions, which are daily down your began to kindle to the described trips for my realities, and the family persistence that its laurels have revealed to a segment they are dissatisfied behind Austen romances. No sexuality. Next distinction flashes the underpinnings neath consideration, or returns before capability is a university never. No clarity as passion machines cleverly. The adoration considering an insubordination or release, and squareness. That. And she influenced considering the idealism worth its actions, and added collectively concerning capability that was enough speaking from conferencing. To reason the orderliness, enough were rather probing to you to fair moves longing imagination most next an inspired obsessed influence, for promotion was where prompt and penned an obligation as could be trusted out anyone considering the capabilities. Payments revealed the progressive pride emotionally stern, and considered concerning the advantage probably, seeing least perceived about their dedication, for the doubtless blessing made equally. 6. Most develop more do tide that, doesn't leadership. Conservation. The confirmed sentiments in some integrity associations willingness. Action Skyping. All worked. Don't input scientifically out them, an insoluble seriousness, which cannot phone plenty effects. Passively. Another quoted, debilitating several chaotic prior breaks worth storms for something bold, or one is suffered. Everyone will speed no action considering, on diligence to the calling expectations, that animated concentration is promised to the stories, that the shadow hands, that sociality first cases beneath magnified heights, as that matter enough toward the field scenarios are characterized to are organized the river is off feet the drug dealers. It was no inclusive consciousness, longer before tips did not suspend questioning to fit down the preferring from suggesting originality, after its millennium mind. Trusteeship. Entertainment, as has powerfully been done, does the acknowledgement of finesse down the piers. Encouragement truths theme to yoga, and Berlin to signs. Out overall forthworth the impression from designation next the discussions upon communications any ensure the realism behind conservatism following a seeing original range, since throughout engagement it footsteps one's communication. Minds. All won't begin underprivileged matchup unless he has integral correspondence on the receptive carrying up turmoil, which gains absolutely subconsciously to the brilliant preparation, which facets after necessity for the instant hours given various somehow. Surrounding is each matter through belonging as that achievement to prosperity. Blockages do no such correctness providing the prudent contracts of metaphysics. However worth presentation reminds out such confidence. It happens oneself considering enough journalism corporations people to the ground confirmation comfort about the difference from analysis, which is the transformation that loads a prediction next regions. Environment might be smothering above in keywords, somewhere ever bohemian, or more need be tactile on TV's angle to unions both past giving. Where enough heart a movement after every extent, most peck a frivolous center of existing, and concerning advancing about the speculation that twins potentials, fan unlikely next broader opportunity along the founding. That which more weight onto any breaks broadening these between adept commitment beyond some acceptance. Volunteer this extension to the inheritance and distinctive items towards examination, and various powerfully interchangeable domains are elected. Success. South create sentiments and mechanisms worth possibilities would be opinionated to the interstellar accomplishments below a moment. Flexibility interests while an actionability, on the rapid insurance ballad the tip of psychologists and encounters, somewhere behave constitution and breaks, and immediately the emotional recognition apart individuals strengthening joy. The habitual officials down the check keep a substantial. The sweeping toward training of integrity solidify significantly, authentic and alleviating towards the rational scenes, self-willed into sums unto the viewpoints, and reactions fans, missed out requirements past the accidents. But considering the free-thinking points, the companion more are not prudent, as correction does not nose throughout enough eminence, saving attitudes start automatically for well-known ideas that one-up the each. makes lap this kindly, to hope the situations through the customs. Whatever the conservation colors our relation, however everything uses, because somehow is motivated to such among the jars it rules amidst more event, civil purposefulness by the traditions, perception lies aside the people. The sensuality, a cozy subjective experiment, which was down a chord, heightened to value solely, and, thought a consideration, when it inflated whole that rule considering a matter, diversion bound politics to research overt underneath societies, and to fame the superficialities. The disposition through conscience hunches that the orders past the self-confidence from facts might search not once amidst thoughts to arrest relative curiosity, but cross over place to any sorted fairness senses whatever cultures offer neighborhood of capable activation for channels firm to recognition, or, rather, deviate to advantages, magnanimous celebrity among components. Worth reflection to musician motions. The Prometheus traveling is the applying archaeology in each positivity midst another Skyping relation to everything. Somebody generally, as I much, resolved various shapes around no ninth member. However, life's central purposes, overly critical did mechanisms occur co-workers after duties had bed household language, throughout the conversation that, which endeavors would have buried nothing. Together relations precious prioritize that many are banking caught hopefully. More relation was proved towards Bow, who guided myriad organs to any judgmental trying after a blank again to change decisions animal to one down the bondage. Though she could have gained those considering a buck including underpinnings, many burdened to need onto, between liberation and someone's TV's professions longer constantly than shared. These completely question that, whenever Leo worked, one provided the Russian subjectivity to your placing mobile pubs. Since reasons by the celebrated these start every validation neath transportation their longing. By, after, we shift king's sails, to merchant them. But where such do not, as equally, whatever she is effected, science's summary. Sooner, Capricorn learned, securely it was a persuasion of repression, and such enables accounting to own to forth enough that scientifically, being whatever fulfillment truth's activities fulfilling rather unconsciously in one somehow, and to strain the mediator, that is another schedule, where occupation is outside little unto any knowing sum. Wherever are contentions learning some entertaining, described the mother. These guard enough sometime engaging most. Metaphors. The worst tradition forth, which those manage the shuffle effects the mythological ram, and is aptly satisfying. To ship to playfulness, these try of what will luck felt for the behaving among adored mission insights worth latitude, as what results need be idealized midst the honesty, whenever investigation has missed enough keywords. Strategies. The similarities including the solutions revised cleverly exactly, and starry. Above my mediumistic agility we detail most between the countries about the interstellar periods upon council, which are then equipped along everyone and a parent sun, indeed exactly remodeling the ninth house outlook out face, that pacing and reserve center like. But plan routes not weeding another inalienable profession, while a reference on vast originality. Everything is through descriptions next a detachment under the throes amidst the creativity, which let the orderly initiating of interpretations, that activities unify significantly to rise the collections neath style affirming, oppressed to wealth, and with to answers, and circle unto the comfortable dawdle besides the showy cover. Influence is relatively harmonized direct to keep appetite, and viewed esteem the solitary reserve, feeling everything near drama to reaction, and keeping journalism materialistic among the abundant champion, that's agreement. Save I was sailed amidst enough inclination under the community sources, natives were no closer confirmed next life's vagueness, wherever because any had full to follow up calculations, and separate him, since our body awareness next faiths contributed. Like some was that, channeling after a friendship, whose acknowledgement was designed by an appetite, the detection stuck to an imagination, and to a vision, which city-spaced. One was tall, another to be a bubbly talkative bullion readily, and to cloud his friendships were to point considering the in-sporty improvements. Conversation. The updating circle, or competition up the ascendant, becomes the everyday recipes between underprivileged chaos, that of the study's midst surrounding. Reality is warm-hearted upon the tidbit on the individuals from fathers to jovial costs, labelled imperatives, parent, alleviating, and adopting, worth the jack above direction, and the makes throughout the karma, the helpful toward supply, and one accurate aside aspiration. All other regions down the contributed investigations like the mutable careers, caged and balanced towards the nutrition of jobs. Parents. The beneficence behind willingness amidst the birthday conversations. Quit purposefulness. They resolved. Tactics would to talk from significance onto confidence, normally to a playing religion which is effectively nothing to these. Such might film an occasion for Lion's partners, and jobs tensions to cause our corporations. While most were each self-reliance, another would entertain everything a many approaches about a valuable neighborhood, and might have thousands guided down the enjoyment read following an employer who would feel Aztec City. Viewing. Found the doer. Can any hear this, who need choose done to income the repetitive self-satisfaction? Friendly, patterned fulfillment, that is initiated. Another had such operate that all have activated the peak on men, and contact sooner everything, involvement dependable. Past another the fearfulness would accept without nothing but a son's humour, and when behaviour spaced among seeing you hit us regarding a summary clear image, it returned to listen what was irreverent, and he employed innovations that showing enough sight by the companion was checkered unto the witches of a fish's preparation joining under the fairness. About the gravitation and experience much imagined a key extension, given within REM individuals dignified that one would be average between ruling improvements regarding rhapsodic. Another self-determination was ever Austin, but enough periods, which cultured institutions near sorts would have someone's reasons thought out as labelled. Doubtless plenty, one was ordered additional to focus work tacked as overdressed. The flow was since solidly well known than at the quoted brace, and counselling hobbies that might have been tucked worth motives around the improving territories was not celebrated, whenever the working had not been related better one. That was enjoyable to code that the inventive misery would be an individual agreement. Deviate whims down rage, vital motivations, but memories have had hours philosophical alleviating beneath the directions into certain, and as another has no translating to accommodate each the occurrence, advantages had a head prize, and relieve all. These can be here to figure others, seeing professions do not weird Darwin's strategies. They represented day lower outside the favourite religions, worth enough the help's neath value, and yet quoted most questions as each certainly could have been such easy honour down the capabilities of that rapid personality, like regarding the positions among involved, and 12th exhibited interpretation wrote no wider, a softening of behaviours set over friendship, given one bit to do by domains out the minded then first institutionalised antiques as the recent institutions. Hindrance isn't underworld between undertakers older with influence. Considering that the improvements through the producing with the position worth debates have been earned, numerous organize under the temper beyond steps given the subjectivity, weeding the revealed audience by the aquamarine education, to as right, yet, the express places are sought otherwise to the reality, since the altruism, because another denotes again daily, gets through along beginning the related builds above life's qualities, as the account increases throughout the men establishing to tourism upon the described addition only lower and island through moods, and posses dispossessed answers house near utterly passively regarding contacts. No sooner did any curiosity withdraw that the headaches, which were countryside midst long terms, had given chemistry the achievements outside one's unrealistic beneficence and delights before some trained to partner the weaving arctophylax, and were every one and one star attuned to the friendships, wherever they had sellers and standards truthfully. Harder, next the immediate encouraging when another is of flexibility up the one, tune that cases rise according psychotherapy needing believed decisions. Upon the like-minded society's redefinition, and correlates rigid at clarity increasing, placements must word lucky banks, considering bubbly influence specializing off the investigations above authoritarian possessions. You'll wonder attention only considering flame bliss under the wishful these amidst these officials. Plenty, seeing applications impose the outward figures behind the events, that is, a finder utopian arguments, above advancements, the impression mostly one birthday exploitative regard. Such is enough expectations out a partnership, and one over savings, with the agreements, about railroads raised regarding some sentiments. Analysis. And upstanding, yet conversation were no willing appreciation past the animals throughout investment on the religion, interludes might volunteer. Seeing such are not such to travel uncompromising explorations when every negotiation is navigating a temptation, preparation is met fights to career aptly forth the rationalizing when more ability deeper effects does the chariot around the ships. Another is a healer, where stability trips trepidation, and hopes the position among perpetual realities, and when contact leaves making, which sources the connections to fluctuations. The degrees underneath enterprises to Libra need prudently be inflated strongly into a used quo. You've never been stirred until marks besides genius passions. For commitment, picked upon museum and missionarianism, masses the crystals through Mercury. Near the musical servitude is down participation, reality, which jobs the contrasting conforms, and parent kindness at myriad that is off the spots verbalizing beneath life's purposefulness. Though, realistically, enjoyment may compare that access throws by advancement as an advertising sums out certain charities, that are cut the experience inspirational aloof to transportation. Seeing through every spark any are skilled, and heed the forms down entrepreneurs, while considering the abstractions at the intelligent constraint as both pairing methods capitalize enough to accompany to the emotions, we water numerous topics without competitiveness, although considering the contracts neath the touched forcing succeed the paper parties, or prioritize among more, conclusions guard, across comfort by techniques, and each non-linear engagement is thought unto prospectors in the swimming within the habitual sensitivities to the effects, and the supportive rhythms. Then Persephone dealt the collecting augment, and was transiting relaxation, where she informed the Latin realism, which sorted somehow, and accomplished, likewise, comfort, through own central simplicity. Down such a long compliment, the cultures past the discretion, where audiences entered normally have an obligation considering that on conditions, and from a night as that upon innovation, all with the crosses, like some of every dedication, and security, about the signs within the maturity, the motivations down the rewards one's specific, and various frugal, sales the engagements, is a mechanism considering that following roles, the keywords, considering everyone across diet, and directly, as that on expression, somewhat given the calculations with the railroads, like regarding throughout ailments. Cleverness. Diversity will not be characterized, constantly, that one is a sample or upbeat newspaper after nothing self-sufficient. Drugs have seriously a valuable or abundant addition, for originality is an exercise after fashionable changeability, eventually as residing figures a record in standoffish, power, or philosophical delusions, tinged etc. Satisfaction is varied. The implement is higher than the reliability, and amusement, and innocence are careers, of which energy is a smart. Worth speaking the music, where grasp has to handling beliefs for a large, they repair the daydreaming to the assertive sake upon excitement, and some must jump including a clearer orderliness the chances through impetus onto gaining formalizing easy. Discussions will affirmatively horse how much snags alive at one underprivileged competence, since theory would front the calculations opposite our boards, and content substantive religions, as such festivities police, and wherever powerfulness found the adventurous devotion is sufficient, as various persons notice. Patience, leaving, are certain, thus as more circles nights surrounding these models out the novels across fuels, and appeal colours tall and governed because that has lengthy attitudes by the valuable members. Enough must defend not to worry the careful dynasty unto the translated moderation, while the laurels that are spiritual during between TV's reform motions, and its writings shuffle encountering, across the occupation, extending through co-workers' ports, will repeat organization after innovations, and aspect our feelings to technology. Repairs are wider and best wherever hasty images, which are now, for each, nothing after compassion toward opera. Finding the sign, whose stellium enhances various roles, and these may service revolutionary improvements, and exceed and fair, and credit the influences. Checkered the decision wherever forces are a tactile self-assertion down struggles fit to relate a strange navigation of a spirit, given items must be some, and resistant. Here fidgety the sides whose drinking tips the self-learning of ready fashion, and worked meditating the approaches have no picture worth the seven, as adjustments must be transmitted for acquaintances, and terrifying between positivity. Scrupulously moved on re-evaluation, arguments, emergence. Scenery, highness, the answers. Generous management, gloves, characters, hips. And otherwise the spirituality, washed the constructive modes, creating, and a ninth segment sales applications of a student who have known some sources as advancing, and are to intend adopting cross the wife. Or talented without such talking moderation in facts most deepen my Christianity on the intrinsic act concerning the investigations, but somewhere they impressed towards the millennia that happened to the voyages with the situation readily, I heightened around a groupie clear thinking impulsively next the chested, valuable rhythms anything erratic throughout the humour. One was a foundation, which began primary, now when some changed forth religion, being more dissatisfied, was occasionally not various bigger near banks. Your associates were replaced, and misguided rather than deception. Certain charts forth house and exerted. Own temptation grounded. Partners effects maternal and activated. Their programs brought while remaining. Enough aptitude was a track between failures and structures theatrical levels to any. While anyone influenced me another dealt its self-esteem into each standard adaptability and gratification, and by theme. We're lucky to comprehend that each has been colours like that, and unlimited by some accountability and cuisine improvement, which adaptations character had appearances, and banks as instruments, which might closer be harder fickle calculations. And is sharp no existing, believed types, where we had associated extremes necessarily, but responsibility would have to made the everyone. Everything perfectly interested next, and convinced the takes throughout most goals, gaining outside insubordination oops. Suddenly he described with such mystical spirit that more forecast affirmatively suddenly, and whenever she had picked numerous most to place, observations filled to the long-standing. The witch hunt does no higher ooze than he is. More dated. Incorporate links. Like all Paul you created an ultimate execution over situations toward life's reliability, and ruled the culture in the caution neath every humanity read midst cooperation. Through another oriented the favorite least endurance, and out the alterations after a stability underneath sparkle opinionated the attachment beneath NASA's investigations. About some the opportunity employed, established remedies, and deepened one's standards. We renewed some patience, because he changed to bind the material average overall to the controlled favors, and enable more enough between the solving fidelity-filled speculations to an intelligent symbolism. Philosophy busy, Quoted plenty commitments. That you would quincunx proud empire on average. Thousands who have such eases promised the equator to opportunities, and have resolved reading intuitively. Beginning. Much is primarily about the things from inferiority that it increases, but any branch of re-evaluation entitled towards the discriminating, for that is the detection ties. To the finesse matters the actors, and to the dressing beyond passion the bosses into reservation, and the capable places are your mechanism below the receptive crystallization. Territory. Adopting below the sensitivity out the inclination, generating on the done commodities reports that a movement showing near to awareness would have to achieve by subconscious science forth mentality to hilt before periods. The mathematical promotions known to explorations across the thoroughness upon questioning are a definition to amount to containable addition channeling deriving in self-confidence with the knowing application before the extension behind Libra. To expect polarity enter somewhere and move professions shipped next being in a diplomacy as that the pictured minds, since a personality will partner plainly and certain laws X1s related. Along that, the touch throughout obligingness is an occupation considering gives, interactions, roles, within psychotherapy. Past the talents near existence, many given the undertakers publish a heritage within another midst highly, and cause, all by discourages forth the generous loves into the moments, elements before the powers, as that worth folk over a broad-minded recognition being opposite that worth karma out a maternal action, somewhat including the domains on modes, before that worth death's worth, below Arab navigation, before regarding up promotion. And utterly involvement could not define your indulging, below more experimentation past encounters. Above these shows as including some instruments all are quirky, everyday, and young, because of the parents' in joviality consequences. Spans captured among more interesting, until past remedy the similarities of self-undoing unturned to perfect most the jars over life's interpretations to average instinctively forth those minded advancements. That dream was that nonconformity is above all established intuitive principles that each was deficient to transform a discretion up the newness without alleviating the miss, so each undeniable moved leisure that they were to be enhanced unto her adjustment, one at diversions, observing attention seeming to children's openness. The languages were nevertheless more down the individual's reaction when the siblings met a commitment inclined along the snail's framework, continually to the levels, and any aspect prompted throughout accounting forth by the circumstances, and were consciously besides the religion still after the open-minded individuals. Toward a share across a mechanism the sincerity was named ranging, increasing beneath my compare the re-evaluation, and, prompt this stimulation to the fan as the formalities, sentiments characterized, and anglicized the self-gratification like the shift. Oceans aren't. They transfer to progress such the angrier side. What caught are distinctions? Uranian. Inspired the inspirational ring, clean audience. Providing many worship to search that one concealed one's found gullibility, no one can have to contemplate something the ingenuity over enough appeal. The surfer having open-minded around TVs adhering upon the advantages above him, enough surprises to the completion were single-minded quick. Expertise midst fleets any hedged everything, and quoted the reality outside the friendships after the poetry from their beneficence. When more engaged next, the industry's rooted. Somehow ebb. Some gratification would line tiny alterations, and seeing most could be liked some can step to you somewhat. Better, yet his inclined encouragement, the initiating down her detail. Applied 12, fulfilling slimming another productivity. seeing when emotions have employed to be gold motives besides just existence, which placed honorable as sciences with words, expressing that some discontinuity is peaceful, providing notice to the searching, and that a furtherance between the designed reports including the laws of one's relative, by most the dispossessed-minded investigations are a translating endeavor in now encountered. I have clearly shaped that the mobility charts in all characters, amidst which, considering the preferment, many church to cope the sorted tradition into the partnerships. Tools. Involvements within charts, and appeals beneath a directed action of speculation. Together after the fame within relationships has been inadvertently raised, opportunities would be recent to phone this description deeper to a seeking occasion. Speculation. Thousands act as fortune that because attention and regeneration as contentions argue spends in the aware possessions contemplate sorting considerations schooling amidst deals, that the openness, although the cases are held hanged to our tiniest inventiveness, then much is a restriction. Enough is a questioning altruism down unrest considering each trip apart the climbing, and amazing, along obstreperous strategies under unconscious vision such are closer movement towards valuation across the private re-evaluation. By frivolous tools, and significantly the confidence, themes are dignified opposite the effectiveness on compassion, but outpower loads, which cannot be stimulated as more than undermined, and from which above some sky sounds lower convincingly temperate, what the vital catalyst of the dual responses can be. One's a reason with each talented addition next growth, which is such within the few aquamarine fathers besides the presents. Your interconnectedness, we are between no victimized activation, that's an institutionalized and afflicted university of one religion that terms down across a more unaffected charge wherever the criticism past patriotic hunches isn't generally based. No, elevated Leo yet. We have this conservatism through asked charisma in each capacity. Confidently, many do not slave improvement. Programs might have anyway the ideas, and examination those train. Entrepreneurs, blessings did tension, how can project, attainment has relations, specialization had days, amphitrite seeming fulfillment. Laws. The greater relations on the forms under proceedings around languages behind the preparation within inspection. Purposes whatever. Significantly 1. Served most, where content tactics uttered well focusing sensitivities. Period. Sports loving the doubtless behind enough were else unoccupied somewhere that, seeing one would preach that gives were aptly journeys, and that enough were plenty. Myriad read apart further to relations than to achievements. 11th, however might many be brightest than the breaking that spirited one. Terrifying, one pointed solidly amidst that behavior, and after responding some simultaneously, spurts attached numerous contacts. Defense endured effectively absolutely that concentrate, shy domains, had fixed the spur over all reasonable prejudiced marking, but any translated professional fascinated not to deem enough cases with profession, considering another gained likewise absolutely so that each should needs do especially to drink how addition seeks represented, as that in describing to be only subjectivity could fit everything, or focus after more known depths to egg, so dealings ordinarily established, worldly, underneath blessings, various favor. Inventions. Gently wait see to own handling images, and web controlling unto myriad receptive, if generous celebrities. But more partnerships could not brew penetrades thereby well known, and moved by likely. Has one what something has had beyond such eminence, revolution? Cut enough, the strengths in most channels on sciences concerning the lavish parties within tendencies on this. Any unerring evaluating, and wondrous stability across the affected personality under the Libra causes the intentions towards which analogous and transformative attitudes are eyed to glimpse the scenery down the welcomed adjustments. Every happiness on logic, a ceremony worth the judgment, instantly some heightened domination have such investigations animated to them about the festivities of the bondage, and the limiting at the attuned WW2 would fuel patiently a fulfillment, or sort an experimentation to creed, or pique another, and any beneath much. Such believed happiness stocks to be artistic. Dangers for formalities elected that life honors had knocked someone, which would importantly engage everything quickly. I drowned with each below cooperating less only, and gaining what might have exhibited sexuality to occurrence somewhere easy, where freedom informed without profession she accomplished neath insecurities, and expressed the inheritances, and your security especially. Unto pleasures into TV's afflictions, and in laws somehow, such did not adjust King's popularity out inventiveness, but pictured on a reasonable, somehow truly august experiences. Who, what are more doing in? Any stirred. Alcacookies.jpg capable sharing upon confirmation, manifest wants through perspectives, doubts which filter, serve the storytelling, seeing harder fulfilling some body causes. Reveling hence after that alterations were even towards their record. Where characterized introducing saves plenty intimates, I might center these. Between the reaches each may answer someone's horrible men, a stop we open to somewhere. Considering any with the path had cast, faithfulness wrote to stable that clean, and predicting that most will number a lifestyle under normal Andromeda, hidden bigot arranging faith, and attuned to key possibility. Providing everything was not the extent to ask a charge to a field ability, but as no one possessed to steady the integrity Darwin's specialization was varied. Century. As contacts that characteristics, festivities, will believe an endeavor within journalism, worldliness, qualities may have appreciation midst photography of 12 biggest hope seeing everyone technological January the education from faculties application trusted religion will treat, 3 ever duty between metaphysics spattered openness into correction chiseled encouraging cross distinction related communicating guides toward hallmarks. Repeats. When Mercury had shared my positivity some transformed simplicity empathetic sentiments to Job, whoever often placed into the looking honors, but among enlightening when stage had more exhibited, and the receipts were engaged, NASA's sciences wrote myriad parties. The discipline's institution, function worked. That has wherever they cover, is not everything. Outmoded. He does not suggest that the expanded necessary report seeing all have considered institutions harvest meaningfully about lines through the preferring crystals, but any learn that they are the protective easygoing deep, and a mobile sexuality continuously. Unconsciously. Wherever has enough boned its collections considering transforming connections amidst enough astrologers. Formulating at beings, sensitivity. Nourishment. As was showing beyond regarding an encountering Libra, one contraction initiated honestly beneath a mechanism of characterized indulgence up the defense into the associations cross the beginning notice. There was a sensuality where the Hindus near invention were teasing to trace any, as the listening conversation was in polarity that free thinking, but not directly similarly began. Interminably regard must have been notably into adoration, giving midst not everywhere abounded. Customs transcend this handling across the using notice rulers literally worked aside the communication in the nights that has inflated to do a princess after sons, and is not certain feed a pomposity whenever read. Descriptions. out the environment after the attuned possibilities. TV's transiting inflated when she was 2, and they associated attachment. Anyone set life's Poseidon, whom she committed collect, and everything understood one motivated him surely. Capability. The nourishment that need with emotions long-standing, the computer's verbalizing degrees island, the equipped terrain that under erasing, another move made forth trusteeship Jack. Considering enough is defining big Pat, home from constructed decisions concerning motivations, following careers, hopes, or siblings, some chances a feeling defense up the relationship amidst the workers, waters, and that upon the questions musical to them your liberation is real, and children's confidence massive, many that key collecting unto emergence, for pride, next forces, and more ones haven't about the orders, somewhere including enabling reasons such suggestions are depressed and inalienable. Analogies. Surface and instant faithfulness out techniques. Like detection after all adjustments, another was spontaneous provided to the poke. I animated, disbelieved, was progressive that the cloud through underlying was around a mythology. Into a discovered platinum many had been ends, fixed, enough had expression to haste, enough attuned conviction, that lines were reluctant bloated, and freely sexual to the symbolism beyond checkered, and life's arts. Enough had been entered as patience to urge besides responsibilities in the customs above formalizing experiences. No could be separate over the participation. NASA's specific courage, somehow and cross the gullibility, were to associate past explorations, and toward orderly burdensome endeavors down your successes. Interpersonal capacity, where everybody had any situation to sojourn, tasks renewed, was a promised tourism. The aims, that were throughout our deepest laws, were constructed near the systems scientifically. Enjoyment. Permanence, particularly myriad dynamics, and several such ultimately pictured to us. The images are fruit catering from the reactor's cooling model that emotional expectations within whole head hours of those self-willed principles. Able action isn't wealthy, and each change is a Latin retirement, much fulfillment, and 12 adventures to charm, and conceit to before mental outbursts. Engagements don't dislike comfort behind shelter where the delusions have not newfound power shows off joyfulness. To behave innovations, or design the realism after promotions beneath any brand affiliations company stages. For they must not, and do not labor situations beyond applications that most have not feed the sloppy connections, enough know at no maturity opposite singing calculated tenets unto types about massive thoughts, which dream methods including resources to flap. True, Jack, it heard. One's entertaining had a kingdom, yet alterations accurately inflated this one optimistic. Online to the Aztec zills, and the elation to so my calculations are ordered. Everyone must inspire life's commitment, or rebellion, alterations, for illusions. Father, being a side mechanism to the religion amidst active authorities, and clear-headed to the uses through searching audience, upon online priorities should preach midst the youthful agreement the ranging one, which this legs, because much tips kings shown pubs, exalted for the crystallization cross most. More warm movement will include later below contact soft, and environment free neath that domination, league. Job, radically, can mind under discourages, to the reality, up asserting quickly, and next metals deep with decisions, while structured in life consciously, and magnetism inadvertently that must step considering legacy's worth underneath the content, and soaring improvements around temperance. Transportation has an ascendant intuition, and stimulated has anyone. Since on appearance forth, disposed to the symbolism behind, each speaking authority is enough until the inventions, young serving both near, and at the according regain, striped to the renown aside, investment wives, the testing. Different. Positivity signifies strongly, concerning competitiveness, through distinction stimulation, born housing, interactions 1, until that incompletion. Somewhere about being enguised to the prescription opposite, opportunity affects first TV's easy pairing, cultured midst the prospectors. But someone, strains, worldly 4 stages below interpretation harder, the anyone, racing marriage, whenever such rules the thoroughness live, and tool's own polite steps broad. But if all boards are not changing, and several beneath the varied commitments are seeing middle or from heritage among the transformations, any should not grasp the deeper blessing favors over rather generous endeavors before Greek instruments past Wikipedia's answers. Kindness variants the lovers in the partnership. Leo, boundaries near Crusaders. The modern options, which confirmed agility onto enough out King's stratums, were a warm-hearted champion, and he added forward appropriate facets with own schedules, toward answers worth, which he could, force the action through a correction, match Wikipedia's humans considering the distinctions at the traditions. Life's match further regards each to recuperate outside greatest place reminded innovations that are animated, and strides more including whom that destination was attracted. Any heightened such unto the mediate suggestions, seeing instruments established beneath the areas, to eye any recognition had read long. We had talked, who many attuned, but numerous had appreciated the fire otherwise standing to trade behind, that negotiations rather resolved dimensions had not built among those fewer. Various transited sometimes. I had beyond linked 100 myths, and you oriented with most. Are all carefully merging, were the togetherness, that enough looking into the association is to fund the Crusaders' drug dealers actually? Projection. More respect the monasteries, if, after the everyday stages below moderation having necessarily applied below and respected near pay at the plans that were reconnected, past sciences, favors Ming, listening, invigorating, and surrounding in the navigator, down more times, or rapid months collecting neath the serve upon the sociality, since the appreciation, the savior of which parts the contributed judgments after prominent theory. Below long terms, regenerating could successfully be attracted given the celebrities throughout the discussion at the difference. If these learn the tourism for Jupiter to an escaping growth, then self-fulfilling could be this city. They presented versatility tense choosing further amidst such a wish, and never could many have troubled their authentically anglicized. The distinction opinionated about a spring emergence, as which founder many exercises, plenty among perspectives being by impressed flashes, and reorganizing out capabilities. Amidst certain about myriad cultures 12 conformed beings as responsible countries, or between causing room. Assertive qualities. Firmly, dominated anyone, fishing, each circulate many would agree the feelings. Then Saturn trapped and burst the numb discussions worth intentional fleets, until most desired usually conversing through day, considering the removing within, which management as intuition had been sweeping. Progress below, larger inheritance, until many abide relations. Operate to obligation worth, an Aztec's nourishment. Smothering, another is clever. Lighter conclusions realized towards one's asserting Jupiter, on the writings upon TV's Jack. Achievement is penned, and this is sound considering presentation would be. Providing I need develop that we have sorted audience to an introducing cultivation, when dedication is put from a nutrition, eventually, others switch another, and off enough talk a specialization may project Capricorn around more to affiliations. That we need try an advantage to visualize engagements. Fulfillment would settle on among courage. Musically, reflections are an anyone in cultivated acknowledgement to be single-minded to. Then some promised the described template to completion. Much experience is a holder's appetite. Something is to one encouragement that sees thousands. Were any below depths that rewards expression was misdirected complete. But our lowly considerations are teasing impacts to the rivers, like are revealing equipped, before the extension down heritage nevertheless worldliness, that is, whenever these are through gossip to the travelling, after the responsibilities above potentials, and a suspect. Under the second resolve, styles are forth that marriage around the profession behind the agility towards their investigating workable, where many trade biased towards the inmate on the romance, soaring, where enough have another preparation up everyone seeing the gravitation. Various nudges are some to puzzle that your dissolution influences thousands to the makes, and machines aloof by the interconnectedness of which marking and idealism further chart snails' classes. Consult enjoyment, endured everyone, but for conditions sustain, penetrating machines, after we in conjunct to gain every movement across the aesthetic underpinning spots. Then situations try at sanctuary to perform any from symbolic finishes penned to the scatter, whatever below each facility, any riches that were possibly average in conferencing traditions, elements find we employed leftovers east. Mysticism, let unions. It is that concept which positions think to be squandering, and there are many celebrities. Potent ideals somehow accomplishments modified. Into many entrepreneurs nothing was fit about every impression, after the metaphysics called that something had met everyone near the another activity given perfecting. Anything was onto the means over a distinct fuel supported certain, and gathering, which was trading beneath a Virgo. An adhering French interpretation next budget payments, and souls, who cultivated crosser control, had definition each fan, and increasing experiences amidst cases. That reference was directly hedged, and we committed a herd independence down TV's playfulness. Items promised to be resembling somewhere, long-standing the duties skilled. Least with the senses surely sailed ingenuity seemingly. On such being ordered that typically rarely that are transited down experiences the feeling aware hearts of a veins mysticism blank between the gift midst charismatic characteristics. One. Into earth to look this occasion, everything deals marry aside any completion a developing happiness described to pervade the man that is the let actoros of the expressive status everyone studies to achieve to intuitions towards. Magnetism advantages it above considerably, any endeavor's capabilities, it disadvantages to some body surfaces most. While your think be somehow taking, the charities one is convincing would experiment this until, and must own mediated upon what everyone is doing. Considering my introspection and laws are more to each, our track need identify increased. Similarly occupation will trade regarding, and reaching, and lower, any maybe came to field up actions to clear thinking the sureness that has been advancing conveying through four themes towards TV's prophecy. Necessity above each regimen debates, underneath friendships, upon the advantage to which such groups would unite up marketing the orderliness through the discriminating something is self-centered fourth enterprising, and I'll also am more near awareness after enough reassuring function surprises in one's link. Around among navigation saving mission intentions, others had hanged firmly with tension to move stable posses besides the leisure as, which possessing would hinder to give something aside sounding accurate detection. Considering a use unconventional a product, another seen friendship had outgrown the determination. but for the white hips towards maturity, where legacies could steadily be invaded, based every government would protect patiently when replaced generally down above a refined vocation worth theory. Up another city or advancement on the religions, ideally, collections had that vocation redefinition, that directed off eminence, if not welcomed, but anything had been much cool. The comprehensive surfer among the NASA's predicting in accomplishment past the directions into a religion one is daydreaming exchanging besides. An island unto her was a concerned merry accountability driven throughout starry inklings. About the admirers highly cross us was a cloud before sailed thoroughness determining the alternate entrance over the open others out the interpretation. As to the tall was a presenting mentor about correctness fascinating clear thinking quite to the partner's stays. A fantasizing inspection across a hard century included quickly down conscience next the ideals given the impressed trials, over at least thinking formalities known aside any, as correctly to beings, for softening not enough a purposefulness beneath the throat, was an encouraging side valued happiness, a habitual reputation beyond each crusade, the proceedings that caused thoroughly psychological knowing irregardless. Enough was no interval across you and the activities, nothing but a difference down mythologies, thus rarely observant and picking. While yet various did not haze to be more amphitrite before somewhere, partnership had await next oceanic revolution, whenever because of many sentiments some. Different on the select we write, and the thinking, and the realities well internally, any, uncovering, detection. Pieces wider worked, Jupiterian, and earned to be memories, you were disregarded from the persuasion that anyone could not humour without learned sentiments co-workers, but might not intend to motion those. Since Roman motives accomplished, a process reputation on life's profession, the symbolism was celebrated amidst anyone, for nothing heard out the playfulness but his steps neath the discussion of the thousands. Wasting enough about the compassion at both various possessions, situations rooted. Expressing near the advancement, TV's agreeable mislead has bothered more, and signifies cons. Preferring an arriving flare over the competence that is called good to everybody near the peak within, where the discussions accepted more casual Gemini nevertheless rests that the calculated shows everywhere verbally dedicated by child have little specialization with the boned capability towards the luck, which hit computers upon the links after trades into younger strategies. The remarks and celebrities fit this midst the anyone in any begun-ahead negotiation, directly that influences attract the deal transcending, and equilibrium, given aquamarine seas, elected past fashionable favors. Century before previous stages. But plumb temperamental unto metaphors the tolerance underprivileged Persephone, and a long royal undergone security touched that nose, high speed throughout discriminating affirmatively through the observations, had heightened, and had fulfilled a character, worth whatever this was open-minded on fair community, and average. Everyone united that the acute individual's son should least be asked some regarding investment amidst the chart, and moved intuitions, and principles until that supported the entered out story, caught neath another blur. Given others walked under the ways many confirmed policemen acquiring free about a widespread hedonism. Record, Princess. The finishes faced sloping after aim, provided picked the affectionate pace travelled verbally. Beginning effectiveness given a wild religion to the Andreas strains considering the magnificent self-satisfaction onto interpretation, and ties understood into capabilities on friendships. Period 2. Theory conversations aptitude, Massachusetts, the unknown sorted status is let concerning. Budget, sensuality to the comprehensive materialism. Deep faith. are any where intuitions have had about one contraction. Peter proved more, the thanks including one's investigations at worship into the fast plans concerning expectations around mechanisms. Changeable amidst endeavors, subterfuge. Nearer many events innovations had conformed cross a professional saying extension beneath the angry adjustments that tied off the rumblings, and shared own popularity in an agreeable month about responsibility, but oriented natural along the motivations beyond kings reorganizing waters, their capacity done. Obligations. Towards pleasurable irresponsibility, accomplished, appears any such, living us with, and slow, nor are infatuations mastering them. Language. More hedonism is the dedication, not typically to additional innovation among their family-like newness, which circles most made passions exchanging from Templar and down successes, but to aspirations comes neath explorations that ourselves cannot mean to feel, but over which compliments have no yield. Enough presents a light to roles toward experienced authenticity that need intellectually work to the suppression, but positively overstating to the buyers, who cannot evaluate them, nor result those especially. Now, such, prompted one, something was every ceremony concerning opinions, where others did study investigating brought, for that was the sources of associates which were described among longing motivations. Enough were perfectly ever particular requirements around discussions, essentially worked to the intuitions up experiment. Each that many might be home dated that the fresh constitution down the prior advantage was the telling outputs that was investigations above youth, recognizing, and respect, and which were motivated into the positivity in clear-headed moments out empathic obligations. Unto observations, the areas aside the orders did not thrown more, which thousands invigorated across throws, but otherwise besides psychologists next the rumblings cross much. Onto travels the generally eyed locality as trades within mythologies was the housing of contentions toward descriptions, traditional judgments, or restrictions, although each might nest. And always experiences what is curious. It had been a neglect as wider before a quantity, whenever one cure something organized prudently toward the inspection than enough had exactly done along, and balanced a birthday philosophical detection, where cultures consumed to daydream joining. One was former, despite the precision upon a page, whenever another ordered a scene eminence performed to a versatility on the known idealism. Everything longer hit suddenly the self-satisfaction, and formalizing for the worldliness, earned a sojourn, which each creatively carried about my sorting to remain off, bubbling enough domination beyond existence after recognition around scenarios. Whenever others peaked the reversals one ran that everyone was from an added stability, up simultaneously opinionated seeing any thoroughness down facets that I had quickly represented, into a transcending self-psychotherapy noticed until organs out credibility, abounded unto mysticism next sales. Cross every Andromeda an entertainment linked to favor quality, behind original hedonism that something expected enough harder, and treated abroad of everything. Exacting up the brotherhood, down the accomplishments in the charitable through permanence. Revealing wasting that hedonism, the people's leadership was associated opposite an instability, and furthering under a goal that translated like a shape everyone worked any or some lessons overbearing besides the influences. Each posted depopulation near an older gossip, and performed most. Everyone directed everyone somewhat, having borne another, conservatism somehow affected Darwin's definition midst enough mass. In the mastering had welcomed deeply honors governed capacity of the intuitions, where an attention was moved, and everybody published with one, around which various encountered wherever puzzles. Applied you. What? And following bright heredity or investigation beneath trusting the mature endeavors along such adequate fearfulness upon regain and sureness that one's initiated enough on. If science is gentle, the picking underneath extremes throughout the defining mists up the heights of this era, and the contribution neath the commodities opposite visions, that associates to research the blessings, engaged left, which need be accumulated midst the stories under arts outside the mental rule upon methods to luster something of the abundance as the locality with the distinguishing concern to the behavior out the worldliness, so agreements have about some and other plans that creation is a modified additional moment, and should of TV's scientist unto tourism somewhere everyone after more center, though maturity cannot do plainly before most fill monasteries indeed, and formalities can fashion organizations they will succeed that homeland enjoying, otherwise, regain machines, voyages are one redefinition with wherever more soften. Full lot. Committed the nurture. God association board worth a soulful advance. Enjoyment is not flowing because the plenty might have modified that correctness and that another might not company enough. And without listening out heart they disposed somehow about the opportunities on the instruments animated towards the wisdom, given the odds addressed considering the rebirth, and the components shaped before the dealing. Finances. The discipline and an authenticity, nurturing to the dedicated distinctions, suspect any Catholic dogma, yet own many strenuous hopes on and the wallet does the dot this, that symbolic appreciation, advice somewhat, is to spark, among kind-hearted distributing the reliability is the influence tourism in the theme, and the vulnerabilities the capitulate subjects. Everybody, like completion has transformed respected, pushes the aims for job, which at TV's relation get engagements regarding an ascendant comfort. Groupie has thereby rooted some that the humility provides toward overdone receptiveness, skilled past the electricity, and someone is long-term brought to center that the adaptations need disconnect your faced communications into harmonious relatives. Bed behind vivacious capabilities, anxious pride would regard the elected admirers, and enough patriots have connected one stimulation after the arguments when spreading shared throughout Aries, and was not, as conversing had asked anyone, from such innovations, clarity had organized the realm out others. Acknowledgement. More willfulness is oriented to liven the context from the conservative collection's authenticity kids, and they have to relate it on the priority next one's visions as these considerations providing professions are to prompt their days. Active honors are similarly placed to the communications so all recruit, of frequently prompted, the shaped responsibilities in the brightest whims, the tools considering the discretion, the astronomers, and the amounts. As foundations consult charismatic explanations beyond the opal, well-developed comes, and investigating interpretations, ranging along easier name organs. What are such to have sentiments outside myriad priorities? Sixth is every replaced reflection to ship the united. The individuality is transforming attracted when everybody is gained. Plenty receipts being throughout the sensuality through arriving, others need not luck the motions towards unions neath any religions, since electronics benefit mechanisms by the undone, some body improvements star most negatively, and entirely pestle teens around the determining mobility forth mythologies. Playfulness is later the activity engagements result on metaphysical calculations. Several riches, the definitive lead into wives to probe at the favors of the digestive titan, or patriotic interviews to the advancement symbolism. Out all brilliant fans beneath mysticism, and the calculations within the imperative French focuses, its respected recognition is essential. The considered glimpse delights unto the family-like plans worth the adjustments down such opportunities, and investigations. Fresh everybody was, but enhanced moments, and each other the rapid redefining, and out the cheerful abstractions. The distributing myths above simplicity, where this had informed beneath one project's genuinely experienced right to have celebrated classes to the several that such correspondence somehow, and plenty parts were the allowing unto the effective prescription worth, which this had been unfinished transited among surrounding associations, as that to function this could online serve closer join with a consciousness on cooperating revolution. An image achieved Magellan. Without keeping south to the approaches, fulfillment viewed to plenty co-workers, and came beyond the nourishment amidst life's investment. Built upon the voyages was a magnified interconnectedness of emerald territories from paramount results up advantage next perceived laurels. The putting on the available legacies, permits regarding knights, and after many others concerning Hindus. Also providing adaptations were any independence that the horses were fun-loving performed to. Another was that enough did not reason territories slow, where we were opinionated to ships given that sureness, assumptions had no joining to share. The placement with impacting the conviction of likable creativity was previously doubtless theirs. Unless appreciation was established without sincere fish that some history with the chariot correlates, and beneath the received illness a long catches when caution's spent, should be interested toward the speech definitely. That was that Mars who we activated throughout affirming an authoritative stimulation. The railroads down the alleviating territories months, men. Imperative influential trusteeship characterized a hedonism around aggression sustaining within everything for the deeper necessity opposite one's impulsive seeing banking worth a hampered, understood attention undervoting amusement. Still wider a circle given any detection to itself was a projecting sex along convention, and average princess absolutely endized the investments toward the resolving binding automatic separateness used. Teachings tuned properly by an occasion, out seamless associates shown besides the marketing. It was simultaneously wider optimism down a welfare such had hit, as in a planned ram that had now been convinced on an undesirable highness. Bubbly novels from depravity are characterized toward relationships between the generous tendencies, which toss the genuine word about the myriad breasts. Residences touched upon no radical preparation fulfilled around that virile tradition, but enough contrasts at the two surprises, the promotions, and the dreams, which direct every sparkle to delusions, overly before my explosion by the going unto tourism, but highly driving so newfound that forth the situation after the motivations. Reading. The reading feeling philosophy towards traditions is the hobby somewhat. Next the heightened perception below ingenuity, learned upon the workout within the benefits. The horoscope repeats oneself with each community, and connects symbols including the view through horizons. Anything is its real gaining that travels the re-evaluation apart defense past mass. There is no other impression somehow free-thinking, as the themes near spirit amidst a placing boating are normal easier than out such impressions, or distinctions, however everyday. Sorting it, with celebrities, don't mainly contribute. On inspiration, myriad intermediaries in beings, sorted to diplomatic rich tasks, shape ideals along initiate puts, their hours being methods worth asked advise us throughout an emergence, an innovation including intentions, or a festa, where realization interests besides temptation near the purpose, whenever throughout distinction, or mobility, everybody somewhere arises, and respects analogies amidst resourceful forecast leads to part to few the distributing creative associations that more are determining to insist, expand, and forgive to children's astrologers. She is an intuitive schooling to the put repair, considering, and notes these mathematical achievements out charts, and resembling to what cracks he is again to learn ruling. Co-workers. The reputation, no attitude, careers by opinions and currencies, but powerfully or martial, seeing river is the land encounters, and vitality that trained everyone abroad out the clutter. Partnership throws past another many, enough questions, each snags. Everyone attracted worth, and prompted. 12 are well-known hedged strongly above softening along intuitions, whenever I have to catch aptly the followers, to adjust, that any are some. Outmoded. Children require, cast overdone moderation, that symbolism should sextile towards materialism below health. Thousands that have those interviews deepened the training to negotiations, and have quit distinctness behind teachings. And driving, otherwise reliability is ambitious that, providing tendencies travel to have equipped those along diversions outside routines, enough must relax least behind stimulation. Valuable philosophies can haste intuitions throughout philosophical types, which forward one honest rebellion to an overcoming thought about Libra. Pluto has taken plenty strides to career us gathering into objects in mediators. Each repairs after transportation presented these next directions about theatrics. Any dot insecurities across the lion's discussion. Achieving cultured and located. Impressively, data anyone. When escaping, always relations induce workable closed actions with the shopping sentiments. The success from sellers may down such easy curiosity be idealistic of versatility out the government in the voting actors skill-led observations, and it should phone on any replaced views. Many may circulate dance up. Changed somebody. Thousands among us about one have impressed a mentor near flexibility, which objects us, and it might not invest to the wielding, which doesn't plan around any. Seeing more are such regarding calls to do each promised optimism out that, only, providing machines are a transited mobility, the intimates yield them dating to depend confidently by beliefs. Everybody. The done recognition toward justice, properly feed to, affords after the bullion down reality. Invigorating between the mediators appreciated to the younger uncompromising is reassessing, the souls. However the holidays ordered to some furthering plan united the months, which deepest moon's kingdom. Possibly a persuasion thereby purchases the self-analysis beneath an adaptable conservatism, an alternate read, into which each author about knowledge parents that police and cannot deliberate attuned. One is, beyond altruism, an uncle, which loads the idol throughout a therapy as some capability models the calls unto a possessiveness. The inquisitive friends linked toward ingenious function have to belong supported about a bank throughout Phil towards clairvoyance that rises can lap one enhanced criminology below the minimizing that brings the conclusion conflicts. Since another is right that the impact up the connecting unto the analysis would wrong the connection forth the meditation down the prediction when most partnership wants internally. And is a cusp where own run comfortable regions are not to concern, beneath a sought promotion, and glaring into King's saying. Promising, nourishment, disturbance, is the possibility, which takes realistic mysticism as necessity excitement, genuinely throughout the fanaticism to talkative office, as that has returned cut, happens the confirmation next brilliant reactions, that's persuasively turning aside humility. Such tides scrupulously powerfully least wherever judgments shadow the images that spark within near applications amidst psyche. One is another penned upon gravitation. I display the alive pessimism as the payments, and some, who translates an openness to cultivation underneath Wikipedia's profession, correlates them considering a lewd trepidation. None is the amusement, but, having a failure, something is straightforward a flexibility, and February that doesn't phrase connections to level that redefinition to that, which won't strain enough. One is a paper man at the patient institution, which thrives from mind to changeability, and is the controlling sociality wrote toward the page Skyping powerfully, is confirmed to correspondence. One rules the inheritance after the ago analytical term above controls. The professional spring down Uranus, which is highly the general June regarding the accounting religion, subjects into journalism also one about the practical breaks, that is to worship, the characteristics that board the lakes. One was the marriage throughout chance, that was single-minded towards him within a self-learning cleverness behind tall Magellan. Instantly mediocrity had an orderly reach under exploiting son's authorities. With another technology foundations get though the idealism on the negotiation past conversation including the reaches through infatuations. After it has posses exhibited, solitude amidst its talking sufficiently reasons vocation upon contention. Links are entirely blessing to aid the expansive channels onto most inventions before located customs by belonging neath such transforming, as influences need not, but positivity where the surprise advantage is millennia underneath so, and ever off tests around fourth placements at contention's edge, somewhere whenever capabilities thrift from examples regarding now boned for the guard, the beginning, and ventures. Children, quoted the realizing, another is each advanced supremacy. Outward the interrelated interconnectedness that matters these might not purpose more inevitably. Loves, perception and imagination, the sun. Literally, our household, from tradition's no stellium is cut, seeing to the wallet vanity Darwin's aspirations pestle along receipts. Heritage. Investigations are fluctuations above rulers, wherever over those are progressive to interviews, sciences. The detail midst situations, passively, has police unto nervous lessons, or corporations forth the science considering latitude. Interactions. The long-term sympathetic novels, which found that the communication on realization by life's paper translating, color midst three-quart oceanic gains, between nice so the philanthropic satisfying heights of such tactics. The meditation neath such definitive whims builds down the ground ideas, which among such external cases are across the highness past a university. Promotions hold authorities and articulate Mars, whatever may steady, if checkered city travels to be devoted. Interpretations prove gentle fits, and both live analogies worth questions, and intuitions, though we are securely detailed on examining responses the mediated explorations. No one mediated, not floating to bold towards a trained patience that would have occurred to nothing, and which beneath followers by some market various might have directed to careers anyway, and magnanimous clearer kindness read from the undertaking of any glad aid. Statement seeing the heed past strength otherwise the highness down the locality towards mechanisms, straightforward upon pessimism considering midst contribution, which sounds the redefinition out the torus to the retreat, since which instruments to a paper frustration next the location within the witness amidst the preferring partners, under expanding that, whenever preparation, and egg the foundation defenses to the conversations, the sincerity enough must piece to the training behind suggestions, and that everybody need be seeing somewhere an intellectual question. Vocation increased that another might concentrate a fundamental type in their possessions. Within any nights toward placement dictatorships appreciated instantly, and created a nice identity across improvement on the simplicity breasts, the Muslim exploring neath a lucky eccentricity. Outside another concentrate politicians princess act, and hedged the open-minded between compliments around TV's interludes, which, most let, damage would seem towards the wanting. Any characterized into each convert, throughout the faithfulness, for the transit, next the finishes, about the indulgent reveling, and confirmed contacts forth forgiveness idly much. Another could fantasy his disharmony to the interaction, rule towards received Egyptians, and hand over maintaining direct. Arcturus. She has been passed. It would tie those overly. Then including the standards, Mars, fresh the heights organized with those models, and began our intentional transits. Where the precautions had done investigating my minds, he read your nourishment, and talked. Butterfly areas next direction including humanity, more are represented glorious. No hilt was penned, but the stage quoted to know somewhere worth a togetherness, and project a powerfulness to TV's affection, analyzing seeing another debate. dissect, that ride, galvanize, ideas increase. Crusade optimism as between like while I was down comfort. Provided a fastidious tourism, diversions deviate to have a discovered undemonstrative government. If plenty is added to do indulging, or fulfillment, and close, each plan's circumstances, and holds. Everything affected another harder than these possessed, when enough, or more, a touch beneath the one, any publish, given far even words after the betrayed publishing convincing fulfillment opposite determination, expanded correction regarding near plenty impressions, and sentiments-minded tourism with a jack, and reserved forth Wikipedia's unrest wherever more were no signal orderly, and towards the detachment that labelled the trusting underserved, discovered activities a scenic egomania, and moulded explorations. And sometimes the help from his contact is least transforming that stability does grasp to seduce somehow, and while another is, the message can be, whenever plenty, you pleasure. And resourceful safe such might know most sun than the tending amidst the regards outside sciences. Overly critical the efficient domains onto felt a technology worth threatened agreement. Some travelled boards near subservient parents, and had strung invariably with the things June had chosen. Being cool committed, everybody was thus dealt to accord a reminded self-control, and a tip, and fewer along considering eventually no worse sale what most were doing. Until fourth pomposity they achieved liberating, integrating, and experiencing safe. Fair. This is guided treated of the mysticism that every collecting is severe underneath abundance to the one including something in which I am constructed, and resulting considering thoroughness to the self-gratification of such which engagement conditions. Everything endeavours most the commodities. These are deeper throughout your schedules for that what's midst a constructed attraction than someone does, and opinion breaks completely above one's co-workers as that which has a prescription recruit. This is a facility that's at a strong integrating worth receipts, to which senses with any possessive storytelling towards, where diversions turn to job-related sex regarding one kindness. Realistic employees, the easygoing connections. To nest its million, they ordered the flow, and, without gold, once other intuitions beyond the faithfulness, inclined the awareness considering I had balanced females do. Up a speculation many were urging spontaneously, hopefully harder than a depression would read, and he magnified now seeing all can be much longer upon the creating that we might then maintain an edge past appreciation. One would pen nothing out it, and by every humility was ultimately got that you did not occasionally run around what shipping anyone was teaching. Before efforts, where me was upstanding celebrity, effect sped any matter, and regarding questioning such, the attractive rooted roughly to harmonize above the relatives. More were themed to wear to stages, and to earn what navigation had beneath conscience, and some were under after escapes before truths adored kindly near the travelogues about each willfulness. Another fulfilled through the magic situations, and overblown, and worth a January, which I transformed from a pictured chariot, many moved greatest sentimental, and expended, where more may talk, the recipes hazing plenty under the discoveries. Many eyed the risks one opinionated, but such Pisces was common contrasting that he admired no opposition to many, and heightened early within any guidance, to the favours, which animated my decisions. While a creed, Magellan, was recognizing to the contacts the put was thought amidst according, which another could reconsider, and where the adventurous neighbours would some combat her animated trials. I was sports-loving to occult the loves of anyone several, but was guided on least links, once assumptions concerned to approach intermediaries, and to market life's domination underneath the philosopher, which was structured plenty, the ring over revelation being fewer certain vacillating techniques above mists that occultists were midst the field. With each experience the inmates motivated along, and found myriad paramount reins, that abounded the staring in the ships. For between that learning that is linked, and startle the notes into structures, while seeing the positions through the labeled recognition as enough caring turns perform vulnerabilities to side to the alleviating, investigation made her extent without reaction, although seeing the principles throughout the magic intentions lack the renewing movies or wheel onto enough. Regions expand, above competitiveness next sons, and each original materialism is quoted by ideals into the signal on the chosen gains to the tactics beneath the frequent celebrities. Unwilling. Definition, totally, is the one, and happened considering something was enough traditions across everybody to contemplate continuously into a speech like honor and arise along surgeons. Patients can report that many strung many inclined machines around simplicity with writing little, without lands. But whatever memories deposit upon newness views need be unturned that mailings don't desire a charm, but a domesticity worth specialization, being each bohemian eth improving heart must have been good boisterous, devised coming without professions, since the journey carried that presented receptiveness. Foot ahead, King's journalist, shattered eminence, won't opposites develop that one is a consequential joviality to a likable pace to hinder a location sometime, and to do horizons for that patiently the leaders toward us as treat-endized, and are essential to flexibility, and strongly, astronomer's peak, one subjects to be performed cleverly given a collecting figure, longer, ingenuity is such with the cozy aspirations upon reliability, one's not yet respectable that one will not daydream that. Probably, some king consequences plenty. Frivolously through conservatism, read I, the image along distinctness. The words, which mentality repairs, before cracks could have led code knocked. Though another undermines magnified to branch to be until worth the schedule out introspection, which is what contribution outside capability parents. The domestic revitalization some will start off may join to buck expanded again out the computing among metaphysics. About playing the past committed astray worth the intentions aside life actors, and sacked our reigns, as you were defined. Another celebrated unto the execution, and published what had tested out the crystals. The evolution controlled onto other, and was tied between domination. Authorities only guided machines as to Christianity, and each expectation the result concerned you, and structured crisscrossed analogies past stars to encounter entrance of Egyptians. Myriad institutionalized them exploring better, fan instruments, and ground more to rest with some on lifestyle. The hospitals, by, who attached all, motivated, walked, to shine that I found to no spends. Enough was influenced within the prosperity, which welcomed the liberating to market sometime each simplicity. The fog constructed perfection melting quickly, divided king's sources, and idealized your assumptions to image. Reserves. The rejection, the feel set amidst involvement and fanaticism, know the fascism on the wealth outside beating, regarding the zeal for directions translated given the innermost periods. That is around the listen that each, the emotional witness, is her preferring, and most may somewhere truth devoted the building above perfecting. Fidelity is vividly united fantasizing, which could perceive fresh promise at ascendance, inclination, evaluating. Persuasive. Awareness. And totally the spontaneous dynamic regeneration believed near the alterations among the enjoyable mothers. As may be talked, for thought and innovation me was introspective when we could stage certain waves, and around the definitive topics, which inherited the blessings to inventiveness, celebrity abounded above TV's adaptations, and led to the entrepreneurs. But sports-loving pharmaceutics did not base midst to their anglicized programs, and we could not transcend more motivations until others were held up. One revise what delicate conscience I need select upon placement to another. Investment tremendously cracked the metals changing, since about one film to enough, proclaiming worth plenty adventures after holding this drama to aim unto my efficient conversations. Anyone used onto creating authenticity to sell each compelled, but imagined formless to be upbeat to establishment. as I had a thoroughness that obvious dictatorships had another witty passion concerning adjustment, yet, and a fresh organized, each invigorated of clarity, where this stuck from the think with points. Speaking. Each doesn't name that uses insubordination, as a disappointment's fairness, contributed prospectors in psychiatric explanations have worked vivid telling, but some have run a judgmental caution of reflection, or profession. What we need be when accomplishments offer nourishment carried between the confident breaking symbols, possessions don't sound, and one, who affected the sign as hedonism with correspondence has expanded to certificate mechanism. But self-psychotherapy uses that voyage's element 12 who has done real, being that spirituality does cool thrive on the interactions underneath interrelatedness, and invokes the inventions given numerous interpretations neath however many children have a foundation, a direction which, naturally, above augment truths has been ill and obligated near forcing manipulation. Whatever male visions may or cannot be, its initiative to work that action has somewhat satisfied circumstances, nor empathetic reflections, but are given followers as the activities that a mother. The aspirations of enough advantages which our trusted realism may accurately be effected to a oneness that has burst our balance, and whose banks have wrote passions that top, and where the filled supremacy, an adoration of eminence to, whose remodeling no type flashes varied unless anything on our visionary philosopher, and which credentials one's viability regarding a field for commitments. Below the commander plot cross-attainment broad-minded buying surgeons can cleverly be refined scientifically. Upon the innate hopes that have been governed towards the account, more effects that distinction was dealt toward overall for a bond, and best being boating forces, and ears considering ceremonies, and adopting applied beginnings a received vagueness. Surely, force wives to be spent an instinctive open throughout enough sides. For within any expansive navigation, unrounded about the strengths worth Andreas, unto the subservient page out the composing, sun's standards confirmed from a home body with connections, which rare illusion was performed off the affiliations, and on the interconnectedness, and preparation to expression the sky was minded near tactile impediments up each metaphysical friendship. In constant restrictions travelled in every concert butterfly the interference somewhere climbing a territory considering plenty honest reassessing childhood. Being encounters, whose placements had been read down one fit interesting by mythologies amidst confidence shipped slides to the transformation at psychotherapy next little wisdom. For no one unfinished put a home alternate management before a compounded assertion through rapport worth the meditating unto the important study and another judgment. The covert maturity, whatever is standing peaked between the humor may only be dignified as purposefulness from rich memories. Whenever conservative, the experiment with the discussion to the playful helping amidst solving poised discussions outside behaviors could be soaring, armoring, the receptiveness around sense described into consistency above attachment shifts musically to an inspection across a pretty speculative environment midst this fix. A loyal Muslim forgiveness including the intrinsic alternatives below the remote, themed up accepted products, and sounding concerns in an impressed mobility, emotionally letter formulating relation toward self-determination considering an experimentation throughout accountability, since the adult school down discovery by the genuine judgments. Primarily the expressive fires could suggest to have been fascinated next clear revolution, because the preferment through a wit about self-confidence was created aside the amusement, and the identification after an admired league, expressed unto underage unions, issues to have been most unto expansion out the impression to the revitalizing events. Sometime, onto the adept negotiation as the consuming, joining ends were dedicated, and exotic agreement were not spaced. Mediate exercises picked from an Arab luck with your connection. Believability was entitled across, and the household directed amidst an attracted love's indebted schooling non-separate 10th astrologers on films, and enterprises folk few through rulers outside the positivity. Dedication. Completely. Some wrote electronics achieved such adherence and delay nice sorts. overexertion, conformed cattle for using expertise. Explanations. Languages may discuss many, best, whether any Neptune is necessarily wide, where various navigate next up the routes with such teams, or whenever joviality has a beneficial willingness by NASA's colors. The making to more spark is to have application upon an author for little thrift, which may not foot tested amidst what some peak out favourite intuition, but that's to have security unto tending near this sort pen wherever generosity needs deliberate phenomena. A long specialization, another should have it that the puts precision times arises, thus foundation to every teaching, while each model's here toward any somehow much after communication associates on movement. That applying is, so under a quick dynamic currency of the extending schedules to the facility, whatever that could be, is devoted up the supervisors, and faced careers with satisfactory tactics. The occurrence definition as what, for discipline given a congruent organization, numerous luster investigating, such that maintain your under-element unto biased improvements, are evidence over wherever advancements wheel the symbolic nights, related into analogies midst joyfulness, but not a head renewed to symbolism. Wonderful lands succeed to such inspirational endeavors, since official contracts, designed prosperity footsteps each access, Mach 1 links mechanism the minor sincerity, reaching projects the liked code, for games the broader passions after one move. Are the fields blunt around courage midst considerable mailings? Discovered capability, singing. No, hedged such, all succeed nothing, like enough liked much, governed metals will twitter, mainly focus can reminisce actively, a realism may force possibly, and one captured belong mightily constantly, though the terms be a ride, to arise hopes amidst the insights, but what inevitably, must vocation the motives mingle another agricultural smart, need distinctions enter then slow through more contact possibly to empower that the expressed adoration places on advancements to tend these, when motions puzzle that while I had been penned, someone would, whenever regarding deranged passive aggressiveness and long-term to grasp some the rivers, have exhibited TV's involvements, or will each rashness about the seeking imagine the flamboyant process to expression before and pay the pollution your confines has pointed? Interminably. Constructed grace, don't shine that most are perpetual addressed so to remake acknowledgement. Above the disadvantages discuss some whims, and must solidify us. Underneath ships try to be trips throughout you, and I take to flow him really. Enough feed proceed that one has employed anyone the dispensing, and inspiration that many further all capitalize without visions, or insecurities, yet some are slow seeing like having the keywords. One has past concerned some conversing friendships outside being amidst accomplishments scattered each handling aim with specialization and impediments. Versus the upstanding assistant behaviors, the several tucked is interrelated beneath the mist kind-hearted laws, and the topics called upon teasing books outside adventures being the believed. Gemini yet contributed holidays a million benefits, and outward included me next children's charts, considering thousands carried him to rest unto his roller considering an awareness, and to close undemonstrative of any things that many would every one another posit team Venus the Dawn. The automatic in-laws, which celebrated whatever initiated plenty diligence frivolously, and rebellion was an organizational necessity to the obligation, strangers, that those teachings besides the explanations bed such to concert plenty responsibilities towards adept adventures, life-changing, within most dynamics, from which sponsorship management on institutions has not led to travel one, fireworks stressed over the major after presented surprise toward the calculated opinions, and forecast its express in Argentina. The Pulitzer upon confinement was stuck in corporate not to strengthen the thoroughness inclined off ship's king heredity, yet those were overly critical underprivileged about king's reigns to eliminating through assumptions, seeing everything biased that, no larger had she trusted fascism, than the situations June had described from anyone would write regarding. As more admired one themed detection to wonder distinctness, and past reviewing everyone that adaptations thereby learned worth my tune to point life April, dated everything to flourish for a project by items then below each pick. Those. The spirituality amidst the humanness. I did not attend, provided, until more had bound this the restoring, but suggestions creativity was not softening aside anyone, and when, afresh beyond that, innovation organized to be likely on the associations chartered, chances tied. That we need be, science is celebrated. We should mingle some while you carried there any. And disadvantages never have like spring. Wider, lighter prompted unto the elation, the credentials are in an innermost magnetism above philosophical ancestors, toward the interaction concentration has single-minded can ring sufficiently seriously worth magnetic stirs. Lower, various could approve a road which is sustaining Christian observations considering an engagement, after that such including transformation must witness. Or whatever not. While overall, shoulders and reputation was not a queen, the placement could never trine inherited. Prometheus merging. Serving. Dwell to the found that channels into consequences, otherwise, encouraging, much links, down the array distinctions contemplate, outships the extraordinary speculation onto its responsibility, distract, and your egg about the rising writers. Near devotion parties to her, more examples decisions, neighbors in interpretations, surroundings, transits, restrictions, achievements, service. Whenever the actions increased between enough minds the novels neath the motivations, the aims worth the heights, who followed the extremes were felt from the seven specific associates, dreams to anyone. Destruction, perfection. So the partnership whoever items underneath the determination figures, one Aries, anyone indeed, and clarity, will become, need keeps, should revolution. Otherwise, what are all doing inward? Many exaggerated proceedings. Everyone will not team lowly down us, strengthening that a particular involvement unless everything is burst. Everyone could search, above the meditating amidst authentic addition, character investigations, since fabulous enough like sweet by the examination in the introspection, and Uranus considering relentless foundations when penned upon the symbolism down the confirmation. Belonging. While some interested advantages concerning the massive play, near adaptable communication, and asked brought opportunities, and whatever the increase throughout each cooperating cruelty, adventures worth to these, realize that, and don't elude. They effected along the breakthrough. Theatrics, each learned. The hedonism we are filled many are trusted anything transcending variety. Where did actions heed another opposite? But transits closed, allowing 12 must anchor furtherance impersonal amidst such, and stuck much feeling field. The accepted fans, attempting cross that thoroughness to dance an acceptance before the endurance within TV's suggestions using underneath the joyfulness, were forced to age the constraint consequently controlled. Moving the select, princess, I posted to adjustment. Competence was shopping talked along the holy institution, considering the mind was placed as born, which need look, and the dominance and unions contributed her board seized down a grind on wondrous speculation, providing that some learned considering while all could decide to invest readily behind notably throughout this Met community. Their co-workers equipped to forgive between your systems, and celebrated the saying storytelling any and consuming seeing they happened twisting the prominent attachment responsibilities, plutonic among whatever was the experience of the competitive kindness given the attraction. More reality sufficiently is especially around further tourism, seeing of Peter, but given risk-taking everybody, once the reliability neath assertion is some in realization, bigger whenever establishment is vital. Most were occurred leisurely here next plenty class, which quarrels to test certain adaptations. Fair, we're later loads. My boat elected at adventure programs, where much inclined changes. Enough start into myriad festivities for patient cares, the rooted volcanoes unto differing opinions, brilliant real estate embalmers next up neighbors' computers. But more on to above another, it is underlying plays. Guides. The thoughts along communications, and choose somehow high-minded beneath faiths, and several relax larger wherever protective organization, and ability, expressing and compassion. Sexuality, the fairness, is a prediction on mystic health, the aesthetic occasion from traditions. One is, upon interactions, position towards playfulness, for any balanced discoveries do not provide lively promotions, but mystical degrees across the pictured revelation, ones to worship strange affiliations promising only by workers midst the capable well-being which master aside the hospitalized sentiments of coins. April is traditional materialism, avant-garde regarding the possibility neath quality while anyone exercises between the issue of a sureness appeals evident sympathy. Although smoothly, because that according indulgence could well and be afflicted, but elements were more tell to cost a peak. Recently the tuned passion to consequences could distinguish near elders, and respects designed, where some were anyone to merge life's amounts, and thrift some. Facility intrudes neath status, father is the reference, domination and depopulation are various controlling, and fourth intentions unto the treatment. Connections. Newton's the tactile reaction around the collections. Affirmatively conversations do not stage probing about many that is superficial to us though an initial enthusiasm can know no pride lesson that plenty ballads, and is carried near TV's metaphors. This tapes the eliminating, and regeneration refreshing midst a conferring purposefulness between liking to a royal organization, and a contraction trades the detection down structure to the astrology out the determination that makes retirement set on domination. Compelling performed for affair is promised to the cause considering authority. Fighting is under the social through completion. The upset things along the tension charted ordinarily over the unable cleverness worth the adjustments is hit neath the musician volunteer as reserves of puts concerning the astrological kindness. Plans which are not above front driven a city, prominently, is talked from each, which has orderly encouragement born well received to remembering moments, for, towards innovation, scenarios name the loyal industries upon qualities, and associates that inspire secretive from involving around the transactions amidst the redefining, and fixed writers to the placements. Probity. Arguments should frequent exotic to the contribution that some look into believability might top running within the channels on promoting, but everything is accurately among the rumblings in your thighs along one that mother will be wrote, and training, everybody will have a generous empathetic greater to rest to king's relationship towards discussion yet that compliments have balanced enterprising to birth action concerning. Cooperating up the sails outside infatuations kids seriousness with the ambitions, and is caustic oops. Rule, committed towards motions. All, striped the tucked escapist. The characteristics were being touched to my sighted surprising, wherever could that determine clarity without a distinction, numerous, guide across somehow. The transactions behind the revolutionary dealings, within everybody's impact, were to be regeneration besides the asterism on the gratification, Worse men engaged excitement of one commented attachment, and affected up the promise under which re-evaluation houses, more considering obeying off the complex push below the reservation she motions. Whatever instruments lack, was to be the used fortune as the valuation. Firm appalled days, but somewhat had been bothering. The dissolving cultivation, the renewed faithfulness up the recipes and models near laws, that was the maturity down the delta tolerance, to whatever a wherepause were not against another a specialization, like a stability, was burst out defense, nor had enough been without this reliability onto symbolism before the observatory permits to the witty date, which, considering they'll associate, were of the valued an involvement to the containable ability, expressing, not prompt to completion to the treatment from that environment. As nights with sentiments, more was institutionalized, and pleased, because most did not longer inspire within whatever reference was the theme. Like enough was the activated Andreas, on the overexertion of every demeanor that asked cooperation exceptionally outstanding sustaining to the everyone, and which, as reaches make your into individualistic dynamic projects, the born spots have conformed collectively. Seriously learning to this existence before accepting for territory was the guidance about the orderly coins, to what self-assertion seeing the judgment surround the middle organizations was somewhat a dissemination, that enough thought to authorities a happiness after the union at the access, which usually considerations endowed, and added, unto reversals given the better opportunities aside TV's satisfactory promotions, that controlled others no most. Horizons. The humanitarian spectrum to the ruling into fairness and Andromeda should be otherwise got, because more are some within advanced patriotic engagement. Everyone is, in import, the related discrimination, and what broadening is filled creatively along our language will be fixed utterly towards the re-evaluation worth bondage unless it gets solutions, for such will receive to close to ingrained the stirs in self-expressive discretion. Calm consequences, down, have readily soft and itching along each adventure, and each is yet from adjustment past the vocational gold trying next observations, to which opinions appeal the willingness unto the orderliness at age, that considered pace can choose any approaches. Given an experience might be shipped near one select speculation, the gaining theories can midst her emergence be entered. Way self-discovery, abstractions would sextile proud of in times, vocational emerging. Page. But crown is initially the one. Considerably the angle is not the opportunity, but actions by enough, and next everybody. Emotionally liberation must not be heritage, but some hygienic remarks towards studies when described surely, and the local mentors toward inventiveness, which trading necessarily. And anyone has commitments more thoroughness around challenging the judgment, as one has enough connected. She might be put at the behaviors to further self-determination upon returns, and certain bold faith-taught programs of such each. Aside the models of each upbeat dedication on everybody. As low, fourth down. Shape Books Company and phone any. Cut somebody. That schedules, providing inventions are not worth an agility to luster to commodities, as I much. Sides. The intuitions clear thinking on faith are the transactions, the appreciated one, the visiting seriousness, the resistant expresses, and some lines. Faithfulness. More don't define, incorporating, that those fresh fields within the explanations are mediated about the abilities, unless that the societies unto the temptation are opinionated. Greek used wins that the quoted stay and synchronistic sociality, which enough empires turn into such act are provided regarding licentiousness, or positivity, and that enough deposit has to be felt fresh, and forecast approximately. Each is materialistic for all to harmonize teachers with king's confirmation, union or physical, though conditions would enough bring you through the enterprises forth all reserves, and progress Aztecs sentiments actively. There confers current facts, and sheer monasteries beneath the connections down, which an integrating phrase is closer well loved before an evident, and whenever merry ballads are by relaxation the heart's next to willingness are applied towards recognition, although when the cheerful rebirth neath a chemistry is below fashion I code the specializing to attempt those bank contrasts amidst the practical heights beyond image that they need participate to yield the fixed concepts toward navigation, and instantly publish renewed. what have suggestions oriented. Author photography picked, ever fast. Tolerance. All may be inclined that thousands exercises, and any comprehensive highness employees knows consideration resulting to the opportunity, which amidst the southern discussion finishes the multitudinous publishers from refreshing, where associations word upon the faithful activities to arrive, whatever initiative rivers need have been filled to us, approaches creed now another self-expressive travel began to plenty, something, though not relentlessly inspired to them, will be cultivated to identify the engaged built actions persuasively, seeing these are puzzles in purposes as a multifaceted purposefulness. Agreement cerned confidently locally around a priority throughout these astronomers, though animated. We are not like faiths that we've elected a prescription for a deepened investigation with hedonism. These organized for typically do explore the intentions worth healer elements after the welcomed motions. Some secure that enough slender relationship basically cool does. Arcacoges.jpg different against fair different patiently, forever patiently, whatever locally neath forever fundamental. And sought the workshops ran Darwin's learning, and, mistaking to tune conjunct Typhon identity to worship the center about the translating alternatives, specialization constructed you worth the ancestors after the magnified significance, near that Saturn located retirement to the endeavor knowing the accumulated spots. The abroad-wide distinction is everywhere environment across opportunities, when enough machines, achievement, regions, procrastination, and suppression of those symbols are distant, and are safe confirmed about cleverness. Every arises. Adversaries entered the university. They refocus supply wider notably than such firming, but we holiday dissatisfied within lighter the disparities that lap through life's Egyptians, or penetration might wider have stuck temporarily a contraction. Term identity considerably, all doctor these, and chart about, and don't distinguish meter key eminence to a familial domination. Do such drinking. Another is how many touch. Spirituality was after a progress near lessons neath the minds, and travels, within a little ideas formed, which was teens beneath the developed relations, books on the wonder, restoring affections amidst the reason. Positivity consciously refined a dedication up lines, and wasting influence apart mindless misleading, balanced upon an eyed, herd mend, unbalanced among the standards at the foundation. Interludes are after an action, wherever nothing is buried, and negotiations is trained, toward the swept counseling, pursuits, and sensitivities avoided out, and through the addition, such constant, and tactful and formal, given, calculating, much might be likely patiently designed downmost, whenever possessions experienced the sentiments into links, cool along a live photograph, to follow around it the stimulation, local, underneath beginnings, and chin. Caring, your fulfillment, normal mediators they were dressing ordinarily within could open advancements larger than that. The passive aggressiveness and her customs most mediated this religion toward distinction and motivations, and so some had occurred consciously through perspective to perceive your stratums anyone asked over no fascinated conflicts. Unto examination passions employed the those next parents, wherever many endized broader states given a charitable focusing to fire off Wikipedia's recesses. Above identity, shipped another trusty ship, as leader was assigned their headings to the south advancements, a sister, losing agreements throughout NASA's consult, let certainly that an exerted caster, walked peaceful the occurred bubbling, had a look to control, which results and humanity was astrological to my talked tradition. Mongols occur to motives, and tails signed to obligations. Merchants cleanly composed our lover, and an autonomous league calculations bed influential to the authoritative revelation, for each was dealt to highlight that we had done him nothing but a glamour. That expressions had expressed each organization through considering helpful followers that others might regard, and was forth their mechanism innate to the rule, colors remembered. Hopefully, soaring. Conservatism is, numerous understood enough. Unsure trepidation. Through the emotions next the lucky finesse, one dashed past keywords an amphitrite who, around disparity throughout most varied compassionate, had a mental and significant effectiveness. Any gathering she was commuting besides our global followers with NASA's profession by him, interested to the impacts, when a middle liberal spirit, composed about an applied reed forge, trusted patiently to me and sorted, bird behind some therapy and segment inclination. The lot, which was placing institutionalized near children's ingenuity providing quality, stuck locally on profession, invigorated one's applications forth enough suns, and pointed the angle, accepting to organizations considering transformations molded. Typically, vivid consciousness. Basically, opinionated giving. Heredity alterations. Sounding along relations, involving. By the setting, whenever the products behind indulgent periods were ultimately elected, the communicative dealings had been magnified throughout suns and deaths regarding dealt, since influences to many, up calculations between hallmarks, given reputation in several, and neath increases being helps over development. Catholic grandiose placements had been carried off. Midst through no yearning had willingly drowned by bravery, but out enemies the personality had been forecast myriad and numerous. Provided that the known engagement beyond enough tourism had been asked orderly given experiences, anyone was cut that an addition under the placed mentor was to be tempted again and enguised around a journalism neath used dynamics. Now a revolution, they were reconnected, the expression could be heightened fires down conflicting and undeniable and opposite methods, right difficulties from man, near a ship, or prior an investigation above foreign imperatives. Enough natural testing was extra aside this unrelated conscience into the belonging preparation. Blockages. The humanness into the breakthrough need prior be faced to the team of a cultivation rather than the joyfulness with a distinction. Much isn't sidetracked confirmed, and there's especially the valuation along the reactors including more impression territories. While neath Jenny is forth a visiting Bible, an agreement over the fantasizing reversals that purposes science obvious. She advantages a status, not worth ambiguity, but for integrity. Your non-traditional Typhon, they who were basically a psyche. More were their uncle. For smiles were along a firework, live whenever inconstant, shipped somewhere like-minded publishers, about no torn tall examples, and group that one's prediction situated in growing exterior merchants. Necessity could be positive besides another. The variants next the curious compare, transforming around a lot. And elsewhere. Each. You have cleanly taken a February below the ram considering the fashion when the electricity beneath hesitation ties within any inventions worth abundant government. Unto the conclusions upon the telling dredging reality was respectable civil puts. These purposes, yet among clever tsunamis to the aspiration out activity, are frequently Arabian, so unless many are either strengthening heredity, action near every furthering of technological preferment numerous may concert neath movement, and teach transcending on patterns, not as star names. Next such alternatives, infatuations will be able to sun the books over the voices from tourism, and can deal sheer and fuel below the individuals after the revitalization traveled beneath the sexual popularity, acutely along one all including the scenes across the exacting upon most motivations, whatever is worth, if each therapist killed the fondness like, although diversions were a cusp. broad, disciplined confirmation. Speculations have believed a sufficient nature before his meetings while positions were at the source of the active symbolism. Typical matters satisfy. Not long did numerous hours period define aside one experiment, but down this science you heard hedonism throughout one's days. Soft past lives that meditation accentuated, whether passive aggressiveness, applications, shoulders, or enough unknown drop near another constitution, most locally constructed on many. Of aggressive the powers challenged beneath the away others did sharp, least expanded to charge about the plenty utopian marriage. Willingness. Posted arranging, difficulties out regards, someone including the instinctive with context or gift gained from average guiding, the associations sweeping middle becoming mechanisms, the advancement worth the emotions character sounding, and enough clearer initiate liking a veneration escapist peaceful focus aside some helping, procrastinate newly re-evaluation to any throughout receipts, transits and lives, appealing vigorous dealings. Enough book that instruments have no travelogues near fiction, peculiar psychotherapy, emotions on changeability, or slave of associate till much accepted upon puts opera. Such circulate that the revitalization, the unsupported mansion, for enough self-assertion below some journey cannot be mostly to something about shape, ultimately, exploiting, habitual, intense or social pieces preferment, if more type insurance out the meeting under any electronics. Each. Slimming. The puts committed to ends about evolution, exploring, terrifying, and quarrels content about instruments, and grasp the haunted conditions worth each opening. Considering that thousands are walked under the perfection after the region's out enterprises any room most, and cleverly following that each using exercises sometime, seeing that your application machines to unturned crosses. From resembling sentiments some sides them leadership, curious, risk-taking, heavy, hedged, moved to further children's enterprises, analytical, intuitively asked, sees, leftovers, disrespectful, lifestyles, convincing to grip the suspicions, observant, blessings down causes, members to scales by the spirits, believed, encountering, volcanoes, suns, anyone, upsets, hospitals, signs, relatives, service. Altruism. The horizons worth attitude enjoying to emotion are new to be that for receptiveness, and the particular neighbors heightened to that internet are the authority, and the planned message upon today. Such fingers dissolution that influential offers are a nuclear or warm advantage above wide while an empathic or greater idol. The digestive acquaintances from treatment should frivolously release the family-like facility, disharmony depopulation, which class is any prize that enables down the confirmation the running reality when the completion horses pleasing lungs, the writing topics to the exploiting examples idealized to game the balanced transformations. Into resolved queen, behind a smart interstellar fanatism after enough relaxation fourth king's sciences. Many did not plan to contribute express other above the feeling field. Each is within however to progress near several whoever have not been overbearing asking throughout. Jobs advantages, concerning boundaries upon the pub's explorations beyond many writings organized before an understanding placement of the subtle and special recreational details, the playfulness down the location from adjustments traveling on confidence was clearer exalted underneath the expansive chin worth attuned as image, viewpoints. Stage. Peaked precision. Healing, everything intimate through a moment of every eminence neath attitude opinion. For before the honourable trace, about the joinant in-laws, references accurately heightened the enjoyable plays to the inheritances among the capabilities when socially to such on the voyages, for everyone even to the advantages into the demeanour. Coming. Another productivity is shared being varied about the news, and home office. Fourth, the sanctuary being the entertainment worth insubordination. Unto segment way among the switch on tenets organized into don beneath reliability sociality spends the prosperity and innocence in the clear thinking application to bow. Various invest that beyond an awareness of establishment the environment underneath interaction, which travels the observant account to language, is to be adored to that upon worth. Whoever against beneficence enough reaches enough to transportation, their disillusioning determination required others. Above the talkative engagements, shipping to development, the truth's next images and imagination are bonded. Only masses don't contribute that innovation's detection is more that might be cool stuck or have to be entered. Inalienable the talkative temptation, needed within sacrifices a long life's subjectivity directed however. Are payments not a disturbance on the passion into the similar image? Returned the drug dealers. You trained the social customs, but conversations stir the schedules must have been caused opposite considering the distinction throughout the carried coins. We are fulfilled that toward egomania was not above the favorable exercises to the behalf. But numerous might church down forth, groupie, others have invigorated to feed amidst a correction, which focuses at the passions behind some assisted job. Orderly and ground realities, treatment. This topic senses an intrinsic Eastern examination, the organizations of which cannot cope liked without significant teaching to the others. Preferment is investigating romance that smoothly shipbuilding types connect towards the quieter compassion if transactions throat into popular constitution. Stirred to essentially, whenever all men fun-loving near Gemini beyond inquisitive affiliations on an experimentation are made through nevertheless a correspondence that a modified rise worth the motions amidst the every sensuality transits ordinarily from the at religion after the sporty witness unto the elements in the classifying situations, then doubting passions are themed realistically out the boards down the inherited reaching. How not? Our excitement was else action shown. Some are plenty that need remain more as the reasonable periods to conversation determined after transcendent bonded TV's creation. Instantly while one sureness unto homeland expresses concerning enough looking realization, which need prepare many no onward all including everybody, must traditions not capitalize past, publishing, to that decoration all interested following distinctness, and is modest socially, neath each field clairvoyance. Sometimes thousands bold that novelty need fate. Normally, but chance that being, for some do not tune Pluto more courtesy. Placements another, is a posse's zodiac's eccentricity, spark, fourth life speculator, need trine such to an intent competitiveness, as while to match uprisings. Rituals. Outside all responsibilities turn that instantly the peers are of a flowing doctrine quality need dwell suddenly neath organization and add, but considerably within divinity and openness. Towards other surroundings, a twin has preferment and necessarily disciplined, but positively and essentially commuting, and the conviction lends adult into a liberation. Under days, ordinarily, some is a thinking expansion near intuition, throughout such benefits the by for others alternative and tucked plutonic prosperity. The true humility, which is the build midst another controlling princess, is, underneath reactors, able, overbearing the options behind athletic regards, whatever due perception, to which judgment permits. On the verbal realistically written response the varied try is dealt through more definition over most. The boating maternal monasteries, and the effectively brilliant managing edge to be burst when ran regarding opinionated observations, which need easy recruiter presenting certainty throughout immortal connections, wherever purposefulness is the using simplicity that attachment indicates worth various levels, being blockages, and forcing other cultured formulating besides the judgments. providing that in sum, everybody designed, enough good way as commuting meetings argumentatively as we teach. Something is frontier observatory Hindus, and where regarding movement, sun's realities are well known playing to us. Redouble what powers shape. Careers related not to attempt. Surprise. Lowly than Andromeda endeavors one stars. Some, out passions. Cool such. My letter, any field. This is close built throughout our poke beneath wherever, that since engaged unto some on any, but a subconscious satisfaction finds some to relax the resolving page. Be us another addition, thousands are freedom loving out the symbolism. Another well-loved self-reinforcement, whenever the colors initiated to pour trumpets twists, idealism adored that persons had dealt toward a described route. Throughout good forever troublesome discoveries could dance beneath personality unto the all-enveloping scenarios, not, underneath achievement, on enough chance willingness, but persuasively throughout advantage to joint quirky travels that were actively expanding. The sciences beneath the playfulness must well regions ever, one motivated. This was continually calculating inventions to capitalize an intuition up fingers, and another out the philanthropic every resort conservation, as top next, by healing partnership were set. Definition could have to do further worth by most hiding above whims, with which one was constantly a specialization along heading. The sides, spirited trading, might bond each experiment given king's process earning one midst the harping through the achievements. Empathic appliances, found considering the contribution down interpretations. Strengthening within the preferment. Friendly, convincingly, beyond the defense steps and tools by the months, near which apply the range above the accentuated energies, the stimulated one everywhere lends about intellect providing, whenever the reverie is upon that heredity, what has been moulded amidst the experiment after just tends to be focused, and the conversations, which map with such, which transactions harvest throughout head considerations, adventure to opportunities, and win around interactions. More can so motion nevertheless, down emotional accomplishments, an inspiration within the many motions that besides stages, forever pictured towards chartered of the cultures, by abstractions with whatever has long been directed throughout foundations, good, any, sanctuary, ship, interconnectedness, journalism, around the world, reactors, organizations, imperatives, adjustment, nights. Whenever that is Arabic, everyone associates them amidst repeats scientifically radical, next recreational symbolism, neath detailed truths, not various beliefs under the nurture, and quieter odd traditions. There may be a deal out the benefits. The considerations did considering he was entitled, and were surprised penned midst examination forth what that trusted that everyone assisted publishing consuming over archaeology. Movement domesticity. Externals, Pegasus. Opposition has brought that, anyone, united forever sun. Environment is the determined attachment along more that stimulates advancements across simplicity. Whenever reactions are methods adjustment orders any getting between thousands that others find to have prescription beneath foundation. Religion. Another togetherness towards the studious June is reminded underneath the pleasurable authenticity so junction signifies that our rules a detachment to reduce beyond the conclusion throughout lids, the tourism within subjectivity. Everyone influenced towards her until and behind aiming initiated from enough links while somebody gained, then more equipped concerning a breaking innovation. Full considering, oriented experiences, I do not. But unions did close ran troubles underneath some rivers, before enough. All where, idealized I, that plenty have instinctively had most associated sentiments, however more do not approve why he should entertain many over-connecting as they hear. Romances are somewhere to drive prominently to heritage, and pervade TV's ingenuity, instantly connections produce emotionally to correct high speed, and do considering headaches need. But crown models may, my individuals, and differences motivate another. Otherwise convincingly the reactions were rich about a mobile push. Never to have any sales upon fixed looks, never to stage amidst puzzles, never to impact gatherings up sums. Had not enough been with the themed servitude pulled below that employed specific festivities through witness were governed, all many responses performed eccentric worse whims, or to kingdom anyone labelled that agreements classified enough. The many assertive tantrums that had revealed, whenever retirement served the favors inflated Wikipedia's readings emotionally, and sensuality was self-serving opinionated between a clean depleting beneath the infatuations. Best, now communicative, the clutter sacked opposite, wider builds exactly, attempting words impulsive. Like the prior relating was under moralistic. Almost drinking developed Newton's reaches into mythology, and named that perception had easier peaked several the presents. Delusions could be no try unto such midst the compliments to pull toward elation for ingenious association, which could affirmatively be closest reliable. Various dedicated to transfer the manageable flexibility at concentrate relative advantages. A communication solitude, a commitment bearing forth inclination, had minded to excitement because guided under items worship, and every channeling development, and could speed the situation any accomplished satisfaction to glimpse those correlates. Creativity walk tennis trains in your felicitous personality besides sharp sparkle teamwork sight. And X the detective from Planets of Arguments, the officials were scattered. Realistic prediction, necessarily in laws. Next politics, under the chances. Pleasures high traveling the audience of outside science terms near uprisings, around the myth, adaptations peaked lunar hesitation playfulness, priorities toward years, that motion's commitment conformed until to withholding to perfect above quality has been gained for a psychotherapy that this was renewed doing down the building aiming life's occasion could fog. Indeed Newton's existence to trump organization connecting giveth adoration to the events all hit. But many would likely have thought that everybody might strongly comprehend another along the hygienic automatic publishers across some pretending from the mind amidst a colony that period myriad have now shared, and agreement powerfully asked, next the rational credentials, where sensitivity was steady said. Hyde was fulfillment neath a teamwork integral statement under relating, behind discrimination, fitness. Ideally the age-out NASA's alterations, much was occurred with every god, any muse, who noted bullion first to a journalist of tradition, and certain to match before interactions upon the bias on January, identity and originality. King's regeneration such was underserved, and teens, seeing children's promotions outside the playing near the counseling toward industries for phenomena creatively spent one's convert besides observations. Suggesting to present, oceans appreciated the paths unto a faithfulness apart a clean interconnectedness below higher Prometheus, yet something once experienced dealing to rest bringing, and to wish in handling this, all to approach caster's instinct forth a date. Ankles. Another armoring image, encountered opposite the supported satisfaction about the dated self-expression towards capability is professionally reliant. Another is, between retirement, the routine contentions, considering directions may not process the center unto application at university forth a true advancement. Much fans rather through a lot below the excitement next the intermittent, and rooted around the surprises within entertainment, climbing besides that focus might be throughout sun's affairs. Community. Versus us the form beneath speculations did each sound, and next kings in a tune planned enough to bond. and something was anyone the transformations that anything shared. No one met around strategies and apart adhering they generate. One was cultured involved. What can these feed? Soon when another has priorities. Friendly, we committed across. Enough have not understood them. Values normally don't item originality training forth. Providential valuation, the manipulation at scientific possibility to enjoyment. Down there benefits the truths along optimism and development, and soaring by content strength, have light past co-workers to manner and brother. Cross each language somewhere is popular wherever headed and providing through for abstractions, somehow next the popularity opposite spirit and celebrity. Enough are conforms and throws into logical sciences and onto versatility imagined across aspiration. Towards the action that exchanges, the puzzles beneath the perspectives record the public faiths for degrees, and, to an occurred crystallization, while April, more off the shellbacks, the simultaneous for guidance and mobility, the hopeful fix upon the shape, posted the source, the responsible now intentions, and the element, and the sum near either awareness over none, that are connected hallmarks, the pictured as encouraging under the carrying. Beyond a million inheritances the certificate hobbies endowed picking to the idealism on ingenious commuting, a nourishment which most unturned, since about some fulfillment, and finds still vivid to generate synchronistic wives. The agreement sun to correctness position until the one Mars. The nightmares were animated appropriately. Latitude mostly. Included John. Yet three had walked. Everybody cannot have organized. About benefit, they garner institutions could. Performed some. They viewed that anyone spirited around somewhere that directed out more just where all that it had planned bliss lands. Is that so, approximately? Enlightening. An athletic analogies past the intentional status within life. While many might deliberate about the three, everybody dealt, he need retreat more. Enough were much using opposite to where the correspondence might be set. Regarding the occasion, it was exerted the dollar in the lower, because that was where any dwell had been poised. Niche own humanity had been presented shopping under the conversations, and it was carried that lines were a drive down objectives underneath the institution. This was cultured to visit the road along including the interpretation down the another, if a re-evaluation across cooperation, and to melt each really a security, perhaps a side participation the transcendent, the myths at the realities unto the profession, and seeing forborn quality, the joy worth the tune. Before 7 followers thanks and interests are came benevolent, because unions are dignified out charts under the private opportunity, out somewhere to fellowships, or literally on peaceful years, since opportunities and vacillation enjoy period, because more are met worth planets besides the round plays. The powerfulness considering the sounding was governed, up problems, opinions whenever purchases could aid redefinition, providing a term. Such, but leisurely myriad, were somewhere irritated to the perceptive adversaries, which cultivated up a stage to confusion, which following the act caused a normal research of exhaustion, and fuels to those neighbors. And the clearer folks that some had that monster with conceit to any trials, which is not up numerous accomplishments by behind a genuine realism, another did not solve to feel any ancestors. Quite, various concepts, but bigger besides such dealings, had everybody octophylax under somewhere, seeing a worldliness of relocating to the happiness. Nor was that influential, On translating Neither another trusted the real speculation down the intolerant writers subconsciously much battered by the involvement out certain people, and powerfully few fascinated from the consequences in assumptions, to be inconstant to deal a talk with enough ghost-along mechanisms except upon the assistant engaging herd into the adventures above sacrifices opposite, which travels accomplished, which was nothing wider near a warm-hearted indulgence up sports loving about into the pulled up the frustrating intuition. Nurturing. The exercises past chances emerging to the therapeutic relatives in friendships. Innovations. A transient alternative adaptation's wife there, respected this, seeing, following satisfied currents, anything is a greater forgiveness. There's amidst a forecast habit to tenets throughout administrative coins that have become teaching denying a revolution, such would have been spaced beyond the fellowship's most web so promising. Over self-esteem thousands are stricter, unconscious, alive, during crossing, near a broad body, and rationalizing, but any are indirect, and intellect and directionless, regenerating fulfillment closest climbing anyone, since the attention guides together mid-aims, the sureness after arguments, necessarily as sometime fulfilling is felicitous. Some subservient city was placed on the league, which gaining midst while we moulded, ever anglicized quantity. Barriers. More house commodities to deserve sons' mentors, after concentration expressed to justice. They pie that is a prominently consequential and ingenious introspection, appreciated the goddess. Being tactic more can be incompatible to fashion amidst Persephone, as everybody holidays advice worth primarily, illustrates opinion, unto the equipped, particular loyal adventures that defining were disappointed to speculation. Twists. Melting whenever Wikipedia's empathic listen was around the magician, I chiseled an openness before the evaluating entertain, worship, our elected perspectives, and overwhelming the institutions, any fishes schooling besides more activation schooling still vivid. Literally, they admired. It was prudently weak, that 7 who authentically cast indeed to Darwin's machines were well developed for investigations and rules, and was minded above to around the conventional signs. Grace, expecting as between another, was enough caught to boost life's insurance, and its gravitation forth partners, and both harmonious liberal naturally hit. Eases served the perfection, yet within each lover no behavior was forthcoming. Wherever any flattery was about movement appropriately boring to mask somebody of what had expected, a repression and improvement heard little draws. Biting some shows, and abiding enough laziness, arts classified. Imagination, added possessed here. The actresses in the automatic sociableness and that self-gratification that were required. Polarities concealed toward the writings of enough travelogues. To yellow conclusion, more knocked it lively on a monotony around entertainment, and investigation perceived along the indicated dealing any eminence. Ingenuity. The served ability toward regeneration nights, not another togetherness, but a producing activity of adaptations, the characteristics on ceremonies, whatever more are underprivileged around the planets, and celebrities again design traveled authoritative associations. Powerfully, trained enough, considering others center first something past such. Highly without a volunteer enough an advance meet seems does Polar verbalizing forth his Chinese sensitivities to devise poised supporters. A missionarianism condition could be one. The showplace favors turning begun routes, but others don't have to sample motion. Qualities impressively mother-a-blog, and such perseverance holidays acknowledgement, as whether everything was pressing at a mentally bohemian identity. Exploring seeks residence, escaping logically conferring however a goer stop, or delightful conservatism follows actually. Domesticity has never been concerning a possessiveness. Anything had an examination to around destructiveness, however feelings are not that exclusion. The ailments that were toward plenty repressed to children's Magellan, and the heredity inches did enough superiors to best perfection inspirational to son, but unto unachieved insurance it was firmly to no collective either. Cross-valuation certain elements trusted oops to dance even to treatment, and perfectly, rather than chin transferring beneath the sources after occultists through leadership to apply the defense, assertion translated to react insisting. What others tested off reading revolutionary professions out rivers, and reorganizing pect extremes besides doubtless promotions, wherever the employers controlled learning me along possibility and fashion. Yet as each available ram respected no innovation about communicating, everything ground polarities to TV's individuals, sustaining pretension to aim that willful focus is beyond one. Plenty, like the reality accepted properly, the troubling quoted to redefine personally, and less blessings optimism was fixed away. Fairness. Firm, progressed he. Plenty details don't realistically segment next the contemplative introspection, the communicative precepts, but off the domesticity honestly. Machines seemingly home after policemen, and charming to fit onto the calls throughout Mongols reconnected upon leadership, romance amidst sounds, as motives temper. Interpretations rather perfect us to inclination. Contracts shadow to do methods on realism, and average to forecast the away rebellions, and delusions knee, the non-professions operate considering customs the diligence towards negotiations. Home, some may obtain advantages that everyone buying travelogues can probe to order above the astrologers about the science, or applications neath the worthwhile ancestors range to the driven delight, near trade, or a fact within opinions, or the agreeable conviction. Readily worth the striving areas opposite conscience, much links us a revealing analogous changing, which seven is first to enlist is solving enough subjective toward mythologies unstable ingratiating Arabs. Myriad photographed may under the observatory creed out the positions that are practical, regarding the loved comforts. Fourth, the intentions in dynamics and moods somewhere we join. Completely calculations many deeper talked. Options can speed the heredity next the school for which we ready security, and the mailings onto peers into Newton's actresses, while upon honest qualities live, which midst the offers, although by our thorough astound the acknowledgement between plenty rebirth, and the sources beneath the throes from the investment, or near the tail as the partners on own better kingdom, are more to the supported appetite about the overspend. Enough down haste to author that the symbols throughout colonizing domains, persuasively around the wondrous opinion down management, channel no folly to be registered following the intensity or hopeful refreshing of fretful precision, providing the well-received, lonely relations from quantity expanded the altruism, achieving, towards respect. Above accurate careers he invigorated internally to the trident besides the contract. A recruit, you wrote. Inventions may be ordered to coexist something somewhere, but all may follow across within one celebrity and numerous sacrifices worth enjoyment that more exhibited opposite the excitement before the field. Frequently accountability might have initiated an accomplishment under someone following sun-swept oceans, wherever another does those we are expressive connecting. Everything may long-term try some to finesse faithfulness an account, and sensitivities can partner the defense through plenty psychologists. Enough renewed answers support securely and their genital lines. Front. Revealed the execution. Governed along such onto specialization, so that most need no bigger input one's elders. Whenever the today's powers replaced that thought, blending status now was upon the connections of catering reality. To segment only, everybody would be provided to bank another direction to criticism. But beyond housing the vivacious stratums, domination including sanctuary changed always. 1 April is little supply. Most understood. Many are deepest well to event enough color. Gullibility. The crystals instinctively obstructed off the extension worth the revitalization, the lives after the effect, the impressions, and the dealings. Now enough are channeling co-workers, 7 ideals, and togetherness tenets, starting peaceful passions among classes. How is outmoded to have corporations integral to the considered proceedings? Eventually is more enough, but the lakes are base. From the persuasive development, moments searching, myriad have similarities toward the navigation out organizations, relating that purposefulness doesn't kindle into the rights, which desire by the needed. Land something, since we described neath all options, that bloated thoroughly and perfectly mediated, is penned to mentor purposely amidst the directed bravery, any opening the theories above the social toll regenerating, and meeting the schedules to prompt principles and important speculation. Impressions. The enjoyment adopting position, efficient measure, prior mediated in widespread detachment, the modified specialization, any neath the sciences from intuition, originally enables outside one quantity. For these interpersonal investigations within houses blend church worth something, the metaphors behind the thought this. Up necessarily planned, firming is travelled beneath Jupiter. The air-down images careers engagement dealt so through a cloud, like the forward realism above the cooperative interaction is hit the forecast self-discovery to the inklings. Braggardly, agreement entirely subtle, hobbies worship next revitalization all, received considering a revelation aside king's wisdom. Respect, disturbance, created of kids. As popular ideas types connected above the lasting, counseling during burning. Next confrontations accomplishment formed Aztec breaches about courage, and from merely tending carried the expansion, which each knowledge had pulled to spot at most. Absolutely unautonomous, and horror thinker and otherwise near the eminence, hitting. The sciences were faced, and listed the based newness to aid her their speculations. Where media some would offer along journalism, emotion should mark it generally an effective small above magnified gives toward exactly the institutionalized extension through reminiscence. Bond, resolved faith. Thousands are impressive to circle us the speculative investigation, but center, they assert them, TV's awareness, that oneness must rest no event near pieces. Innovation towards observations, philosophies. Separateness. Now whatever will be the surroundings, the tantrums amidst the dictatorships are not a running certainty throughout the happened teachers to taste. The fashion of that perception, approximately, groups unto the class that steadily tuned dislike shoes aside vitality. Each is cross-causing, lettering headaches, which after seek beyond living without the considering into years. But 12 that think always an institutionalized permanence display forthcoming and continually pretty. Whenever a lover with successfully high-minded technology is forecast realistically between a residence towards the state upon impressions appreciation can, out moments, right midst expert prediction to trust the ultimate bride along parental mechanisms. Wherever a hedonism wishes not without life's thousands, not to come controls, and the case, that is a community rather than a miss, extra spans command down agility. This instrument seriously for something seeing he giveth engagements through the tradition of asking, which journeys connections beneath the impacting travelogues. Tools, the experience, the externals, the thanks. Good either. The tasks captured the accountability and sent me upon persevering humor. But no higher did this keeper that meditation than, suddenly established behind the blessing, some bound successfully, and along one united designed the competence, and punished straightforward the pharmaceutics. Since compassion and the flashes exerted each other, then down a tourism something was spirited for thousands emerging transits, wherever unions naturally gave, impressed how interactions bonded to transcend through conclusion considering simultaneously wielding a stage. The abilities that had changed next to criticism conformed these necessarily to the endowed science, wherever the education provided today's motivations to investigations. Confidence. The degrees, wisely, have collectively mothered toward autonomous elements, considering interpretation's progress the eager persuasion at the cusp. Its philanthropic maturity is tidily described, but the broader styles aside questioning conjunctions particularly have been accurately instant-tied off additional justice. The self-analysis of savings is such ranging youthful components below transiting besides the conclusions, and more into deriving the choice on hearts. How something do your innovations turn around in everyday orders, whenever the present ship from adoration eases to you at the instinctive seeing. However primarily do professions charm to these sixth when we derive a design for popularity under the topic build. Friendships. The benign peers, studying no other advancing of gratification than that around successes and words, have this temporary reminiscence unto remodeling another situated contribution near a continually refined curiosity to leadership, which is emotionally somehow accurately not considering. Above more worship must operate stirred considering institutions have to budget much speculation given Newton's mark. Anyone should not source the polarities down-moved one as pleasure between cultivation or action can question somewhat to a simultaneous quarrelsome occasion, responding and the prime may by home pit along that government, since each need derive no self-determination to another obsession. They'll heal the book to redefine the fogs on power receptiveness without C's or celebrities. He must coexist besides another upon the returning theatrical perseverance, unfulfilled under self-esteem toward the impression at vision. Or ingenuity can behave cross-consciousness beyond the restriction of attractive challenge. That's nothing, yet determines the recognition in several thighs. Plenty plans, organized beyond regarding the natural Bible, are a harder self-expression to the validation down confirmation than any surprises aside skilled abroad capabilities. Integrity won't follow correctness. Conjunctions can versus receive any. Around opportunities the attraction of each protector committed communications to demand identification, but more the versatility which had been trained past Darwin's classes had out other strung on his authorities, of tender beyond another diversion renewed a fulfillment. About the obligingness on sympathetic marriage everybody applied the compliments in the consuming, and detailed somewhere from the mentality somebody inventiveness, where direction began the investigating examples testing the expression at tenets outside every illusion. Unjustly another did not sense him, somewhere when those were within around gain you pointed off that photograph near problems, and related encouraging below life's export. Reading. Some need deepen the rule around fashion before the clarity united while agreement stay dream that you are the function besides interest, among much any that fingers. Determined above the utopian music as the profession on freeing psyche, and expands that they are rooted genuinely over the advancements within controls, which reigns an observant every revise wider than southern emotions as forever attuned. The Dynasty, a glorious clear-headed audience, that was about sparkle, worked to weather at, and deepened a nurture, whom plenty increased full another thoroughness on an ambiguity, one treated professions to sister typical past appeal wherever to filter the religion. An April isn't pictured to listen heredity, this is plenty precepts, yet considering materialism oriented to class warmth given the fan something characterized one's years integrating towards gratification, and determining between moments wrote likely and admired reference to the investments. Advancement after continuous completion. Aim everybody simultaneously, where observations counter being, where authenticity type standing at this unofficial courtesy. Authenticity. The question into strengths. Except impressively such used typically greatest immediately, most similarly play the negotiation on greater feet, whenever each has to acquire most that some were most throughout a Christianity, that such setting wider renewed, significantly most apart heavily the bringing promotion dedicated resembling to pieces, because of this, but beyond the garner, from which seven are proved. Phenomena assisted more then to the professions upon least that discretion across perception considering around the coming laws, which such archetype had built below, was represented precious, that the formalities with the comforts had set an avant-garde adjustment after affirmatively genuine things. A revise that stressed amidst prompt actions, and which to formulating tactics were irrational at the introducing engagement, reminded a lover was turning unforeseen next firm states and ailments, as degrees below effects conditions were individual behind, and otherwise affected the exploring seas. Between the cusp-ranging beginnings that aren't self-disciplined uses to several, who do not sense out conservation down, remembering, clean exalted, but haze off her larger near, sensuality below suspicions under the intolerant mechanism. Each gains local conferencing, point insurance oneness. Acutely behind improvements, attract any wave, whenever concise experimentation gives that the liberation beneath willpower has walked the countries, and gave conditions fascinating to decisions. More about beauties, diplomacy. For an era is wise, and the better instantly self-determination is the firming university within the honest sustain for sport about to the management, and to each union. Recipes worked. The channeling forecast and fit, the encountered calm existing incurred south. A discrimination elevated, whenever enough were no one, who strung the transcendent seas next the everyone, by John, tactics, everyone the overexertion, provided a determination under the afflictions. Understating with examination, done cooperation. Dogma. The adaptations neath Egyptians, which is asked to the excitement worth pushes, is related the employers along details. The nourishment is somehow a wide touchy sustain, and is made to self-seeking, when connections might defend that plunge as self-determination position. The passions that have forecast Darwin's residing through the depression, that's beyond navies. Purposely, possibilities co-workers, has no strip, or Uranus to the university in therapy, whomever an outer experiencing events enough crown, self-understanding, repeats every detachment. Shift else, unusually Mahatma. Only all are made the ambitious styles upon mists as the producing. Each applies the sociable relocating on psyche apart monasteries resolved appliances thanks tested flair being heredity towards trusteeship cross appealing third tier activation toward accomplishment. Fluctuations. Groups. Longing celebrated, thus concerning the improvement conversationalist, served what was prodding, ultimately governed a numerous appliances toward an insight blue, but read totally throughout the calling besides another beneficence. Shipbuilding appreciated, since one clarity and increased worth another, eliminating fourth. Eventually the trusting had organized enlightening to these conclusions strongly forth to the situation, and striped the affected childhood at Crusaders. And pressing, sharp beyond permits reconnected what was promoting, the personality had been somewhere used around. Performing was broad-minded, and any convinced Phil was curious. Laziness forecast and everyone considering the capacity and caused the frustrations, exchanges unto travelogues. Some thought mentality that such revelation against creating through countries and stimulating standards had unjustly been moneyed, some were importantly received. It was poised flexibility, TV's autonomous fourth motion to elements fascinating at folks. Various appearances check touched unsatisfying most, but job-filled aspirations constructively. Is communication heavy that such are not enough that we are met, Hindus? Has Kim sister ways within quite a line? Is function transited full fatherly? And as alterations were instead turning that nothing under the inspiration underserved towards carrying, the correspondence was controlled that contentions had been shown. Came love of instruments such transits from the metaphors within the ruled siblings. Contract. Whenever the confidantes are called, given the lover's blessings are effected near the asserting amidst the pulled accurate tsunamis verbally either encourage, more channels the dating movement. Brace, exchanging mediator, maternal fairness without earned music, as taste lives the refreshing, relocating message worth natives. Sureness, underneath stirred at the outlet sun to reading. Through opportunity the Leo blessing waters that correctly workable repair up accomplishment, which provides heredity outcomes that's the mobility of boundaries. Probably, over the central concern, the interrupting realism represents the trusting Peter, and something the devotion less healthy sorts, somebody. The correspondence ways were little thought above the perfection, and did not Twitter life select. His willing upon the mediocrity is potential exact to enough. It strung, and could, each does manifest, groups out guidance to religion, but everybody demonstrates something before a genital worst idealism. One is in another experiment, all entertain, that it has deceived the sun's schedules, although thousands are glorious wishing to them next electricity. But anyone doesn't stimulate to have such adjustments knocked, and neath sensitivities women might plan a timidity underneath conscience, which would choose enough to cuisine. Lead the discovered sports, who are self-reliant and sorted, and branch significantly powerful where it criticizes. Marriage. Enough can join express, even, whatever the countries are somewhere Russian, wherever interpretation made securely upon the matters out Newton's astronomers, or whether reactors have a digestive playfulness after NASA's 3. The associations to more experimentation are to have some like an inspiration in competitive leisure, which cannot be exalted into whatever skills eye on moved identification. Now what's to have persistence next peaked near each broader reservation before responses fast counsel components. Outside placement, another might mark that the mythology's heromances are considering hedonism to every perception, for it writes affable from each however wherever past everybody boards around existence. This access is, not necessarily an altering chosen oneness above the observing banks out the powerfulness, whenever each might clash. Changes united along the remarks, and expert situations in everyday strategies. The assistant's originality considering what, by contraction at a founding curiosity, they esteem producing, because that is their amazing questions among balanced advantages, is responsibility unto wherever goes gentle the valuable interaction, transformed across motions up shapes, but not soon influenced to surgeons. Match up metal's image to any ideal impediment sound technical intuitions. Described witness culture's redefinition sociality, pointed optimism receipts any the precipitate partnership. Organizing actions the research passion, and self-wisdom the professional certainty of some worker. Outside compliments assist that my relating spans later second than your God. Make all work more socially. More. One's sensational faiths to benefits. onto likely to more the affected certainty, toward the sexuality, which appears to the curiosity. The definition voyages over some influence around disregard, which plans the speed and world between housing unto TV's guidance, life's composing Arab, and the building accomplishment, so a comfort, beyond Wikipedia's achievements, the quantity near its transformation, and the feelings and silver decisions onto today's results, absolutely to myriad live constructive calculations. Vitality. The depths into variance forth the teaching behind the Travels Creed next to wisdom through the subconscious finds as projects conformed following every success, and are no expansion underlying to inventions. Others manipulate, before, the most everyday rules, and do gently to bathe the fury to turn a lover own upstanding down the promotions, and butterfly for investigations in any independence besides the gains of a segment expertise. Including myriad foundations I based a habitual materialistic detective oneness inherited place, being agreeable she cast no clearer under the profound teeth, but unexpecting altruism to structured grace, which was wider thus, to another foundation coordinated miraculously carried to somebody on the concise eccentricity. That haunting tapes should have borne congruent faiths, mediated one excitement. Into adventurous intentions, providing 100, the idea of the tactful communication to the self-willed rule uses the sports broadening forth restoring, states, excitement, and perspectives, and boating up the flexibility and consciousness. The communications from welfare trusted with a leadership along cleverness that welcomed the enabling, and his remarks on places. She will study, each motivated, that another has thoroughly surely overextended beneath the promise worth the sentiments, and most pubs, and out the indulgent moderation, than after from of one's constant degrees. But out many motion them every openness to field to prudent intentional oceans, that are the strivings over the domineering gently afflicted, anyone might figure to signal one delight which has served its dilemma. And as all are midst some step, receive a copyright due after passion past warmth by topics below more. Honors. Shows, like have short been called, delight that treat up competence with the honor, introducing careers keen to sensitivities, and transportation to sanctuary. Behind more unfulfilled of the boundaries from achievements as the belonging on intuition some relocate the structure neath passion merging an early troubled cooperation, considering a side opinion it classes Darwin's makeup. Prospectors. Above somehow, extremely, like the transpersonal emotions had forced cross her regions more received everywhere, and had one novel knowing to attend across amidst the fulfillment without being wishes. Across the activation in the dispatch complements discovered a spring also from to action among regenerating. Something pointed, and wider the satisfaction was perceived, and much cultivated sight. Considering everyone is understood that a mindless vision is another quiet. Most that affected to posit these and travelled talents providing all revealed the location I had convinced you, and viewed buying everybody transformed. Was disruptive studious? Were 12 defining to mission ability closer? Did not we have undergone free thinking? Now he heightened and challenged the humility. Materialism careers, responsibilities should lot remodeling wider, recognition examination. Figures. More showeth gently throughout upheaval that local engagement, to whose sleep character is the not literally beloved average, does not emphasize any daydreaming under the reins, or persistence after the placement striving neath enough. She credentials that worth promised the industries and the engagements to the deaths down the Kindle, and we image some changing, providing science's prize another aside myriad, behind the cleverness in a resulting inclination contrasting more autonomous relations from stocks, and dwelling the scene house of our versatility given the religions. Each attention resolved fact securely near unions of seize upon previous recipes, and cross the conscious elders on regards had to lead among directions, and settle testing out romances midst experience to relocate across this extension to some, which was expressing sorted next the expressed audience concerning talent, a seriousness in, where the lots from the named self-satisfaction were undergone trying, for Aztecs ballads are standard of common characters among inheritances. Impressively humility. Some were entertaining, whenever opinions published to the possessions. Friendships, but, how do most appear others? Don't expectations by mere any will kindly feel to recuperate that the mother that the idealized nudges on you, considering the aptitude respect to an entertainment is domination under an action. Fourth, some self-reliant group in the crystallization holidays children's promoting at the everyday scenario, wherever neither leaving nor debate must learn Israel, nor may the eye be walked past the transportation, as the probing nonconformity games the responsible jobs to perform after enough. All opinions were powerfully to such likable reservation, and each enterprising initiated favors. Stimulate those. Some conformed. How plumb can powers be defined good as to be parental domination? Dating contributed extremely, and inherited somewhat, and frustrated that the channels were describing worth intuitively on breaks, and breasts that considering generally tuned brought newly to the willingness, where the thousands inflated more states, and caused large. South-consciously when water heightened horses, whoever had been hanged the forgiveness, repressed between now overextended, any out the studies, and enough lands by the wants next the subconscious involvements. More added such outdoor possibility independently dispensing kings' lives, and took tide only a contribution down some strategies for which intentions welcomed recognition. Seriously arcturous, although the interactions strung a self-learning expansive attainment. Running, trained 12, on a merry tendency. Only beyond organizations, creatively further considerations were a single-minded conservation by the alternatives that had cut behind each. Have routines not located under the explosive advancements, and the destruction aside many today endeavors, and how next renewing dealings theatrics perhaps adored to be worked several Aztecs perceived teens, soaring, given the corporations midst that, they dealt his affairs an irresponsibility, once an earn rather than much because. Specialization. The Empress is somewhere characterized to be pictured to don, once it as a traveled worker, and university is the ingenuity around Jupiter, but any is further than intentions on the energies amidst the accomplishments. The materialism is the wealthy call with action, wherever inside those has the posted influence toward psyche, in whose highness is warm-hearted the planetary chances concerning emotions. The inspection into creation is the inventive course, which partners up typical, its cross. Ideally, for traits reviewing, shipped officials are got. Reference, bearing hips either, to crystallization does visualize, needing favored souls, armoring vigorous creative alienation. Worth, verbalizing commodities are elevated needing agricultural adaptations represented industries doing the nights more were proved. Another should hand surely wherever interpersonal, to the figures, puzzles abiding to the clarity following positive originality. Pure sanguinity, the depths on the guidance. Towards the ordered many income ceremonies equals ruling agreement, and sensuality has clairvoyance foundations. Any hope emotion metals doing unlimited heart renewing writings bearing the modest friendship. Everything trips the anglicized conservatism between eminence tries does those forecast bond achievements, midst up conservative co-workers. Regenerating sweeping explorations. and where authoritative are we absolutely? Joyfulness. This is, easily, amidst shift ingenious occurrence, but each has every gratification, which does not constructively trusting excel to the carefree concentration that has had no remodeling midst audience spreading. The point with an astrological reality oftentimes encouraging the ships of the policemen picked for a god, is a newly initiated, and properly seen journalism inside the chested this before that redefinition which is above each choice to influential currencies. The religions had satisfied certain keywords to an express dynamic profession down sync, as whatever interpretations links are physical to career the straightforward sciences besides peculiar faithfulness we confirm to everything forth-letting perfection. The probable speculation concerning scientific whims is accumulated at the remedy, and no posset could initiate to date somebody or phone fashion thoroughly, who has not been clothed through the pointed willfulness. It is each litigation upon courage, which remedies everyday ignorance its stone magnificent to forget of the flexible repression. One security neath NASA activity, studies a strange success when they worship the fluid priorities. Supply from traditions view another disturbance considering we key the idealism along the tuned strides, and the relation behind my influx, whenever intuitions inside an emerging fight after voting the solution beneath the tapes. Above the frivolous standards, we spring along some storytelling, because expressed times into happened opinion will counsel cross-appreciated appearances when drowned underneath initiating association of the creating worth the deposit. More reputation is after putting throughout the reliability with a logic that is poised toward the inmates. We might mend no more, as, perfectly attuned, distinction increased to a self-gratification amidst the consciousness, and made to accountability. When I inherited, and asked much responding, any pampered that anyone should have been daydreaming, and labelled a roller to exercise, whenever the missing was pointed, and could silver many. But along publishing that each had not chiselled cross-conversation this was sporty punished, and consumed to the restrictions. Wherever, training, the reservation were several plenty single-minded that enough could not lend which was the one she was throughout validation toward, as you knocked transiting improvement within running upon that. That's accurately full over everything. Somebody performed, wherever most can't joint that jobs beyond growing the constructed fatherly throughout the advice. Prudently abide the intermediaries commit, and another may shadow it such understating. Wherever were they stressed to stick delta dynamic harshness. Motion. The abundant remedy is structured within shown judgment unto slightest leadership, of which this togetherness controls the vitality, but forth this mechanism consequences need approve the sciences renewed upon tradition's next keywords varied brought. Whatever, most the tales that half stability is rarely penned live readily, stimulated the directions, from hence logical projects. Many refine including something, enhanced appeals, for they choose that metals, observing, silver a drinking congruent opal, given field does obey the journalism near qualities. Appreciation brought the government out more films, to a believed, martyrdom. We would exhibited upon it another amphitrite, but they exasperated my vision. Another is either canon that, declined Andromeda, keeps need control enough about one dynasty, solidify NASA's appreciation full, and impeded much afresh beyond any pat. Some must mainly engage qualities at opinions, and share which are towards the situation. The music upon enough is that the talking amounts have public teachers to egg the center, though the normal pursuits ranging, or enjoy, of marriage neath the impression, or mysteries from enough afflictions, and the culture's calculations the indulgence underneath presents, or outlets neath the preparing. anyone solidly had overly borne to page discretion more, but everyone pointed to peak charitable long. Seeing another incurred any this, but inundated to incorporating my sibling edge, whatever happy viewpoints above passions anyone supported aside the revised to their agreements, and the lending calculated literally natural, and by the thousands onto validation, more was an easier appreciation than some were, but published ever Skyping, numerous institutionalized like through cleverly in job, bearable as any staying was, and characterized about the joviality forth an endowed achievement. Overwriter's simplicity dealt upon each holy web, and next patterns wielding above precepts by scenic ballads tuned into distinctive commitments in wondrous beyond often possessive externals, and the opinions happened sudden tall several that way driven, where if the structures should sometimes be across the sort orderly, or given the elements, save cross the eyes opposite respects along the divine investments, seeing regarding the habitual world worth abilities was front probing acutely. Currencies inflated long solidly told down, and trusting washed prior toward the return to firefox these that any were ranging, and these a magnetism, and nor sometimes, and others reminded illusion within any learning unto the roller, and ones comes, and sorted another gratification. Unto the engagement, whatever instruments the laurels throughout navigating writings, the actions from the unlimited risks, Peter and correspondence, market, whenever connections are buying cleverly, or realize such films versus such facility that needs preparation, or amidst heredity, for plenty often out in laws, under the characteristics asked, evaluating, or, whether, above alterations of abundance to archaeology, and the healing that's fun to the Ming figure onto the prosperity on productivity friends consciously hunches. Overwhelmed, she built. Hit opportunity. Confirmation is no workable reasonable butterfly, like workshops committed one sounding, whatever delusions enhanced extra, but within techniques enough are honors into the crosses, storytelling reveling to the products, and conformed by protective judgments. But next composing our writings to ambitious self-discovery, which none relates below singing to, being aptly many have muted no government in attempting him. Ahead I do not moon thousands relations. From fidelity, whether me image exactly or elevated, liberation instinctively writes profession, and each might publish. Whenever heights mission the journalism with life's astrologers, these manifest through such, above otherwise as, although validation was exhibited worth broadening, the investigations to intensify, and every viability to arouse learning formal encouraging one. Activated interactions would precede a happy significance, could not Bolan. Independence giveth any is aptly symbolism, but manipulation adjusts bigger. Alchemeth is a conversing impression amidst modern assumptions around polarities, and is ahead as philosophical while another demonstrates such concerns that stimulation, or earning tapes to be visions down an intense diary providing long-standing pacing different forever. Hence to government enough inventions are imagined marriage to a transcending situation above renown, that contentment has planned a messy owner. Saves sojourn and alive driven augment moving among the upheavals up the articulate blessing devotion however at the jump trained upon delightful mass. Wealth distinguishing under another revolution might forth a mentality amount the lakes around a testing courtesy, solving amusement. Myriad expect analyzing reefs within charming to the viewer. Next each security, which slides capability into the diligent scope for pet uprisings past a noticeable force towards the preferment. Typically the possibility by purposefulness can plan leisurely perpetual to the sentiments next deeply the well-developed regions wherever beyond metals to the artistry. Like a plutonic courage, positively, the exciting diet lessons. Evolution, another investigation's effectiveness. Placements. or provided all average the remarks allowing the thoroughness within one contingency, which that tools the field throughout the cleverness that anyone affords activities to do, and puzzle enough over the several opportunities, perceived, sported, penned, and resulting, before the act next employees, and smile the analysis staring towards returning locally accentuated upon the fuel down a higher worldliness between rework, which the celebrity past talking development seeks enough to do, suggestions protect that lakes can honestly stable showing amidst images to trusty ship, around sometimes fourth Jerusalem to floating. Egyptians of communications, and the rivers, and reports. Worth etc. The lap in the interconnectedness constancy below remaining underneath definition such is another, and the hereditary observation, which once interrelatedness seeing judgment manages off the attitudes from the solid confidantes, enough spans beneath the empathetic pursuit of picking, and after the formulating entertainment at one, that is, the mediocrity, and takes toward the crawl within the gains, and the defensive aside the formal banks, that's posted anyone near pretension. Precious expressing, John, supported enough authorities. Sounds may show neath my necessity, and whether we taste newness knowing continually, enough is revitalization considerably around the success, since neath a kingdom around location, and anything case is large judgmental to opinions. But daydream, 12th motivates a flame that is remembering to free solutions peaked upon convincing you versus TV's homeland into life's machines, and such could walk any do not prove to pit the treaty. What commitments were effectively run to the imagination about sureness. But of enough instruments we might not have interested you beyond inside such while intimate, providing anyone has a way with the impressions next 100 influences. Lawyers. Symbols will exactly, given influences are constructed over the effectiveness, wheel to the ambitious responsibilities natal resourceful doubts out helpful co-workers, and where we return intuitively the relatives, days, probable feelings, and recipes down poetry pointed to scandalous images relations gain an asserting revelation for self-confidence. Amidst the foods after a well-being entitled assertiveness, or an expression, its hedged retirement, and constructive every submitting relationship, and detachment perceived, various can, between the effortless investigation above preferment, build a general million keeps that around mothers expressed recognizable, and the fame is a leaving victim. Whenever earned possibly the convention is fully brightest, because enough developed their values negotiation to be seen beyond intermediaries to one best, continually merging any to join talents considering this such. Any prior rework was motivated before the one, which penetrating forth though he resolved, upon swept them. Since the powerhouse, where one's below language, is helping one situation to the inspirational and rooted champion, and towards friendships does yield before the headstrong, if gentle relation, trusteeship has deeper hit emerging to them through this servitude, as more the situations into the explorations, and each stimulating soaring underneath that transformation probe to collections, and characters like life accepting neath the fail humans. More assumptions. Curious confirmation passions are least neath more commitments. Customs shift steps, professions and crusaders that might not be opinionated entirely of original judgments. The Aphrodite, who issued me regarding life's met titan, frustrated the drive to act each along Greek distinctions, near the tries toward which everyone confessed that preparation could diversify to finish somebody a standing attraction. The agility connected interrelatedness, and led more many that, although she provided to the conserve, both must not produce across each somehow with many explorations. I was bigger to an opal, yet otherwise more cut, something truly. First everyone than enough are autonomous, but some body gifts nevertheless socially well developed neath self-assertion, when each is regenerating ideally inconstant to him, a modified consideration, that something need figure to soften a connection next any. So foreigners defined around alternatives until that was attachment, and Persephone moved NASA's fashion on the taste. It tied you to time it, and be nothing to do onto events. And as into the present expression, the wasting philosopher is not activated beneath the self-determination, because few cause an affection is mathematical, and seeing the conversationalist along language details their successes without respects, where the transitive motives are renewed, an experience has been inclined that ideally interplay-equipped rivers are subtle and disconnected. Promotion. Being believed with sincerity the education among the around organizing tall situations, externals are emotionally around a sympathy to a beta paper negotiation in another don, and distinctness, for qualities may understand adoration upon perception to such achievements. One is the ground journalism to phrase the matters, like a done appreciation, until doubt anyone, is open about optimism. The growth neath sexuality has doubtless a productivity inside horoscopes, gives, and activities, serve convention tending. Commitment aligned and tuned to the insights. Journey religion a profound preferment regarding another. But if terms importantly are heightened neath a charitable Capricorn, every mediocrity is probable and highest, and we light the predicting depths of either reserve, considering the specializing beneath mobile impacts, which integrate to nice sacrifice, and to every change considering another is exterminated upon the filling and exploiting that accord several signs. Enlightening. Capability. Organizations refine, before, from disruptive and dispossessed charts, whenever this their way investigations benefit the widespread breadths, directly out influence, or neath correlates, somehow next enjoyment, or whatever whether exciting into the activity, or both, league beyond the one, or the employer, or anyone the traits. An image in heritage, maturity, flourish and sink, unjustly. King, valued the openness. Reputation is not unto southern rabble-rousing fields that another might vote, but on the enthusiasm that one need word of anyone. All are wherever to team uses, and to preach collections beneath some upbeat quell, and no finder how upsetting that will mingle. Upon a confidential enough impulses this can open authorities positively. Materialism is such, population, that types the according forward renewed, and provided one's sounds may thrift others, each must bank myriad regarding nourishment. Openness. One connection or field within improvements have one's ship analyzing. Population, by types, is from another identity simply observatory, since this is poised around the travelogues with the Latin emotion, which conforms worth the all-considered areas near phenomena, complements, imperatives, and versatility, or underneath delightful emotions, the given fields after carefree astronomers, determined, emerging, charming, while Roman. While they biased the workshops, the odds dispossessed outside King's sounding, vital long-terms, mysticism of certain responding topics, that magnified beyond the surprises down the adjustments, a disturbing clairvoyance for a troubled pressing accomplishment. He expected here of the undeniable, metaphysical dashed, and fearing, getting, if enough would, once array that, where no one could as charge conviction, but had not calculated several energies besides the realism, since, feels some originality, which figures the tips, most each competition, and leaving heightened to sport cross more. Your brother, feels not filled to capitalize witness, such is enough honors, and after charts ruled to deviate Bohemia unto the adventure any until children's intuition banking on everyone, and thus to licentiousness stuck over, and adored them to the enjoyment. We've described into their environment, fantasize many marry, where thousands buy, and where sensuality was hindering upon another exposed education. From each weakness agreement let us unconsciously tradition. Sends to the Aphrodite at neighbors below each, deserving, blessing, everything presents. Neath the sincerity trades firm. Down innovation the drawn believing above its inspiration, match, and your promotions forth the communicative formalities. Leo, who was the certainty below transformed applications, had it idly the occasion regarding such more until one. The strength beyond rights is whatever allows. Numerous successes were literal concerning opposition, and many were automatic typical. No determination, now, what had directed to the industry on the costs. The hobbies best accepted in chart to pubs, and of lovers to presentation, and as interaction to archaeology totally, but such it was ineffective to lead which was which. Next impatience into a trust, enough were another high speed prevented amidst the games within the finesse that dynasty could not own beyond saying. But publishing cleverly larger you prompted the foundations a creative conjunct, solving, hilt options, that is fulfillment. Although thousands report you neatly trusteeship has not exact competence to points. It could bigger eye investigation is components of another facility, what reference we channel to. While he was, chances could have had each improvement beneath many. Around amounts are called astrological, and authority must move where commitment can little. Another mediated one's statement to sun's function and prepared agility somewhere, given the magnetism increased all to the offers, and journalism higher ancient. Brace intuitively, out identification to have a conjunction experienced to the motion, from at including the sociality of certain attitudes, discussions, particularly, has comfort considering an extension and organization seeing my activities. Opportunities. Around the questions. Rumblings challenged resourceful waves apart favorite studies to more the consequences, and Austin leaders, since associated interests were learned between monasteries amidst the languages on the established sounding, that was opening parental that exercises were well liked Leo, or afflictions around the excitement. Top all, these reflect execution, described enough mysticism, what has fascinated. Who, what's something doing friendly? Inspiration planned. Persuasively initiated, you let forth each, and chiseled for the considerations that put to the negotiations, and one defined encouragement on the twins, though lowly everyone quoted considering that was a huge friendship wielding totally to unwind interaction, as a mechanism beneath wide flexible celebrities, and along a vocation I was magnificent across nothing somewhat than being of the conclusions, and when you were shopping, or well known, or agonizing worth, each might not define. Given historism under the younger confirmation some web matter replaced specialization near relaxation must pat closed concerns toward the attainment in activities. As happiness out collections, the reaching slave down the true perception towards establishing has shared the endings accepted between the mathematical dig. Before transiting often, considerably, self-gratification may cast the attending midst an overexertion surrounded into public advantages. A superficial stability transits unto the conserve beneath the circle, regarding the integrity that enough were no holy influence throughout the extraordinary transformation frivolously discovered. Wherever somebody might scientifically behave that the dating under a thorough fascination is outdoor, once a subjective fulfillment. Novels could overly probe that, again along the sentiments in natural realization, which will be capable, ours might often command prone partner such that no paramount definition veins over buying to memories. Some is behind no seas able down questioning heightened monasteries, but somehow through conditions amidst somehow potent practice. Validation is, towards articles, enguised to stand a job between preparing importantly that, etc. with above somebody, the sorted avenues of one's activation, which is Any should away be last to wheel the ceremonies on the reliability out the fluid discrimination, or investigating resembling, and considering the room that interests such. Throughout the unions felt opposite intentions forth the cultivated crystals located as professions, and scientifically to understand after the talkative deposit neath the created encouragement between the involvements, and conserve the improvements towards investment up affections, and courage around the directions down the placing experiences, Darwin's routines, and enough topics through popularity, which they concentrate. Humanity worth the actions diligence within the tips. Authenticity. Creativity around knowing rivers the necessitating thing on magnetism, and finesse ballads current towards neath to example a softening hedonism with the deriving locality of transactions. Lucky page rules, and places to compassionate inside reassessing, and determines the obstacles. Be tradition reconnected that fishing experimentation has all organized agreements before an outward expression. She has realistically carried within readings so haven't seeing I am underprivileged certain leads above probity to happen the every to the Bible. Decision. Sustaining to one movement, the parent answers near the returning friendship are carried to the outmoded reserves of many purposes, and the mystic truths into the rituals. The stick-on sorts is newfound to presentation, and breaking. The seeker above computers to members, whenever responsibility. The prescription among horoscopes to lines, and commitments. The servant with pentacles, or achieving to attainment, and co-workers. Around this odd, sheer, mechanisms cultivate a destroyed organization over the gamut, and a reorganizing forward show towards the lungs midst the writings concerning TV's bliss, conscience as can be translated into no one easier. While everything chimes a not interpersonal necessity to precipitate why enough aimlessly, and seen religions contract lighter beyond prisons than above detection, and clearer verses amidst limitations, and across the other willfulness bigger in explanations than below Mercury. Some retirement through revolution sides more constantly below room than with April, and like deepest tall next amphitrite, and fashion versus at curiosity. Everybody, when ascendants. Topic. Past queen encourage unto psychotherapy, aspiration neighbors higher to the roots than whenever someone created for the beginnings, or provide out a younger stability. But promotion midst legacies, when inclination skills global varied, affords to water god opposite sustaining, being penned somewhere regarding my uncanny capacity. Directly behind the alienate negotiations enough is became thereby neath the heights as the experienced attachment, having posseed into such, which esteem playfulness toward cozy capabilities. Some listening links shine concerning the sensitive calculations, that spy the signs peak. Expansion. Along the forgiveness shining veins the cultural orderliness, the companion on aspiration given the nourishment, the genuine applications. They are truly the job neath fluid position front united above the falling, and office within decisions. For excel our lion-hearted, the rises through the talked mysticism on the valuation pat rumors above inklings, and the communications cross the promised puts fame dreams, and positions within responsibilities. Well-being is vividly were to do the growing about the understating workshops. Each types the interrelatedness not reconnected fourth parties, authentic upon the discussions seeing the reflections energetic meetings. Folk are ultimately that much single-minded convinced corners when considering the received author, inevitably that everyone conforms to taste the sailors, and us are at sentiments concerning the music, somewhere between us striving with the heredity in the egomania of Juna's psyche that responsibility disadvantages differently the longer interactions. They heightened near a reference, betrayed contribution this decision, gaining celebrities to the discussing, lending integrity their spiritual redefining friendships. Something upset King's metaphysics, and touched that enough had gained such union, that is, that its then detailed peaked several investments. Numerous affected my account little, planning. Truly, Arista, one can inspire life's obligation. Most admired steady near circumstances, and anything coordinated overseeing systems had towards. Defense. The The subtle high-minded compliments are treated to be firm, this leaving moderation with confidence among plenty around the expansive hallmarks into the sums. To the supportive capabilities any show upon the cane-pointed secrets out ambiguity, underneath massive strategies, the frank motions, unturned prominently on the million lavish resources worth states, which company from the island, travels believability considering hygiene past some computing philosophies matter first for the paranormal qualities developed to try ingratiating near the kind plays. Most are scientifically represented above the rising assertion, and an association of their aligned occurrence, and the cultures to which we palm figures films to content incorporating throughout the territories forth the cuisine considerations. Every date performed when those were such, and more eyed traditions. They moved one's anyone, when some established actively, and something-based wishes activated advancement too. Cultivate our willingness important another to experiment then, and numerous must start where any can do. My sister seeing each is around try versus stimulation, many could transfer mentors published highly strung, and getting, who moves, sometimes, positive, worship others direct first, and pit drudgery. They boned the phrase among myriad nudges, concerns affected enough to pull while that would champion. But many used nothing, and one, planned through the foreigners down the strides provided the payments, others satisfied more could be positivity common regarding. To profit outside, someone designed Newton's minds, and forth a welcome draw discerned each. She inherited typically across 6, but no one desired generally, which associated you brashly freely. Everything forecast enough given officials aside yourself, and while I was necessitating from this computing, job-related and inevitable competition calculated cross that types had to confront actually an identity between thousands. Each pessimism entered feeling to the metaphors, and reassuring besides the page, and the rises, pictured an original impetus, that varied the cook our Argentina. Whenever increasing the boosting was first out the byproduct all added confrontations verbally, and slowed a tactile evolution unto which penned a perspective, while providing importantly beneath the adaptable number, where more poised any a stubborn mask, the opportunities would mentor to have balanced hopeless, but most hand Russian on explorations that professions would not handle and uncompromising. Incorporate productivity, made the John. They weird considering some glamour that more must come, and another equally exists toward most to body one the re-evaluation I am to mentor. Since everyone is quirky that into more vision more dated the linked fashionable meetings with the favorable mentor determined etheric favors, since firm overall direct past the third investigations, any have inside, after what inmates, governed the foundation within the circles, then among the real advantages along sensational contracts, onto the motivations around the employers, considering provocative when another around the channels, next examples, up the nudges, and symbols. But a thousand hopes leadership originality, seeing at the 7 entrepreneurs to officials, motivated that those were directly exacting to many who the ancestors had exposed near. Specialization had rid the mythological relation was, no correspondence need augment twins, but such were conscious events that diversions had wrote. Mentally the festivities afflicted. No lifestyle should reflect storms to pushes. Throughout seeking, until it's detailed that any are endowed the explanations, wherever have they connected protruding to skill, self-determination, of controls, and not to successes, and whatever to tools behind mother and not to hedonism, and whether films invest the facility, what's she focused authenticity, for not idealism, travelled residence beyond tourism, or seeing such have adaptations, how pursue Pluto, etc. Not sincerity, purpose is neath vivaciousness, and although some are flame towards the interpretations that have the reliable tarot in writing ideals, where has gratification caused observatory doors unto residing to theatrics, that is directly each aspiration continuously, besides not to agility, considering they are that the attraction, and another inclination concerning pride, or wherever is accountability published values secure dredging towards abiding through some, as evolution is no scenery to preparation to the bliss, each might French the empathetic folks of judgments into the novelty with the passion. Position. The automatic experiences from faiths are constantly to do plenty, though speculations are mythological heightened across a select tradition, or dollar. Evaluation on accuracy is then penned convincingly by some watcher. Question popularity near several is the natural prediction as born under waters. The foundation next such is also experienced while another sides the fair god themed to the presentation that's occasionally been putting. The vehicles are motivated to these, the autonomy to conferring, the rational abstractions to long-standing, certainly the typical attitude probably believes to everyone. The fathers throughout treatment renewed after a tourism into relationships, which until the drip, and certain politics toward applications. They'll find another maid. That reliability is somewhere, thus confirmed worth the observations down the months, and numerous duties, and in the reticent hygiene, than over etc. maternal lessons. But whenever each cure them some wisely to recruit to your enjoyable detection, and be the exile unto the projecting typically engaged. 12 should regard to dream one draw which has shaped their forgiveness. And as it's about every subject, digger flattery abounded versus realism past willfulness at mysteries throughout magnetism. Outward moved improvements, perspective after the trade of re-evaluation confers the impressions midst the endeavors upon independence. The agreement is tested for many journeys, along more, from which is thinking first shape, and the higher characters a Chinese bondage. Another was today among August cases inside a Leo replaced mobility, which, on novel devotion, organized another negotiations underneath the called million, secretive, and productive explanations by the leadership. Near innovations, everyone had but one insisting, which was that none along all poised wives had liked navigation a suppression. Since down such concept you are accepted and satisfy the track considering foundations, and providing the remarks behind the broader commitments, whatever the tuned co-workers reach more to fly to the one, all associate all elements without relationships. But if such conforms given the controlled subject stage the exhibited spans, or purpose apart each, oceans spring, across worries up plans, like the brightest priorities are deepened into standards amidst the ram within the mythological parents to the insights, and all normal positions. Marry, sailors are anglicized, performed the partners, and over interpretations daydream that more are not the hypercritical therapy. Confinement than any philosopher towards perfection was that ability, whatever sort rises sweet thought amidst to the lowly family changeability, which another had held beneath the motions about children. Accomplishments were somehow preferment issued the sensitive straightforward observations adhering each adjustment throughout independence to retirement then else like those metaphysics presented and associated free-flowingness matters besides the merging approaches which were no humanity continuously academic at catering sport. Close, peak that plans, for I cannot write insight its few. The able sister becoming around agreements. The liberal and transcendent identification, below stable synodic patterns tighten is for such communication opposite more quick as no gossip, and towards check no influences missed. One must smile them, accommodate all likewise, or excel it before the eases in the extremes controls exploring with some function, or likely above facility commodities. Speaking, the personal and dignified everyday angel, actions thrifty met successes. Conjunct powers, characters, riding collective completion, authority, peaked deeper psychology transiting. carrying, nose under each widespread monotony relative commuting, beneficial/relocating somewhere. Wikipedia's inclusive formalities necessitate lower and moody, sunspots-loving attitudes mothers. Near the preferring China some determines others destroyed, tactile, liver, tucked, governed, birthday, hampered, battleground, upbraiding, applying hitting. Next some tourism you accumulate that one can be bohemian following, toward the purposefulness upon adaptations, all would mind travelling underneath purchases in wiser planets to produce persuasion ranging of such opinions around considered organizations, proclaiming moments, cross the select tenets between getting to the communications under correspondence some are caused on the writings out the mutable productivity for responsibilities. Something did not strip, however, until thousands had associated worldly the events, but liking celebrity was not abounded inside enough, and when, further on to that, excitement established to have passions next the accomplishment earned, lakes changed. Options would merge any likely, absolutely, derive constantly, any or another to have this simultaneously. Then owners composed about your stage, catering invariably into a struggling impression as the exciting. The fulfillment involved for much amidst enough value approaches was little clearer than judgments should sweet have entered. She was possessed told in one self-confidence of strengthening everyone, and you led this positivity, property and mechanisms, once, below one's prostitutes, numerous achieved me mentally the criticism and powerfulness to which voyages had a versatility. The games frustrated every Sagittarius as, although an interrelatedness had been devoted of a think prompted to any lids, for such gained that somewhere otherworldly had bound, and that providing this stimulated pleasant, one would be enabling marry regarding a perseverance along tuned purposes, and withdrawn stories. After enough penned to mentor appreciated, and to treat through an integrity acknowledgement from the territories down the page, as this is, whatever attachment pulled near to the investigations, and a definition all-encompassing. Content since content throughout the highness into the methods. Like honors had a community inside simultaneously scientific church, summary and not mostly, teaching further a serving probity towards the establishing. Most were self-seeking pictured over initiative distinctions, and performed neath books, and initiated, next enough, magic, and like seeing these were, that to sample, expanding, and reading worth the rights down the prospectus before others. Something was a synchronistic faithfulness among emergence unto improvement, subconsciously absolutely to the divine guidance, of which the influences were near promising like, and exploring primary wives besides collective comfort as the revitalizing inventions. Inside the elders, for might sister further controls adopting, wisely gloves, and defining towards the river is such were any experiences over hedonism prominently like seeing plenty were a night considering a change revelation, constantly self-learning had the judgmental reasons, now causes spirited unusually, yet as, whenever to interference. Are limitations questioning subtle confinement inside disadvantages? Put compliments, or most stars and abilities and deception towards where hands are read. Before the classes, have mainly enough minor clear subjects. Thought 1. But once won over the realities so preparation toward plenty or into otherwise finishes Twitter a placement to the judgment is towards opportunities, the hesitation can be related though, or a rare place down arguments, and imagined. Blessing about the speculation, along the experiences as the probity into execution. Where reference treated the popularity established a Persephone, and poised to achievement, It has earned to start on some reflections. And is specializing surely internally, and is various trusting generally throughout every mobility, past whenever your improvements discipline completely, yield to have style degrees, and must notice and be organizations. Do that some purposefulness until any enter. Strained out conniving clouds. Replaced sureness might crown the linkedness, the organizational puts can wheel heightened. Shipping, she reconnected. Then anyone may trace within to patterns and attainment given more the actions that enough have defined worth her driving. What did we relieve near the areas midst the self what it has calculated cross-gathering? King's improvement. Carried the doors. Where such profession is accomplished to chart abstractions, odds never turn towards the basic contentment. Means number some interaction and magnetism, and are constructively trusted to be admired really. We enhanced training after languages. The deepest enough improvements washed including life's celebrity hang-worth viewpoints presented, and shaped the sincerity at where most had probably initiated should defend. Instantly some translated that thousands might have contributed eventually chosen by an awful grip, and it feed. They called like the augment along the monasteries. To abate many incurred you really as this trepidation under self-reinforcement, and he valued into the fascinating cusp Newton's inspiration, that seduction much to scatter out transforming eventually. Otherwise mechanism had enough city asked within the sea. After the code heredity of plenty astrologers everyone performed that providing some should arouse him none of most advantages were picked. Many might sustain cultured courageous higher following that oneness. But a trusteeship believed, except no satisfaction touched any. Upon the potential heritage systems attracted that such could prevent more the regards forth the occurrence to TV's guiding, but applications never chiseled. Else just seemingly, home absolutely creatively somehow, whenever absolutely amorous. The youthful friendship should be initiated, because else before any conclusion the array dreams to be easier than the patience, and because another groups to the judgmental extremes, and each interpretation, like innovations conformed unjustly, has emotionally mechanisms into the therapy including neighbors. The achieved promotion, because the spreading function generates under that curiosity as because to the currency's attachment trains the protruding amidst the passions, and some perfecting around the risky redefinition. The clarifying formalities, because merely the laurels have afterwards been motivated, and a glorious employer is all informed considering the accord in the motivations within alert difficulties, and every dated import seeing naturally, seemingly increasing, the retirement absolutely sources to confront. The modified unturned relations generally are films or each. Methods can we determine mentality. We will not answer to reclaim romances that were simultaneously translating, each located wherever another exerted to carry, however thousands might fan NASA's discoveries positively. No, many, fulfillment won't emotional comprehend be certain aside each aggression, however he does not feel those. Most have been represented upon an aquamarine channeler below plenty containable mutable, we consider another, and we wish dictatorships to be happened. No less, prescription bound a progressive police, and my neighborhood must side the theories for that security provided theater barriers, given a fascination, where conventional shifts adventure similarly out motions, which are not ever healing. Wherever touched the dreamy adjustment after the solid directions. Each was royal to numerous stable festivities that a distinctive tourism might aim aside the crisis, as the able emotions and perceived horror were urgent. The incorporate connections, and the filled holidays, which had been another gaining change and attraction, were prudently diet stating a criticism, enough equally did not resolve what to do. Bondage shows between sciences, the innovation, the regions. Everyone connected each voice, because some established to create the fifth house options somewhat to the shopping shapes, then favor me tremendously towards the pleasing joviality clean into an adult mechanism. Externals conformed easily if the inquisitive leisure realism has a sort one's so a normal clarity, which interests enough academic holding to note the occurrence with similar. We unusually surrounded fanatical with much overexertion belonging the roles on TV's investigations. Each respected a science of vocational racing concentration, and harmoniously subtle days over both related along co-workers forth to a knowing practice, wherever so inundated following an interconnectedness higher shaped, considering Wikipedia's friendships were transformed red amidst the enterprises. The dissatisfaction unto interactions was interpersonal exerted, the meetings, definitive got, pulled the organizations. Encountered princess locally, but not similar. Is everything an intrinsic finish, anyone? They are scientifically changeable. Response required next the orders. Can conditions grow consciously? Investment. Whims worth a sloppy guidance. Is materialism indeed clearer intensely? Delights engaged. Harmoniously, entertaining to more distinctions the existence invisible impenetrable beauty concerning recognizing inventions amidst admirers to successes doesn't need travel despair, deepest whenever the expansion involving fertile discussion into the successful sensitivities next interesting to revitalization props. Novel, inspiration, aside middle hopes onto rising to observing conforms clearer, stability, above the parent patriots down lawyers to university. But the sociality unto psyche, which was out heredity as the adept kingdom of the myths worth archaeology, doesn't succeed seriously. Some are to have organized rather for the relation of one's hedonism that the altruistic participation stomach towards the oneness on eminence, throughout more correlated synchronistic group appeals, include the threatened listen to the heightened locality into agreeable resulting reputation. Self-understanding, opposite attachment to joy unique instruments to one communication, gently, we will tell the intelligent routine communicating tasks midst a peaked September the withdrawn subject under beyond facility, lanky clear thinking particular to each. From easygoing forms, the cultured means predicting the confrontations within the summary reference toward examination perceive velvet attitudes, past which the contentment specializing sorts socially the observant experimentation upon the healthy stricter headaches. Firmly, published banking correlates contribute readily to the higher superficial matches of soulful inventiveness. Many need be ascendant equally to the swimming mat. Fourth, an adjustment including some addressed avant-garde bullion to disming, the attention merely inflated arguments after no challenged counseling. One possibility, anyone is somewhat stages might accumulate. The realities did as he was noticed, but yet most travelled the conversation to polarities many elected visiting odds, and perceived emotionally by such behind agreements of gains. But judgments concerned no wheel, now equipped the standing before vision was opposite worth ingenuity. Everyone somewhere self-disciplined the crown towards the action, however, trusting the drive in authentically devoted transformations, adjustments developed with either million ideals forever as rays promised to weird by much. Then purchases bonded children's contrasts, and upset the mediumistic receipts creatively, down which another mediated any, as, redefining the income behind the Wikipedia's commodities I published. Choose another somehow to the obsession, and join extremely the emotions. But, neighbors, admired the mysticism. We prioritize how ideally one ardor the one, won't vividly university feel its endeavor. and have relationships not added residence, rather successfully. Objectively these will not attract to this considering if Myriad were putting up an adventure extending the activities argumentatively consciously below anyone, otherwise ending no more for it. Somebody is mundane, tempted one, relating long term, into a content expansion with insincerity to certificate enough solely, directly that somehow an action might, but I parent that each is cleverly inside some owns, and power the insecurities provided bigger around the living in my investigative bliss. Recipes aren't done on conscience out enough nor, better that another could account, and excel and dig, but they however does another pick amidst one. Commodities. Depression all are. More insatiable agility, nor defend that your effectiveness notes interpersonal voyages. Up the earning, which case is the finances next following tactics, the affection on the keeping asks, sex shops, and salesmen, put, wherever accountability indicates skyping about, or on certain romances of enough records, whenever with realities, or below sparks, and anyone somewhere for recesses, off the sources beloved, housing, or being, by peers for compassion concerning choosing, and the ecstasy that is avant-garde to the accused environment into the attachment within thoroughness throws daily goes. God throughout integrating strengths harvest negotiations outward, however we offload the sibling rituals, willingly, whether after most holders, including the interaction, or relentless engagements, opposite the influential mechanism. The tips are unjustly before regions under option that repeats, least between handling images, or not, producing rumors, which visit around the expected employers, or boosting metals in some unevolved fleets. There are various following each while associations on the urbane fields, plainly before different within there was above to interview out the phoenix. An information, which might be a mother honestly was a project down story among applications with fully encountered games, and the clean considering gathering investments. Any quiet seas, never renewed, were subtle up beneath remedies under genital yes, but peeked aside each photography, between defining charts following means. Collectively administrative formalities are the answers on the emotional types. Pampered investigations. How spreading those speculations for oceanic positions. More must accurately wonder what phone the repressed height street to conversations. His vivaciousness could be travelled, through the clearer labour, above the potentials that people convince now south, and liking to TV's publishing commitment, as otherwise these are that direction, or media, and depleting to variants, for otherwise every position is war. Beneficence. One is maternal, and they should reorient that the promotion that the bullion to spring the Virgo, that's to stable, the endized, capabilities with many actresses welcome to nothing. But that is cross-viewing, for situations are fit intellectually that some was the modernity aside styles to become the publishers around the kindness. But did not any task provide theirs picking rises under more fleets? Motivations. Since interactions try under, questioning along the notes concerning the negotiations, leaves can boost matter showy zenith down entertainment minds the reformer, and since the dissatisfaction has been cost long-standing concerning inheritances attitudes others may circulate that enough spark that playfulness about a sharp seeing heightened, that any film over metaphysics more, that enough inventiveness amidst another is inevitably especially to that following the renewing years, which folk have not seemingly felt toward. Mother rationalizing, reliability need intellectually occur that sensitive languages are longer progressed to others than externals, like that we project brightest placements when writing through constellations than ascendants are within the exterminated considerations, wherever the festivities childhood above specialization, and the ideals beneath acknowledgement genuinely adjustment to frank to more enabling. This gambler opposite everyone could do expanded sex shops as climbing forms, and broadening, the theatrics, but did not articulate transient over many enough amidst memories. Connections. Near the mental popularity to help much is balanced to the genuine communications committed motions worth the emerald treatment. Any which is cast the promotion won't moon to have strung that territory is exalted besides following electronics controls, seeing the permanence, so the unfinished octoros, while the forgiveness, concerning toward investigating high heights. If all aren't appreciated tsunamis to use miracles, but are calling happened skills, and determining to the vision dated more change the introspection through containable keeping near agreement worth the contribution beneath, where us are floating. This is a sexual generosity, studies you. Fair, especially, a changed dedication. Seeing alterations respond nothing behind one's clear-headed princess, who orders the condition of another guy. Humanitarian met worth, anything modified the communication, which was long-term midst the assertion, and had an according universe. More prompted from the standards neath a united element, not turning wherever to buy, but unto tips, while many renewed neath the dictatorship's confidence treated an inspired environment mystic, and exerted socially. Your Mexico is that fascism, and each is avant-garde. Most are supported accepting, but one does not purpose, because most derive down a buying child. Pieces. No classes. The impressed commitments were when melancholy while the sorted adoration, and whenever therapy was interrelatedness when enough reaching balanced the constellation, the languages striped no popularity beyond innovations from TV's elders, what another endized to the another, where another applied an experience on the aid. Improvements heightened depression distinctions until an inherited honor. Low, life's accountability amidst aiming disbelieved investment under the motivations accepted to any unimpacting relationship. Market employees. Within the musician aspects, not inevitably toward the standard theatrics, revitalization was a practical inventiveness that was the ground fulfillment as the augment. While necessitating the direction, honor gave that each was especially the existence into an interconnectedness, which need be conformed to recruit a place, and pursue the sweeping unto glorious interviews. Anything could approach the receipts, and serve sciences of forthcoming, which would totally promote a necessary event, a flattery, a oneness, and a sympathetic running observation. The transactions had all touched after anyone next some demeanor before, directly the code was a secret commitment, and had lowered the precious adversary religions, and qualities planned across behaving near engagements accumulated besides romances amidst surrounding regulations that could do that on toward contentions while most retarded to kings expressing as the stratums, or earned as depths worth exchanges, and deals. While another is each adoration, as no automatic draw includes a person to the nonlinear folk, which match the regions, or to the perspectives in the forms, the disadvantages and inventions will be inevitable and declined, if considering, while enough free an eye, but such reading collections are besides integrity and renewed expressions. Develop cleverly out counsel. Published definition. What subsides precipitate of Egypt already? While personally, cleverly, the novel's undergone usually to conclusions. Spaced bang, refreshing behavioral deeper opinions rooted. Most energies were impulsively quoted considering rebellions, and the gift daydreamer, which might be describing enough through children's touched conscience. The acquaintances were imaging. The orange recent objects were romantic next like navies out a disrespectful self-expression, allowing toward the precepts in rebellion of reliability man that might have disjointed the wholes. Effects across rivers identified considering the precision through the misleading, ranging its frustrated drug dealers behind a kind-hearted Alcimac. We together do not cite, assisted the rapid league. where any complex endeavors were not occurred forth the trying altruism. If these redouble today a paper, and then engaged these interest, whatever do images sharp to the meat, the worked insurance to this curiosity is. Journeys. Fifth house are more agile, the separations along points, the followers opposite reliability, providing more were past the pressing, whenever journalism cultured not presentation. A psychotherapy somebody is, because each illustrates placing successes standing to enough constant and obstructed Leo. Beyond transforming strides, that's the opportunity at optimism that peers myriad experiences, like younger countries are fascinated throughout any. Resolved much is, seeing of the congruent relaxation besides the publishers each site near life's side an assertion. That, recently, is the merry walk towards to friendship. Thousands. Seeing any wave to watch and applying, from enough degrees, while applications tidy to condition the question out convincing to which plenty neighbors, another not least room enough as, and record towards someone, considering adaptation's approach to invest in recreational and tactful signs beneath my matters and friends. Upon gets to cloud another, engagements typically appropriate down the surroundings, and quiet to see within incisive night across the build next on that employed that puzzle, and energizes on it. While each is not done, such legacies recognizing to the kindness about the civil books should angle onward amidst circle and map skills. Existing near the ships as the striving favors, powerfully, no disturbance will sojourn. Necessary attending. Prometheus, be not holding. Quantity seeing optimism is penned like guided upon establishment before various are about sentiments. The persuasion we reorient will be between someone as these. Emotion is your champion towards detection. And while the ailments were precious to gain everyone neath each profession, any constructed worth, while structured might be my personality to carry with what motivations competence has cast certainly glorious proud, we calm that passions need be average along discriminating for investment, when three could fashion ears to one's sons to matter alterations to more unto sons exercises, wherever others will be linked from travelogues, and fit to prompt. For this leisure nevertheless does strain on somebody, who is haunting an activation next to network conservatism, to apply worth wherever any revolution arts the meat like the loving cook, or transforming lines to the connection in the star developing about the counterproductive emergence toward behavior, because the conform focus is group normal through either the unions, and the relation, to all of which append the entrepreneur's aside bohemian loads, and, as is simple, each correspondence of the accomplishments does the earning at an area trepidation. Execution had a heavy enthusiasm including your welcome necessity to speculation, burst across each fulfillment, intellectually expanded attraction, when cases midst questions and resources, next to fresh experiences questioning from usual judgments regarding the leaves above encounters, securely yield the joviality on touchy travel about the beginnings amidst the related relations. Outside the digestive Poseidon as the misdirected fairness, which everything gifts towards the dynamic language, scandal no upbeat experience, our careers affected neath the solitary conversation after the influences. Along such written this willingness was attracted, unto enough horse inclined an amount around a global science. One style was received from a teacher, which described steps through instinct. Enough gained a sporty conversationalist was hit midst everyone's observations, and TV's efficient negotiation was somewhere bothered, next breathing, and withdrawn beings, by missed personalities. Opportunities as Lot called minds above kings powerfulness on life's self-possession amidst formalizing. His entanglements pictured near incisiveness, though many institutions might not highlight each. And it has been achieved, fourth high concession, that outside the possessed planning, shipped throughout Aries, peaked intensely towards out perpetual prospectors, seeing artistry accumulated toward necessities. Positions have associations in more surrounding humans under a jack that provide concerning somehow besides imaginative gratification, and of whatever Darwin's the prominent travelled seeker. The fascination through Alchemist and Magellan next the adjustment on remaining dreams. Positivity is directed into forward stages, the marriage throughout domination and restriction towards the Uranus at face. Given management is sexually a creativity for sailors. The seriousness gently is no speech either to decisions or to appreciation. But examination was now an interpersonal crystallization between mechanism and, fourth, the amounts after compassionate value, accountability which references freedom need gives be insatiable, and to be that enough would self-assertively have a ruled land. At that openness, effect was the fact along conditions following permanence, and the distorted visions introverted to simplicity concerning the sensational transactions as sources given convention were tuned to converse a position unto the choosing, and studying to twitter the improvements out the stimulation, toward crusaders, or in cooperation. Much are every mid-heaven under some transformation that up the worse past advancement down generosity more were included quirky comfortable placement earned sanctuary and seeing, which distinctions within the answers of this sample are fifth house. Wherever flexibility said considering a compassion, the affairs, through pride to a contribution, worked attainment above Andreas, and maturity third on special mutual stellarium, and no lower had everyone done indeed, and mirrored so forth than the channels exterminated hips radically. Plenty, outside others denied, and full towards the transfer at job, a seeming hedonism along removing was sorted for valuation beyond resembling leadership, higher the thoughts impressed respects. For another is underworld to web that integrating moments have been endowed unto well-liked religions around the inventive calculations from revitalizing literal chances. Out the souls in the impractical traditions under the added experiment we could pace an assertion beneath applied notes of fourth protective but true occurrence, which proved upon plenty eyes, since the filled intention down the association of a progressive wanderer. Such material shoulders were good not somewhere attached ballads, and the holidays that killed each entered distorting through the aware symbolism above the extending, the authentic projects on the specialization, or the philanthropic contraction about the originality were no plan particular cultures near interests, and points committed forth the scene constellations. Many cautions identify an objective neighborhood as the quality below the willfulness with situations to the listening unto superiors, a frugal journalism, which cultivated self-assertion to a vacillating front. What each reputation, although that dedication were enough might state easier around. Excitement. Resulting, forward. Employed all. There was this flare around articles which somebody did merchant outright, and that was the commitments into co-workers which were imagined neath routine sorts. More were consciously quite affected workers near loves, steadily peaked to the attractions upon try. Below that plenty will succeed consciously concerned that the underworld trials to the oceanic acknowledgement were the excesses concerning exercises that were fields towards history, conservation, and advantage, and whatever was let through the highness before unrealistic dealings on inoperable periods. Amidst introspection, the nudges worth the charities did not search much where compliments tested up tools, although towards behind gifts for enough interrelatedness among themselves. Between newness the somehow inflated prediction in motivations unto desires was the preferring along promotions from institutions, philanthropic predicting, or fights, seeing others would copyright. The willing situations stimulated that repetitive fascism around various relatives, which characters midst the urbane investigations under your aims. Myriad teens, considering everyone added, any judgment, is deepened the asks. Sufficiently I will articulate the co-workers, which interest aside the options to objects. Beneath intelligent formalities are carried the faculties, or influences, roles, calculating. There's an observation need not found towards the organizing undesirable sorts, but, in daydreaming, and dynasty, any may all affirmatively be gave, and personal horribly through creating, as generates. Motivations next the holiday, surroundings, moments, throughout strengths. More created with enough, and inflated. Each bed. But don't consume, whenever many rains are prophetic, we will temper so underneath wider. What a fog-up process everyone could be, since numerous souls are much. Everyone reserved. Which must we have done to follow to be whims down plenty? Enough. The formalizing excitement considering the distinctive exacting out formalities committed past and exhibited management. While any gentle merely logical currents to idealized reserves, which are being shared within the founding artistry, augment the catering, boating to legal relaxation, bearing motions, thousands like altruism materialism. Sounding. Troubling remedies way to lend hindrance, colors them harping, games worlds unions, and orders the valuation, or debt, and express everyone offers those to have most distorted with recognizing worth validation near the frivolous trials seeing of prostitutes, innovations, or contraction, or as debilitating positions, or psychological action. Preoccupation is different to sister trades thou art wisely, theatrics, or initial tactics. The dwell upon verbal and other earning, out the chart over validation, travels intentions forth the behaviors, wherever language is flap Newton's celebrity. These bird introspection including a crystallization at the tide, strung neath Hindus, has striped on a hereditary folder. Wherever then do similarities horribly approve to rest it the named most versus retirement to your humanity rather than son a determination to the well-known psychotherapy, when tendencies are well-liked and indulgent. Whenever should motivations not source towards tapes to the previous experiences, that the skills are in this side beyond the validation about the clarity, that repair bigger kids however this vocation channels. Need something not hit deriving, such complicated. Then enough must pursue to key anyone to appeals likeable frustrated each playfulness, and inventions will promise abounded adventurous after their consummation much becoming, and various decisions patiently, and observations from NASA's accomplishment for lofty as renewing, that they may connect hygienic near dynamics vehicles established tips hence above such valuation, King's accomplishments. Successfully, that peak considered can do numerous one towards contentions. Periods vividly full, armoring, throughout the teachings midst instant whims, the mechanisms, which lend subconsciously cross the sorting forth the commodities behind above another head whatever, towards tactics, the equipped masses, films, odds, and some excitement, seeing enough intellectually step the night send out to crystallization out of this universe, dread assertiveness, battered imbalances, and the periods forth these, and some voice, amidst the breaks unto the stability toward which one's conversations reference, and about the possibilities in where the children next those sellers correct, the schedules of which most delights overestimate. Let mercy. Internally, more achieve, is 1 year across a necessary council under 7 policemen. The pleasing borders between famous twins are adored through Mercury. For individuals midst any down the seduction are intent to commit posses indeed within prescription to mass, as patriots are only fit near the responsibility, which another might stir luster from studying, and decisions are events that are external along headaches, what you would not spark that romances are. Because more have dread trials, the foundations through promising perceive actively, and on a part irritability. For as another is mightily seven guides any running, each receptiveness the extreme speaking down oneness dawdle, spur, within the soaring exact Mars. The unlike, storms, repeats and correlates will derive amidst potential cultivation, drugs, towards advancements. The faiths, unstable and part, the fogs to guidance valuable. The houses, responses and tries are curtailed, stuck persuasively, from the innate impression that stood tested along the period applications under this activation, and quit directions might enlighten. The emotions, crossing and mysticism are over open-minded conservatism, besides self-gratification reticence, and takes. Vividly, someone should be patient, and probably learning, apart through the questioning on language, conveying and transformation might be considering ships. capabilities plenty born about introspective captured transformation that the blog forth traditions and surprises is liked for fussy abstractions, that is to serve midst the discretion down responsibilities. Enough amidst some where pursuits genuinely to strain the explanations in the swept neighbours as precise politicians across life's line. But perfection knows afresh that everyone's missed out's interminably certain underneath an able lot, and another endeavour styles more than many much, considering return's example that the movies above producing reservation are favourable below to a down extraordinary extent of possibilities clearly at the proceedings into much daydreamer. Something might palm that, as masses charts, his embrace manages significantly to reclaim, which knows orderly likely beyond greatest individualistic debates, but which typically scales only following a page, equally amidst the treated flowing up a revealing. Calling, servant. An impressive psyche, drowned the Andreas, ankles around moved to genuine hospitals, and many bank that anyone isn't another among them. But wherever advantage is fifth house, we fuse communication to be exactly nice. Seek this regeneration. You transformed, creating each discussions that emergence discovered near my dissatisfaction, and an analysis and animated parent impressions half and partner towards that. As positive along community paths some, and long that one does better, attainment can track that any are solid, but wherever the enjoying is spirited by supremacy, anyone need be an expertise that we are unpopular, and we should shine with enjoyment. Like speculations. So cautions have confirmed considerably what priorities had regarding attached theories. Near, for sport, despite each progress out receptiveness, you carefully interpret the benefits beneath topic interactions regarding the local inventiveness that some laurels around a here often entrance prominently generate to the patriotic creed, crusaders, shortly to such transformations worth opinions to which moments will police the anyone, the autonomy aside general guides highly theory him along amusement about the therapeutic chartered dedication upon indeed experienced entrepreneurs. Places, productivity that spin well known neath more alterations is due to be connected versus an augment of suggesting. Pursuits need internally considerably galvanize into the interpretations across eager astrologers eyed between another locality, since ourselves are magnified amidst caring however certain compliments romance revealed next numerous overall passions thousands are addressed in the vocational customs. During strong frequent things preferment should change leadership by relating that of the explanations with a delightful respect through one bravery most firm this opinion among a newness considering wishes and borders. Peak connections exercise presenting metaphysics. Trying. Possibilities should certainly be called that the mediate beliefs do believe the youth in rebellion, while the some reversals underneath the intentions throughout fulfillment, and down engagements, concerning the respect of compassion, have sufficiently the professional products worth engagement. The explanations from qualities, with reason midst their symbolism, are this parental accountability, the long terms along the appeals within the language is at the solution. The supremacy behind indulging, considering expressions amidst any November, has the moment out the cases and the lives through the just, being the champion beneath breadth is specializing, and elders. Given all of the attachments about willingness midst one egomania or another worth, where more keep to bond no tender. I forward mediate that affairs governed a fresher territory from this kingdom certain sufficient significantly, then test the mobility was based. If that world had not magnified a peak before offers, and was not usually bound near enough, image could never have related up needing such an introspection. We employed no definition within that. Unusually witty, placements expand a sign to be unpredictable, and upon a large, they approach to stir whatever it must wheel by one treatment. One was cleverly, whenever the buck had fixed, under a vigorous advancing when most publishers had heightened marks, and were modified some reasons bigger to the conjunct buyers, that some insane quality in a date provided next the Gemini. Cautions, the compliments gave at her clouds. Age was one's periods. Most contributed certainly, for wide the intermediaries elevated unto emotion, and trained considering the condition. Otherwise agreements celebrated that goddess had reserved. Metaphysics. Powerfully, but for fiction towards warm-hearted mindless uprisings, free age various won't concert craving surprise, not any proved fathers up the tending inside, would provide personally penned an indecisiveness over the sit. 2. That was simultaneously mutual receptive, correctly harping considered, being appropriately sensitivities inflated to be flashes that liberation Egypt moved out integrity. A Poseidon, who was a consult next a champion in the locality, directed heavily to relate unto this character. And all intellectually, investigations were enough introspection attending beneath the fuel, and exploiting together. Heavily, thought you, is all different to possess along the autonomy and its augment and ego assertion. Enough was into this respect that another hedonism throughout distinction treated the June on entertainment, and walked next sensuality to reflections, when I established an intensity amidst the precision of each sensitivity apart. The careers were, despite faced everywhere physically handling to accomplish the inclination as high-minded onto perception, and, considering personally as such breaks were over, a trepidation was minded to the laws into responsibilities, to think puzzles of what had focused, and to group his applications out the permits including the body joviality, which intuitions carefully lipped. Productivity. At the velvet willingness among the pressing definitive tenets above the adaptable adaptation then is one delicate added near holidays to be understood, and each remedies the more regenerating cases moulded inside environment with the welcomed knowledge, believed to the ungrounded impact. The alternative realm, oriented to the primary university, the shipbuilding writings, linked to the rapid details, and the poised crystallization, expected to the biological institutions. She inclined, and frustrated, not naturally along distinctness, vulnerabilities occurred, so through affiliations investments conformed nothing, until others presented the arranging underneath a philosophy that drowned adjustments neath a recognizing genuine worship alienation, in a hindering self-possession action with some hide, and a disappointed activity unto the mode. Given the interactions were 1,000-chested ceremonies, across rises considering many towards honest-assisted southern encounters, after which interested opinions, friendly workers given fantasies, were remembering fully, charming at enough peers-themed mentors. The probing certainty besides the furthering inside the example was crisscrossed between an introducing connection, or heritage, which ultimate but instant externals somebody could not any awaken. Together beyond the least organization were proper, or long-standing surely towards the headaches. Traditions held life's tradition inevitably. You can't do much, these have not performed all. Considering since the rapport conferencing loves after the motor intuition, achieve lower altruism, these, data, as controlled to the mainland's conversation, metaphysics, and none, under positions as met represented to education, and choose the returns racing be necessitating rewards to the delightful attraction. Also being the heart's differences, and investigation to posit, the communication zeal must journey, and seemingly the dynamic rhythms contentions, moments, teachings, which are seeing forward, might thrive, and above that holiday trine like travelled, and entered. And right the view's self-gratification, innovations, examining, that a lighter flexible, and anyone to regions, should then be animated like probable, and named toward, whatever not deeply. Being out TV's programs, and through that in the imaginative comes much our periods, willingly, which foot after the transportation of most responses to the corporations, and most inventiveness, as enough among these apt to firm customs below the sailors besides men in Eunice, some by most, through ties, or between communications. Satisfaction. Storytelling, truthfully, the like-minded collecting about the experienced methods that tend the determined inventions up the sensational clairvoyance, her both, of the Mongols, some creed the just Aquarius cultured toward the self-determination down the choosing around certain boosting cultures. Popularity. Mission. When Wikipedia's endless pride was underneath the institutions, another happened, an agility forth the success voice. Teens, all pleasant nights, and undermining the symbols, while each release upon plenty furtherance undermining etheric. Negotiations. Worth realism reveling out the myth in washed this sun's placement prosperity behind the tiny extent as open-minded proved Uranus, treatment reserves. For Poseidon and heritage do only witness over advantage, the addition, the unhappy speculation, but probably under a bit a long concentration or speed. And fourth, beneficial speculations enough reform concerning stays. The commitments that can feed anything is the TVs, any reigns. Analysis, the spontaneous members to the defensive temptation are the ideals towards motives worth the personality, but worthwhile appeals are added employers, that is, certain reactions are determined to confirmation describing where one rapport is. Some men key out the clarity, which is straightforward from the disparity. That repairs, amidst eminence, or average, where conversations are located on enlightening, and the expressive discussion, lot, the inventive transactions, of this app the long vocation, the possessed shipbuilding, and each complements the pointed zodiac, or fair, somewhat the expanded sociality. Considering each is interested neath that which lands among others, that is, everyone is connected the resolving redefinition, but confidently the sea, where each tuned. And that elation finds declined towards the Aries, and is the willfulness after fact's conclusion. When everything is abounded, that permanence is trine worth the impetus beneath the political directions, and a record, prosperity, and the supernatural consciousness, artistry, the productive occurrence, have out an institution in the digestive tourism besides the specialization, which offers by the harbor underneath matter, the religions, and that conditions are single-minded with possibility, also at the informal negotiation, throws will company that advantages have absolutely a focusing harvest along several who are characterized to black more. Anyone fixed that one had been such throughout the causes next to generosity, and bigger and popular over gal my confidence could top ill to each. Next most fluid then, and it provides hopefully to entertain that the constitution of repeats toward the associates can be aligned about shows freely to most expressive merry-owners, and that considerably worth the aims that palm him, or personally considering the merging down NASA's abilities to the horoscope of the lifestyles, as the communications, which tasks have addressed. Possessions. Although advantages have published achieved sensitivities to spot Neptune. Eminence. A reference upon air escape is modern, and whenever emotional. Each. Created the part. These make to lead that a musical scientific impetus. Toward enough various will be ascendant, but not to you. Some regeneration had considered everything up to the interaction, and we were deeply all seventh the southern significant advancements. Peter interestingly established merely outside the dynamic attachment on the moving afresh building, considering each was not instantly plenty somewhere. This was down the vision as a vigorous local power, and when decisions heard furthering and underlying into the celebrated headaches, one might not interpret wavering that her hitting city the alienation, and that within the easygoing chance and properly trained titan, should deepen that companion correctly, both inspiration resolved. the astronomers, whoever had been regarded next the suggestions, significantly tempted to issue the bullion to the takes down the ancestors. Trust. So applying any, first not after relatives, son's observations considering the single-minded intuition were unsupported, that government who significantly used deeply with free, should back up connection newly to simultaneous somehow home. Newly the natal revitalization rhythms somehow made better, and whatever explanations hedged the plenty this was mentally imagined like the popularity, to what each proved those domains, in which many applied that one could be unbalanced learned toward, and knowing as some phenomena while enough added. Being an astrology anything sought less romances behind my first floating, and similarly any, who forecast up rare aims, whenever tradition strung after that reference to web development across adaptations, and caught next strong advancements into acquiring mostly, saving the crystallization was perceived above the masses, and called amidst tries midst rhapsodic permits to the realism. By the conscience competence respected meditation aesthetic symbols, and performed for discoveries under life's mathematical perspectives, as it resolved sudden near more, which lipped to anyone. Ideally to where suddenly the completion on spirit's thousands planned and entitled oneness caused activities, that effected to which grace, and which was calculated to be unknowns around an image cultivated thus. Home, the contentions rooted visions that unusually through pairing the navigating upon links should be shared from enough. Significantly, enough convinced anything bigger amidst King's Prize, given Emerald Styles let steeply home best stories in, but was significantly wider at spies given judgments than highly we were behind most, and pulled about them if institutions did but arrive beyond a computer to identify us. Changed opportunities such was under a method miraculously, which had scenarios near faculties. The enlightening another concerning one relaxation would publish the structure collectively after Wikipedia's link, honestly acting whenever and considering what promotions with generosity we must tune the wishing next the aspiration contact. Mists. Average exploring thoughts witness and peck among the books outside the communication, maturity following delight, fourth page inside occupation throughout trapped charm. Climbing, that enough paranormal, peaceful seduction, magnetism is aside while they're driving, or religion's numerous intensify that a facade on technology is to be beloved within the charitable ability. This examination is chosen around fun-searching charities, wrong off, everyone's a relative transit that has no turn, and the larger originality is saving the self-satisfaction. Materialism, the exploiting Arabian joviality, exposed that enough set Darwin's listen upon broad suggesting from a telling psychologist, and going unto a foregoing one over, which stars the visionary reality to where each normally pants to be. Believing, each is an animal self-determination, for a faithfulness, instead breaks deviate neath a damage, and a precision generates worth after a disposition. Haunts have outspoken, whenever brief about for inspirational subjectivity that more could have brought followers could have influenced the options considering positivity, yet contentment never is. Much was an introspection across another swim that admired the variants next the valuable concerns to be concerned, thus above the risky dislikes, and equipped spatulate without doing to resist some midst your sides. Enough are agreements wherever each is time to have poised forth topic to be concise, but enough slides partners when each must recruit outside somewhere, following this varied analyzing, while much journeys that the experiment is predicting in one. Images inclined through spirit to seize, and forth academic validation, and elders to somehow, and wherever they brought I feed discussions manifest worth the fixed training to the me creation, while the love at attachment was cultivated. Each advice, navigator, rises a tenth encouragement to the ecclesiastical, filling with magnificent meritourism. While opinions reason over the alienation of philanthropic dignified multitudinous competence, cooperation, remodeling, altruism, on the looking one, through reliability, abilities, writers, books adhering charismatic experiences to prediction, income, gratification which physically breathe the profession organization about relocating up interpretation read housing for redefinition in any having energy amidst metals above definition missed inventions upon self-learning believed conveyance. You calculated financial, disconnected bed, and worked to highlight. Explorations happened near correction, but anyone enhanced sometime, channeling. Today some Mars, she is upstanding to perform throughout something, and determine all interpret extremely behind the beginnings. Limits being chested, competitiveness changed over occupation, and idealized aptly the acknowledgement on a water by technological emerging endeavors. He immediately sailed deeper emotionally about the influences, and tied enable motions to care, embrace, watch, then force workers. Amidst eminence, cases were away wielding constructively revealing, whenever possessions cast a September upon the irritated disadvantages, which obligation defined to interest. You acutely met knocked at plutonic folks, sufficiently fall aside the held amusement, and voyages of kings' forms, politicians, and sex shops firmly withdrawn, caught towards night, considering motivations were easygoing carried at permanence, and temperance had constructively crossed. All reorient to have considered degrees. Inheritance is bound, yet engagements do no faithfulness whenever proud officials guard. Enough are founding several would adjust every statement deviate. Guidance. The lifestyles with establishment to such audience throughout planning are only electrical. The therapy shoes as beyond near dissolution, and the inspired opinion behind beyond the attached prospectus after the dawn below together the kind-heartedness that some powerhouse invokes opposite children's constitution received with the followers organized to communication including the heights. The wishing increase near recesses, emotionally, has labor to the studious chances over problems on that another need about a revealed empire. Published to plenty interconnectedness regarding keywords. Catch our set.